significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards
Nithyanandam, welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are going to perform the 108 asana sequence of Kailasa's Nityananda Yoga. First, let us make sure we have all the components you need for the yoga practice. Have your yoga mat on the ground. Have your Panchapatra and Udalani ready. 1 cup with a spoon with some water for the ritualistic cleansing. All the male bodies, please remove your upper cloth and apply the vibhuti on the 16 places over your body, as you can see on our acharyas. All the female bodies, you can apply it on your forehead. Wear the kumkum on your third eye, the Agnya chakra in between the eyebrows, and wear the Rudraksha mala around your neck. You can keep some weights at the side of the mat if you want to intensify the asana practice. And make sure you have 1 energized Shri Yantra on your yoga mat. Gaze at the yantra whenever possible. To mirror the macrocosmic energies into your microcosmos. Let us all now settle down into a comfortable cross-legged position with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes, take a deep breath. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you bring your hands into Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center as we open this session with the Satguru Vandanam.
Nityanandam Paramasukhadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami.
Next, we are going to chant the Shiva Mula mantra. Om Ham Haum Shivaya Namaha. 11 times, invoking Paramashiva's presence for this ritual of Nityananda Yoga. Please follow along internally.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha. 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 Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Let us now enter into the Tattvachmanam, the ritualistic cleansing. Take your Panchapatram and Udani. Keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra in the shape of a cow's ear. Take one Udani, 1 spoon of water, and pour it into your right palm. Each time the word Swadha is chanted, sip the water from the bottom of your palm and take another Udani of water into your hand, for a total of 3 times.
Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha.
Now wash your right hand with the water from the Panchapatram and wipe your lips twice with the bottom of your right thumb as we chant.
Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha.
Wash your hand again. With your index, middle and ring finger joined together, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Then wash your hand again. With your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and your left nostril. With your ring finger and thumb, touch your right eye, your left eye, your right ear, and your left ear. Then wash your hand again. With your little finger and thumb, touch your navel, your right chest, and your left chest. And with all the tips of the fingers joined together, touch the crown of your head, the right shoulder, the left shoulder, and your heart center. Wash your hand again. Now place your right hand over the left and place both your hands on the right thigh. Sit straight, close your eyes, and make a conscious resolution. What you want to manifest in today's Nityananda Yoga session. Hold the visualization of what you want to manifest as we chant the Sankalpa mantra.
Om Mamopata Samasta Duritakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nityayuge Prathame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarše Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartabane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Shubhanama Samvatsare Shubhayane Shubharitau Shubhamase Shubhapakshe Shubhaditau Shubhavasarayuktayam Shubhanakshatra Shubhayoga Shubhakarana Evam Gunavisheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhadithau Shri KAILASONNATA द्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ़ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वरा भिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमन्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसार भूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयाण गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीजिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यजापवर्ग वर्ष विश्राणजीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहारह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमदृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्यवाचक स्वामिनाम अवतारभूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामलापीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ तृणवद्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्यमंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तृ साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्रतम अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्यवर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रीलश्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थं तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध बल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगल अवाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं पूर्ण आरोग्य युक्त दृढ़गात्र यौगिक शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थं परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थं नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये.
Now wash your right hand once more.
Om apa upasprishya.
And keep your Panchapatam Adudani aside out of harm's way. Let us now enter into the first asana of the sequence, Sukhasana. In a comfortable cross-legged position with the head, neck and spine in a straight line. Place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra with index fingers and thumbs together. Gaze forward. Visualize Lord Shiva in your inner space. Hold the visualization. Breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Inhale deeply into your navel region. And visualize the fire in your navel being kindled, rising up your spine as you exhale and hold your breath. Engage Mahamudra Bandha, which is a combination of the Mula Bandha, the root lock, contracting the perineal floor and pulling it up, preventing the energy from flowing out at the bottom of your spine. The Uddiyana Bandha, the abdominal lock, contracting your muscles above and below the navel and pulling your stomach in and up towards your spine. And the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock, as you tuck your chin to the chest, internally contracting your throat muscles to prevent the prana from falling down again. Form all the three bandhas together and form Mahamudra Bandha. Now, internally, chant the japa Soham again and again. Visualize it rotating around your throat in a circular manner like a prayer wheel. These are the components of the first asana, Sukhasana.
तत्सुखासनमित्युक्तमशक्तस्तत्समाचरेत् आसनं विजितं येन जितं तेन जगत्त्रयम्.
Now, place one foot. Place your feet on top of opposite thighs into Padmasana, the lotus posture. Join the palms of your hands in front of your chest and raise them up above your head in Anjali Mudra with the elbows straight. Engage all the bandhas as you visualize yourself as Mount Kailash in Parvatasana.
अथ वक्षे महादेव पर्वतासनमङ्गलं यत्कृत्वा स्थिररूपी स्यात् षट्चक्रादिविलोपनम्.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Bring the soles of the feet together. Interlock your fingers behind your back in Parasha Mudra as you lean forward and down, and place your forehead on the ground behind the heels. Lean down as low as you can. Open up your back. Breathe deeply into your navel region. Feel the stretch in your back as you gaze to your nose. Visualize Swamiji and keep engaging the Mahamudra Bandha in Halipavasana.
पूरवविधियाहु मे जानो उभय पगथली संपुट ठानो पृष्ठपछेदो भूकरल्यावो दक्षिण करसो वाम गहावो.
Now bring your hands to the front. Keep the soles of the feet together. Cup the palms and place them on the ground in front of the feet. Again, bring your forehead to the ground behind the heels. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as a snake with Mahamudra Bandha engaged in Nagi Pavasana. Hold the stretch for a moment.
पूरवविधि परि आगाने नीचौहौ बीकहूणि फणास्यौ लगायि.
Now keep your hands in Dana Mudra. Index and middle fingers together as you hold on to the little and ring fingers with your thumb. Catch a hold of your big toes and extend your legs forward and up. Then cross your legs into Padmasana and lean forward and down onto your elbows. Engage all the bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, and visualize yourself as a bird in Kokilasana.
अथान्यदासनं वक्ष्ये येन सिद्धो भवेन्नरः अकस्मात् वायुसञ्चारं कोकिलाख्यासनेन च.
Rise up. Now stack your knees and your ankles. Hold on to opposite elbows in front and start rotating your arms in a circular motion. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Perform Mahamudra Bandha and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you mobilize your shoulders, your thoracic spine in Nityasana.
गोड़ा बावा पाद की आशमाहिली सोज दछ चरण को बारलौता परिगुल्फ समोज वाम पाद को महिलौ बहुरौ गुल्फ जो जान तापरि गोड़ा दछ की आश बारली ठान.
Now place your hands on the ground shoulder width apart and raise your hips up high. Scoop your head and chest forward and down again and again. Pull your stomach in and up towards your spine in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualize yourself as an elephant. Strengthen your shoulders and your upper back. Stretch your hamstrings. Don't forget to breathe in Samana Kumbhaka. Intensify the fire in your navel region in Gajasana.
न्युब्जं पादाग्रे भूमौ कृत्वा लम्बी भूयामस्तकाग्रे निधाय नितम्बम् ऊर्ध्वमुन्नमय्य नाभिलक्ष्यं भूमौ नासिकामानीय.
Now raise one heel off the ground in the same position and push the other heel down. Alternate the position of your feet again and again. Stretch your hamstrings and push your shoulders through. Straighten your back. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as a bear in Rikshasana, the bear posture.
एकैकं पादमाकुञ्च्य गजासनं कुर्यात् ऋक्षासनं भवति.
Now rise up. Stand on the tips of the toes. Stand on the tips of the toes. If you can, rise up all the way onto your big toes. Bring your hands to your chest in Tridaya Mudra, index, middle and ring fingers joined together. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Find the balance in your center. Feel the strength in your calves. In Vaishyasana.
केशेन पादयुगलं बद्ध्वा तिष्ठेदधोमुखः अथ वैश्याः वक्ष्ये यत्कृत्वा सत्यवान् भवेत्.
Now let us move into the first Karana of the sequence, starting off with Arimandi posture. Keep your heels together, toes pointing outwards, and bend your knees. Bring your hands in front of your chest. Now raise one knee up along the center of your body in a circular motion and follow along with the respective hand. Repeat the movement on both sides, gracefully, again and again. We move on to Palalingasana. Now interlock your fingers from the outside in Sarvashankari Mudra. Raise one knee up towards your chest and pull it close with your hands. Stand straight on the mat. Bring stability into your foot as you engage all three bandhas: the root lock, abdominal lock, and throat lock in Mahamudra Bandha. Visualizing yourself caressing a baby in Balalingasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now bring the raised foot behind towards your buttocks. Pull it close with interlocked fingers in Parsha Mudra. Bring the knees close together as you engage Mahamudra Bandha. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Bring stability to your inner space. You can focus on a drishti point, an external point. Remove any shaking of the inner space and body. Fix your gaze at a point and gain stability of the body and mind.
स्थित्वैकस्मिन् पादतले कराभ्यां वेष्टयेत्तनुं पृष्ठे संस्थाप्य यत्नेन पादपीडनमासनम्.
As you now catch the sole of the foot from the inside, kick the leg back and up and extend the other hand forward in Bindu Mudra with index finger and thumb together. Raise the foot up high and visualize yourself as Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Step the foot down and interlock your fingers again from the outside in. Raise the other knee to the chest. Repeat Balalingasana on the other side. Visualize yourself holding a baby. Breathe deeply against the raised thigh.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now bring the raised foot to the back. Pull it close to the buttocks with both hands. Engage all the bandhas. Visualize Swamiji in Padapidanasana.
एकं जानु उरसि आलिङ्ग्य स्थातव्यं बाललिङ्गनं भवति.
Now hold the sole of the foot, kick the leg back and up, and lean forward with the front hand in Bindu Mudra. Visualize yourself as the cosmic dancer Lord Nataraja in Natarajasana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Come to the next katana of the sequence. Again, stand in Arimandi. Heels together, toes pointing outwards and knees bent. Bring your hands to the chest. Step the right foot behind the left. And start swinging the right arm back and forth like a pendulum. Gracefully move your fingers one by one. Place your hand over the nose, uncross your ankles, and repeat the movement on the other side as well. Next up is the skeleton dance. Now visualize yourself as a skeleton as you shake your body intensely. Hold the visualization that you are mere bones and shake every bone within your body. Now return to Arimandi posture and cross your arms over top of your head. For the next karana of the sequence, Katichina Karana. Now turn your body to one side, open up your arms above the head, cross them back to the center, follow along with your breath again and again. Now raise your arms up parallel above your head and rise up onto the tips of your toes. Engage Mahamudra Bandha and visualize yourself as a palm tree. As you breathe in Samana Kumbhaka, kindle the fire in your navel region. Internally chant the new japa Shivoham in Tadasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now lean forward and down. Place your hands flat on the ground if you can. Otherwise, just lean down as low as possible. Bring your head towards the knees and engage all three bandhas, Mahamudra Bandha, as you visualize Swamiji in Uttanasana.
महामुद्राबद्ध कोनो ताड़ासन विभेदकान् विनोत्तानं सदा कुर्यादन्तर्वत्नीपतिप्रिया.
Now bring your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back. Come to a tall plank position. Take this opportunity to gaze at the Shri Yantra on your mat. Now tuck your chin to the chest and lock your throat and start rotating your head from side to side as you visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Tarakshvasana.
गजासनवस्थित्वा मस्तकं वारं वारं दक्षिणकुक्षिं सव्यकुक्षिं नयेत् तरक्ष्वासनं भवति.
Hold the plank position. Engage your core. Now lower your body down onto your stomach. Your hands by the side of your shoulders. And then raise your head and your chest by the strength of your lower back. Curl your upper back up. Open your mouth in Bhujangani Mudra, wide open. Inhaling through the hollow of your throat as you visualize yourself as a cobra in Bhujangasana.
अंगुष्ठनाभिपर्यन्तम् अधौ भूमौ विनिन्यसेत् कराभ्यां च धरां धृत्वा ऊर्ध्वशीर्षफणीवहि. देहाग्निर्वर्धते नित्यं सर्वरोगविनाशनं जागर्ति भुजगी देवी भुजंगासन साधनात्.
Now push your body up back into the plank position and alternate pulling one knee in towards your chest back and forth. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka, leading the prana along your spine and holding the breath on and off in the various energy centers along your spine. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Shashasana.
गजासन संस्थितो जानुद्वयमाकुञ्च वारं वारं कर्तव्यं शशासनं भवति.
Now step one foot in between your two hands. Simultaneously jump the front foot back and bring the other foot in between the hands. Alternate the position. Jump intensely as you visualize yourself as a chariot in Rathasana.
गजासन संस्थितो एकैकं पादं पुरोमार्गेण भ्रामयित्वा कर्तव्यं रथासनं भवति.
Remain in this position and rise up. Keep one foot at the back with the toes facing sideways and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle. Raise your arms up parallel above your head. Intensely engage your legs and your core. Pull your stomach inwards and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Fix your gaze at your third eye as you visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra with 8 arms in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now exchange the position of your feet. Bring the other foot to the front and bend the front knee at a 90-degree angle as you turn the back toes facing outwards and bring your arms up above your head. Gaze to your third eye. Pull your stomach in and up and visualize yourself as Lord Veerabhadra. Feel the intense stability this posture brings to your hip. Stand strong and stable in Veerabhadrasana.
वासिष्ठमथ कौण्डिन्यम् ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटमेव च अष्टावक्रमथोत्तानं मयूरं सेतुबन्धनम् उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now stand up straight. Take one foot and pull it up towards the inner opposite thigh with the heel close to your perineum. Join your hands in Anjali Mudra and raise your arms up straight above your head. Engage Uddiyana Bandha, pull your stomach in and up, and visualize yourself as a tree. Fix your gaze at an external point for balance in Vrikshasana, the tree posture.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now bring the raised foot up towards the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda with heavy wings on your back. Stand strong and stable in Garudasana.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः.
Now step the foot down. Raise the other foot up. Bring your hands together in Anjali Mudra. Raise your arms up above your head. Elbows straight. Perform Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as a tree in Vrikshasana. Stand stable like a tree. Feel the roots growing from the standing foot.
वामोरुमूलदेशे च याम्यं पादं निधायतु तिष्ठेत्तु वृक्षवद्भूमौ वृक्षासनमिदं विदुः.
Now step one foot back. Now bring the raised foot on top of the opposite hip and join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Visualize yourself as Lord Garuda as you repeat Garudasana on the other side.
गरुडासनमावक्ष्ये येन ध्यानं स्थिरं भवेत् सर्वदोषाद्विनिर्मुक्तो भवतीह महाबली. एकपादमुरो बद्ध्वा एकपादेन दण्डवत् जङ्घापादसन्धिदेशे जानुव्यग्रं व्यवस्थितः.
Now step one foot back and keep the other foot at the front. Keep the back toes facing sideways. Extend your arms out parallel to the ground, lean forward and down. Bring one hand to the foot and the other hand up to the sky. Gaze up along the raised arm and visualize yourself as a triangle in Trikonasana, the triangle posture.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Exchange the position of your feet. With the arms parallel, lean forward and down. Raise the other arm up to the sky. Repeat Trikonasana, the triangle posture on the other side. Feel the deep stretch in your lats and in your hips. Try to rotate your shoulders so they are completely aligned and pointing up to the sky.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Step your feet together. Keep the heels touching, toes pointing outwards in Arimandi, with your knees bent. Raise one heel off the ground and bring your hands to the chest, palms facing each other. Now stomp the raised heel to the ground and raise the other heel up again and again as you exchange the position of your hands in front of your chest. Now lower your body down into Angushtasana. Tuck the toes and sit on raised heels. Join your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your heart center. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space as you start buzzing like a bee on the in and exhalation in Brahmari Kumbhaka, and internally chant the new japa Sadashivoham in Angushtasana.
कबन्धासनमित्याहुः गोरक्षासनमेव च अङ्गुष्ठमुष्टिकं न्येयं ब्रह्मप्रासादितं तथा.
Now extend one leg forward and bring your hands to the side. Keep the palms facing forward in Vara Mudra, with the fingertips barely touching the ground. Be stable in this position as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now catch a hold of the big toe of the front foot in Prana Mudra with index and middle finger. Catch the back heel with the other hand and balance in this posture. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Vidunanasana.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now rise back up. Step the front foot in. Extend the other foot forward. Keep the hands at the side, palms facing forward. Support your balance with the fingertips as you visualize Swamiji in Saurasana.
प्रसार्यैकं पादतलं संस्थाप्य त्वेकपादकम्.
Now lean forward and down. Hold on to the big toe in Prana Mudra. Again, visualize Swamiji in Vidunanasana. Feel the stretch in your calf. Build the balance to hold the back heel with the other hand.
गुल्फस्थितो पादमेकं प्रसार्य तत्पादाग्रं संस्पृशेत् तत्करेण गुल्फं चान्यं धारयेत् तत्करेण धूनं पीठं चाभ्यसेत् चोभयत्र.
Now rise up and step both feet in. Separate your knees as you place your hands on top of the knees with the palms facing up. Now lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha and gaze through the gap between the palms. Hold the balance. Calm your inner space and visualize Swamiji in Brahma Julankushasana.
दो बूफड़ा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दलियां की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Now drop your knees down to the ground. Sit on raised heels and fix your gaze at the tip of the nose. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize yourself as sage Kapila Muni in Kapilasana.
दो बूफड़ा पाणी होए वैसे एड़ी दो गुदानी वैसे कोरपक दलियां की माहिली आयुष माहेरा शेमिली.
Now shift your gaze upwards towards your third eye. Maintain this posture and visualize Swamiji's form in your inner space in Bhadragurakasana.
दो बूपकतली संपुट करे कोरवारली भूपरिधरे कोरवारली राखे ऐसे तापरी मूल द्वार टिकी बैसे.
As you raise your knees off the mat, keep the soles of the feet together. Join your thumbs and little fingers and open up your palms into Padma Mudra, resembling a lotus flower. Raise your arms up above your head and gaze through the gap between the palms. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Suryasana, the sun posture.
एड़ी दो वो गुदा तरियाणे फणा पानी बैठक पुनिठाने गोड़ा जंग अधर कर रहे आड़े वाम इसी विधि गहे.
Now place your knees on the ground. Bring the top of the feet flat and place your hands on the knees. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a frog and keep your tongue flat against the palate of the mouth in Mandukya Mudra. Stop the buzzing sound on the breath. Breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka. Don't forget to chant Sadashivoham internally in Mandukasana.
पादतलौ पृष्ठदेशे अङ्गुष्ठे द्वे च संस्पृशेत् जानुयुग्मं पुरस्कृत्य साधयेन्मण्डुकासनम्.
From this kneeling position, now bring your hands behind your back. Hold on to opposite shoulders And keep your elbows close to your head. Open up your upper back. Feel the strength in your shoulders. Gaze up towards your third eye. As you keep on visualizing yourself as a frog, with your tongue up in Manduki Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha, in Uttana Mandukasana.
मण्डुकासनमध्यस्थं कूर्पराभ्यां धृतं शिरः एतद्भेकवदुत्तानमेतदुत्तानमण्डुकम्.
Now cross your ankles and sit on your heel. Push the upper heel against your perineum as you keep your hands on the knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Stretch your tongue out and exhale forcefully through your mouth again and again. Lock the Mula Bandha intensely as you visualize yourself as a lion in Simhasana.
दक्षिणं सव्यगुल्फेन दक्षिणेन तथेतरं हस्तौश्च जान्वो संस्थाप्य स्वाङ्गुलीश्च प्रसार्य च.
Now join the soles of your feet together behind your back with the toes pointing backwards and sit on the heels. Separate your knees widely and cross your arms behind your back. Catch the big toes in Prana Mudra, index and middle fingers together. As you lock your chin to the chest in Jalandhara Bandha, gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in your inner space returning to Brahmani Kumbhaka, buzzing like a bee on the inhalation and exhalation in Bhadrasana.
गुल्फौ च वृषणस्याधो व्युत्क्रमेण समाहितः पादाङ्गुष्ठौ कराभ्यां च धृत्वा च पृष्ठदेशतः.
Now step your feet flat on the ground. Keep the knees raised and lean forward. Bring your arms in and around the legs. Behind your back, reach for the opposite hands behind your back and interlock your fingers if you can in Parasha Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as a crow in Kakabhushandi Asana.
प्रथमे बेसक उकडठाने दोवु हाथ पगमीच आने तिनको मोड़ी नल्या परिल्यावे पिष्टपछे काकसी करावे.
From the squatting posture, place your hands flat on the ground, shoulder width apart. Bring your knees onto your arms, close to your armpits, and raise your hips. Lean forward, lift your legs off the mat and balance on your arms, visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Kani Pavasana.
आसन को गुण आशीदुषिता होई तो आछी होई.
Let us now get ready for Kapali Asana, which is the first inverted posture of this sequence. You're suffering from upper back or neck injuries or high blood pressure, or if you're currently in pregnancy, please consult your doctor before performing any of the inverted postures of today's Nityananda Yoga sequence. With this out of the way, let us now place the head on the ground. Form a triangle between your head and your hands. Keep your knees on your arms. Align the hips with the shoulders and then straighten your legs up into a headstand. Fix the gaze at the nose. Visualize Swamiji. Feel the vibration in the crown of your head as you keep buzzing like a bee in Brahmani Kumbhaka in Kapali Asana.
शीश शीशा धरती टेकी पगदो वो मिलिवा ऊंचा कुकरे.
Now gently lower your legs down and come to a squatting position. Keep your hands flat on the ground. Rotate your body to one side. Align the knee with your hip. Align the knee and the hip with your elbows and lean forward onto your arms. Extend your legs out to the side and gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as a peacock and exhale all the way. Hold your breath again and again in Vijaka Kumbhaka as you perform Parsvamayurasana. Balance on your arms. Bring the strength to your wrists and shoulders.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now set your legs down. Twist your body in the opposite direction. Repeat Parsvamayurasana on the other side. Lean onto your arms. Extend the legs out to the side and gaze to your third eye as you visualize yourself as a peacock.
मयूरं दण्डवत् कुर्यान् मायूरं दण्डनामकं कुर्यान् मायूरं पार्श्वाभ्यां मायूरपार्श्वनामकम्.
Now settle down. Place your hands flat on the ground and step your feet back into a plank position. Take a moment to gaze at the Shri Yantra on your mat. As you step 1 foot front in between the 2 hands. As you step 1 foot outside the respective shoulder in between the 2 hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now step the front foot back and bring the other foot to the front in between the 2 hands. Feel the stretch in your legs. Open up your hips. Push your hip forward as you engage the Mula Bandha and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairaganathasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण पीति जाई.
Now step the front foot back and bring your forearms on the mat. Raise your hips up high. Slightly walk your feet forward. Open up your shoulders. Try to bring your heels to the mat. Intensely stretch your hamstrings. As you gaze towards your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana.
भून्यस्तौ जानुनी हस्तौ चतुष्पदमवाङ्मुखम् उत्थापिताङ्घ्रियुगलकटिस्थलमभिरुकाम्.
Now raise back onto your arms and rotate your body. Lift one arm up towards the sky. Keep your body completely straight, your core tightly engaged, and gaze up along the raised arm as you visualize yourself as Sage Vashishta in Vashishthasana.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Now rotate your body to the other side. Raise the other arm up. Keep your core engaged as you repeat Vashishthasana on the other side.
ऊर्ध्वकुक्कुटवासिष्ठमरीचिहलमत्स्यकं परिवृत्तिं चोदरस्य विविधं धनुरासनम्.
Relax. Now bring your feet to the front. Come to a sitting position with your legs extended forward. Bring your hands underneath the buttocks with the palms facing up. Lock your chin to the chest. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Visualize yourself as Lord Hanuman as you internally chant the Nujapa Mahasadashivoham in Anjani Asana.
दो भूकर की उभय हथेली कोरवारली मैले भेली सो आगाने भूपरिदाशे महाने अंगुली मिलिराशे.
Now lean forward and down. Catch a hold of your big toes and Prana Mudra with index and middle fingers. Lean down as low as you can. Stretch your back. Open your hamstrings and your hips as you engage Mahamudra Bandha, all the 3 bandhas together. Visualize Swamiji in Paschimottanasana.
जानु परिललाटन्तो पश्चिमं ताणमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Now rise up. Interlock your fingers around your neck. And again, lean forward and down. Slightly separate your knees and bring your head in between with your elbows outside the knees. Perform Mahamudra Bandha as you visualize Kali in your inner space in Ugrasana.
स्वपाणिभ्यां दृढं धृत्वा जानुपरिशिरोण्यसेत् आसनोग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेदनिलदीपनं देहावसानहरणं पश्चिमोत्तानसंज्ञकम्.
Now Step one foot in towards your perineum. Lean forward and down. Bring the respective arm in and around the leg and interlock both hands behind your back. Bring your head towards the knee as you visualize yourself as sage Marichi in Marichi Asana.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up. Drop the raised knee to the side as you keep the heel against the perineum. Lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot. Gaze at the tip of the nose. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale deeply and then hold your breath, locking all the three bandhas. Mahamudra bandha in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now extend both your legs. Bring the other foot in towards the perineum with the knee raised. Bring your arm around the raised knee and interlock your fingers behind your back. As you bring your head towards the knee, visualize yourself as sage Marichi in Marichi Asana on the other side.
उत्तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गुष्ठप्रसारणे.
Now rise up, drop the raised knee to the side, and again lean forward and down. Hold onto the front foot with both hands. Gaze to the tip of the nose. Engage all the bandhas. Mahamudra bandha. As you visualize Swamiji, open up your hip, straighten your spine intensely in Mahamudrasana.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now rise up. Bring the soles of your feet together in front. Interlock your fingers around the toes. Pull your heels in towards your perineum. Try to keep your heels down on the ground as much as possible as you gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in your inner space in Bhadrasana 2.
गुल्भौ तवृषणस्यादः सीवन्त्याः पार्श्वयोः क्षिपेत् पादपार्श्वे तु पाणिभ्यां दृढं बद्ध्वा सुनिश्चलम्.
Now extend your feet away from the body. Keep your hands on the respective knees. And lock your chin to the chest. Gaze to the nose. As you visualize Swamiji in Gvalipavasana.
पूरब चरपट चौक कख्यो सोजी वाही विधि जो कीजे सोई जामे एडी भिन्न जराशे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे.
Now bring your feet back in towards the perineum. Hold the soles of your feet with all the 10 fingers and lean forward and down. Place your head on the mat. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize Yoni Mandala, the visual representation of Devi Paramashiva Shakti herself. We are projecting the Yoni Mandala in the top right corner of the screen. If you don't know how the Yoni Mandala looks, exhale deeply and hold your breath in Rechaka Kumbhaka in Joni Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे एडी मेड के ढिंग दरे अर्धहात को अंतर राशे लीलाट पकथलियां उपरदाशे.
Rise up and again extend your feet away from the body. Extend your arms out to the side and lean forward and down from the waist. Try to keep your back as straight as possible as you bring your forehead on the ground behind your heels. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Swamiji in Midaki Pavasana.
पूरब विधि परिपकथली संपूर्ण शोल एडी मिली राशे.
Rise up and now bring your feet back in towards your body. Keep your toes together and your heels apart as you scoop your hands below the shins. Bring your elbows to the mat and then bring your chin on the ground with the toes touching your throat. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize Lord Surya in your inner space in Siddha Samadhi Asana.
दोबू पकदली संपुट करे सोले मेढ आगा मेधरे अंगुल 8 अंतरो राशे एडी को ऐसे विधिदाशे.
Now rise up. Bring the heels together and keep your toes apart. Hold on to the feet as you open them up like a book, pressing your elbows down on your thighs, gazing through the nose and visualizing Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, in your inner space in Chinaki Pavasana.
दोबू पगा की एडी धरती मगिवा मेढ़ लगावे.
Now rise up. Bring the soles of the feet together completely. Push your knees to the mat as you place your hands on top and gently push down the knees with your hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Visualizing Swamiji in your inner space in Chadapata Chokasana.
दोबू पगदली संपुट धारे आगाने कय जारे पसारे गोड़ा भूसो लगता राशे हाथ दोबू गोड़ा परिदाशे.
Now rotate your feet. Raise the heels and bring the toes down to the mat. You can use the support of your hands if needed. Then push your knees to the ground and place your hands on top of the knees in Bindu Mudra. As you pull your stomach in and up, gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as Lord Kala Bhairava in Bhairavasana.
गुल्फौ संपीड्य चान्योन्यं व्युत्क्रमेणोत्थितं शनैः जान्वोः पार्श्वगतौ हस्तौ दण्डवद् भैरवासनम्.
Relax, untwist your feet and keep one heel against the perineum as you lift the other foot up against your chest with both hands. Fix your gaze at your third eye. Visualize Swamiji. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in the Muladhara chakra. And don't forget to internally chant the japa Paramashivoham in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now raise the foot over top of the respective shoulder. Place your hands at the side and extend the opposite leg forward and up. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize Swamiji in Apanasana.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now lower your legs down. Bring the other heel against your perineum and lift the opposite foot against your chest. Breathe deeply. Exhale all the way and hold your breath in Rejaka Kumbhaka. As you gaze to your third eye, visualize Swamiji in Samanasana.
समानासनमावक्षे सिद्धमन्त्रादि साधनात् एकपादमरो दत्वा गुह्योऽन्यलिङ्गवक्त्रके.
Now lift the raised foot over your shoulder. Keep your hands at the side. Extend the opposite leg forward and up. And gaze to your third eye as you visualize Swamiji in Apanasana on the other side. Hold this posture. To straighten your legs, point the toes. Be stable in this posture.
केवलं पादमेकं च स्कन्धे चारोप्य यत्ततः एकपादेन गगने तिष्ठेत दण्डवत् प्रभो.
Now lower your legs and stack the knees in front of your body, keeping the heels at the outside of the opposite hips. Interlock your fingers on the top knee. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the face of a cow in your inner space as you breathe in Sit Kari Kumbhaka. Press your tongue flat against the palate of your mouth, and as you inhale through your mouth, hiss through the teeth. Exhale through your nose and internally chant the japa Om Nithyanandopaham in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फं तु पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now catch a hold of the big toes in Prana Mudra and pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने बाबों तागे ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद बुनिदे संधि पसारी.
With your gaze fixed at the nose, lean forward and down And interlock your fingers behind your back. Bring your chin over the knees. Lean down as low as possible. Visualizing Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana 2.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आडवाई सुधा राशे.
Now rise back up. Place the right foot flat on the mat with the right knee against your chest and keep the left heel against your perineum with the knee on the ground. Place your hands on the respective knees. Gaze to the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2.
डाबो पगमोड़ी एडी माहिलो गुल्फमूल द्वारनी चैदे.
From the same posture, now raise your perineum onto the heel. Interlock your fingers around your neck and twist your elbows outside the raised knee as you gaze up towards your third eye. Visualize yourself as Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिजो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदो फणो है जो जीत छिपा शतीरा शेषो जी.
Relax, untwist your spine, and now raise the left foot on the right thigh and raise the right knee. Catch the big toe of the right foot with the right hand in Prana Mudra and hold onto the shin of the right leg with your left hand as you hug your knees. Fix your gaze at the tip of your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
Now again, stack your knees and keep your heels outside the hips. Intensely stretch your hip rotators. Keep your hands on your knees in Parashu Mudra. Gaze to the tip of your nose and visualize the face of a cow in Gomukhasana.
सव्ये दक्षिणगुल्फन्तो पृष्ठपार्श्वे नियोजयेत् दक्षिणेऽपि तथा सव्यं गोमुखं गोमुखं यथा.
Now interlock your fingers around the toes in Prana Mudra. Pull your stomach in and up in Uddiyana Bandha and fix the gaze at the tip of the nose as you repeat Anasuyasana.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावों के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद पुनिदे संधि पसारी.
Now interlock your fingers behind your back and lean forward and down. Bring your chin over the knee, the nose as close to the ground as you can. Fix your gaze at the tip of the nose and visualize yourself as Rishika Anasuya in Anasuyasana 2.
दक्षिण गोड़ो नीचो ठाने वावों के ऊपर आने गोड़ा संधि मिलावे भारी आड़ा पद पुनिदे संधि पसारी.
Now rise back up. This time place the left foot flat, the left knee against the chest, right heel against the perineum. Keep your hands on your knees. Gaze to your nose and visualize yourself as Lord Garuda in Garudasana 2 on the other side.
जीमणा गोदा की संधि उपरिडा वागोड़ा की संधि मिलाई राशे गोड़ा सेवले पकतल्यालो आडवाई सुधा राशे.
As you raise your perineum up onto the heel, interlock your fingers around your neck, twist your elbows outside the raised knee, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Sage Narada in Naradasana.
पिष्टिजो वाम पगदली केरी भूपरिदा ही लगा वे फेरी गोड़ा सुदो फणो है जो जीत छिपा शतीरा शेषो जी.
Now raise up. Place the right foot onto the left thigh and hold on to the left chin and the big toe as you gaze to your nose and visualize Matsya, the fish avatar of Lord Vishnu in Matsya Pitakasana.
वामेन वामांगुष्टन्तो गृहीतं मत्स्य पीठकं योनि वामेन संपीड्य मेढ्रादुपरि दक्षिणम्.
The next asana is Matsyendrasana. Now extend your legs forward. Place one foot on top of the opposite thigh. As you place the left foot on the opposite thigh, raise the right knee. Bring the left elbow around the raised knee hand by the neck, and the other hand on the ground behind you. Twist your spine, gaze up towards your third eye, and visualize Matsyendana, the master and great sage in Matsyendasana.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend your front hand down to the foot and hold on to the big toe and prana mudra. Place the other hand on the respective ear as you gaze towards your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear to the ground behind you. Gaze up towards your third eye and visualize the master of Hatha Yoga, the great sage Matsyendranath in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Now extend your legs forward. This time, place the right foot onto the left thigh. Raise the left knee, bring the right elbow around the raised knee and the hand by the neck. As you gaze up, visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendasana too. In Matsyendasana on the other side.
उदरं पश्चिमाभासं कृत्वा तिष्ठति यत्ततः नम्राङ्गं वामपादं हि दक्षजानुपरिन्यसेत्.
Now extend the front hand down to the foot, catch a hold of the big toe and prana mudra, and place the other hand on the respective ear as you gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a camel in Kubasana on the other side.
आसन को गुण झोलो जाए.
Now drop the hand from your ear on the ground behind you. Keep twisting your spine intensely as you visualize Sage Matsyendranath, the master of Hatha Yoga in Matsyendasana too.
मत्स्येन्द्रपीठं जठर प्रदीप्तिं प्रचण्डरुक्मण्डलखण्डनास्त्रम् अभ्यासतः कुण्डलिनी प्रबोधं दण्डस्थिरत्वं हि ददाति पुंसाम्.
Untwist your spine and now place your feet on top of opposite thighs into Padmasana, the lotus posture. As you fix your gaze at the tip of the nose, place your hands on top of the knees. Engage all three wonders intensely, sincerely. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva and perform the Shitali Kumbhaka. Press your tongue against the back of the teeth as you hiss through your teeth on the inhalation. Engage all three wonders and internally chant the new japa Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Padmasana.
आसनं द्विधं प्रोक्तं पद्मं वज्रासनं तथा ऊर्ध्वोरुपरि चेत् धत्ते उभे पादतले यथा.
Now cross your hands in front of the body and keep your hands in prana mudra. Hold on to the big toes, gaze to the tip of your nose, and visualize yourself as Goddess Parvati, the consort of Lord Shiva, in Padmasana too.
उत्तानौ चरणौ कृत्वा ऊरु संस्थौ प्रयत्नतः ऊरु मध्ये तथोत्तानो पाणी कृत्वा तु तादृशौ.
From Padmasana, now bring your hands through your legs. Place your palms flat on the ground and straighten your arms. Pull your knees up, lift your body off the ground and balance. As you visualize yourself as a rooster, breathe calmly through your nose in Sahadra Kumbhaka in Kukutasana.
पद्मासनं सुसंस्थाप्य नान्वोरौरन्तरे करौ निवेश्य भूमा वासिष्ठे व्योमस्थः कुक्कुटासनः.
Now from Padmasana, rise up onto your knees. Place your hands in such a way that the fingers are pointing towards your body. Now bend the elbows and bring them towards your navel. Lean forward, find balance and lift your legs off the ground. With your legs in Padmasana, visualize Swamiji in Baddhakikyasana.
धरामवष्टभ्यकरद्वयेन तत्कूर्परिस्थापिता नाभिपार्श्वः उच्चासनो दण्डवदुत्तितर्के मायूरमेतत् प्रवदन्ति पीठं मयूरं पद्मकं कुर्यात् बद्धकेकीति कथ्यते.
Now extend your legs back into Mayurasana. From the kneeling position, lean your navel onto your elbows and lift your legs up straight as you visualize yourself as a peacock in Mayurasana.
अथ वक्ष्ये महादेव मयूरासनमुत्तमं भूमौ निपात्य हस्तौ द्वौ कूर्परोपरि देहकम्.
Now relax. Lay down on your stomach. After intensely engaging the muscles of your body, interlock your fingers around your neck. Place your forehead on the ground. Turn your feet outwards so the toes are pointing to the side and the heels are touching the ground. Visualize yourself as a crocodile in Makarasana.
अध्यासशेते हृदयं निधाय भूमौ च पादौ च प्रसार्यमानो शिरश्च धृत्वा करदण्डयुग्मे देहाग्निकारं मकरासनं तत्.
Now keep your hands at the side of your shoulders and raise your legs off the ground. Engage your lower back as you visualize yourself as a locust in Shalabhasana.
अध्यासशेते करयुग्मवक्षो भूमिमवष्टभ्य करयोस्तलाभ्यां पादौ च शून्ये च वितस्ति चोर्ध्वं वदन्ति पीठं शलभं मुनीन्द्राः.
Next, bend your knees and hold onto the feet with your hands, pulling your feet outside of the hips onto the ground as low as possible. Visualize yourself as a camel in Ushtrasana.
अध्यासशेते पदयुग्मव्यस्तं पृष्ठे निधायापि धृतं कराभ्याम् आकुञ्चयेत् सम्यक् उदरास्य गाढमुष्ट्रं च पीठं योगिनो वदन्ति.
Now, as you hold onto the feet, kick your legs back and up and raise your head and chest. Bend your back and gaze up. Visualize yourself as Lord Shiva's bow in Dhanurasana.
प्रसार्य पादौ भुवि दण्डरूपौ करौ च पृष्ठे धृतपादयुग्मं कृत्वा धनुस्तुल्यविवर्तिताङ्गं निगद्य योगी धनुरासनं तत्.
Now lower your body down. Rise up and come to a comfortable kneeling position. Keep your heels outside the hips with the toes touching behind your back. Keep your hands on your knees or on your thighs. Gaze upwards towards your third eye. And breathe deeply through your nose. Lead the prana along your spine in Sahaja Kumbhaka. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Bhagasana.
उल्टा मोड़ी पावदो वैसे बहुरो जुगति करे एक ऐसे पावन महिला गुल्पज होवु कुलापाशितीला वेसोवु.
Now lean forward and down. Bring your forearms to the ground, elbows shoulder width apart. As we get ready for another inverted posture, interlock your fingers and place your head on the mat, supported with your hands. Raise your hips up, straighten your legs, walk them forward and lift your legs off the ground. Stay in a position with your legs bent. Pull your knees in towards your chest. Pull your knees in towards your chest. As you gaze to the tip of the nose, visualize Swamiji in Gohi Asana.
दोवो हाथ की कहुनी जोजी पनिह कलाई जाने दोजी.
From Gohi Asana, now extend your legs up straight into Shirshasana, the headstand posture. Find inner stability. As you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Shirshasana.
विपरीतं मण्डलं च द्विधैव विदितं हिनः दण्डासनं द्विधा प्रोक्तं
Now
विपरीतोपवेशने.
gently lower your legs down. Bring your legs to the front. Extend it forward. As we get ready for a sequence of intense exhalations. In Bhastrika Kumbhaka, pull your abdomen inwards and push the air out like the bellows of a blacksmith again and again. In Bhastrika Kumbhaka, we are going to perform this Kumbhaka throughout the next few asanas, starting off with Bodhi Asana. Hold onto your calves and then raise your legs up. Try to bring them as vertical in front of your face as possible. As you visualize Swamiji in your inner space, hold this position. Engage your core.
दोवो हाथ पग बाहर आने गोड़ा तरे का कसी ठाने अंगुष्ठ पिंडली लगता
Now
धरे
bring your
चरण
hands
उभे
behind your
आकाश
back.
दिसी करे
Hold on to opposite shoulders with your hands as you gaze to your third eye. Exhale rapidly and visualize yourself as a mace in Parikasana. Intensely work your core.
उत्तान शयनं कृत्वा पादौ मिलित्वा प्रसार्य नितम्बं भूमौ
Now bring your
स्पृष्ट्वा
hands to the
हस्ताभ्यां
front,
कन्दरां
parallel to the
बद्ध्वा
ground, with the legs raised at 45-degree angle. Gaze to your third eye and visualize yourself as a boat in Naukasana. Keep going, we're almost there. Keep your core engaged.
उत्तान शयनं कूर्पराभ्यां भूमिं वष्टभ्य
Now
हस्तौ
separate
नितम्बं
your knees
निधाय
and bring the soles of the feet together. Pull your feet in towards your chest as you scoop your hands below. Keep breathing rapidly as you visualize yourself as Lord Rudra. Gaze to the tip of the nose in Rudrasana.
पगदली संपूट करी हाथस्य उपक उचाजी पगा का अंगूठा दो बोले वो
Now
परनी का
relax.
नीतालवे
Place your feet flat on the ground as you lay down on your back. Keep your knees raised and place your palms on the ground just behind the heels. Push your hips up high off the ground. Lock your perineum and lock your throat in the Mula Bandha and the Jalandhara Bandha. Push the air upwards against the throat lock. Prevent it from escaping your body in Murcha Kumbhaka. Push the prana upwards as you gaze to your nose and visualize Swamiji in Unmukha Pitasana too.
ऊर्ध्वे च जानुनी कृत्वा शवित्वोर्ध्वमुखं तथा उत्थाप्य हस्तौ तिष्ठेत्तु पीठ उन्मुखनामके
Now lay down on your back. Keep your hands flat at the side of your body with your palms facing up. Unclutch from any micro movements of the body and the mind. Be completely still in your body. Feel the Kundalini Shakti rising up along your spine in Shakti Charan Mudra from the Muladhara Chakra all the way to the Sahasrara, from the root center to the top of your head to the ground center. Visualize your body is dead. And Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, is liberating you. Internally chant the Mahavakya Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham in Shivasana.
उत्तानं शववद्भूमौ शयनं तुषवासनं शवासनं श्रान्तिहरं चित्तविश्रान्तिकारकम्
नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Now, slowly, return to your physical body. Wiggle your fingers and toes, and rotate your wrists and your ankles. Bend and stretch your elbows and knees. Pull the legs up against your chest. Squeeze your body into a ball. And slowly return to a comfortable seated position. Congratulations, you completed the Pratama Vinyasa Krama, the 108 asanas of KAILASA's Nithyananda Yoga. Thank you all for performing this asana sequence today. Let us conclude this ritual of Nithyananda Yoga with the Purna Mantra. Sit straight with your head, neck and spine in a straight line, the hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your chest. Close your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your inner space as we chant together.
ॐ पूर्णमदः पूर्णमिदं पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते ॐ शान्तिः 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 हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु ॐ नित्यानन्दम्.
Now, in deep gratitude to Swamiji, perform the Shashtanga Namaskar. Lie down onto your chest and bring your hands forward in the Namaskara Mudra above your head, surrendering yourself to Swamiji's feet. Hope to see you all again tomorrow for another round of the Pratama Vinyasa Krama.
Step by step into the next set of asanas. So now we are all going to be performing the N Kriya that Bhagavan has revealed for every one of us, which is going to be a combination of various very powerful pranayamas and bandhas. It will be a guided meditation for every one of you. So sit straight and sit comfortably.
First step, a simple, comfortable squatting, sitting straight, and very simple inhaling and exhaling to prepare yourself for the Kriya. Only if you do these 3 steps of preparation, you will be able to enter into the exact Kriya itself. So, close the right nostril with your
Sit straight. Inhale and exhale. Inhale and exhale.
first step. a simple, comfortable squatting, sitting straight, and very simple inhaling and exhaling 11 times just to prepare yourself for the Kriya. Only if you do these 3 steps of preparation, you will be able to enter into the exact Kriya itself. So, close the right nostril with your thumb, right hand thumb. Inhale through left. Once you feel complete, close the left nostril with a middle finger and ring finger and exhale through the right nostril. Simple Nadi Shodhana. Nadi Shodhana means just cleaning the nostrils, cleaning the basic nadis. Do this for 11 times. Inhaling and exhaling. Nothing else. Very simple. Second step, the Bhastrika Pranayama. Please understand. The technical term is Bhastrika. Pull your lower abdomen in and up. Please understand. Don't lift your shoulder. Don't move the whole body. No. No. Just the lower abdomen should be pulled in and up. "21 times. Third step, inhaling as slowly as possible, holding as long as possible, exhaling as slowly as possible, holding the lungs empty without breathing as long as possible. So, this 4 action is one cycle. Like this 21 cycle. This 4 action can be called as one pranayama. So 21 pranayama. This is the third step. All these 3 steps are only preparation for the kriya. Now we are entering into the exact Kriya itself. Now listen the instruction. Thumbs on the ears and the index finger and middle finger on the eyes. The ring finger on the nose. The little finger touches your lips, that's enough. Even if it doesn't touch, it's okay. All 5 senses are in your face itself. Hands are gateway to send or receive pranic energy. Now when you lock your hands on the senses, all the senses are withdrawing inside. The pratyahara happens. Never try to do with the middle finger. If you try to lock the nose with the middle finger, you will lock it more than you can bear. Don't do with middle finger. Do it with ring finger. Thumb on the ears, the index finger and middle finger on the eyes, the ring finger on the nose, and the little finger on the mouth. Stop the breathing flow, inhaling or exhaling completely as much as you can. After a few minutes or a few seconds, you will feel, oh, now I cannot stop anymore. Then just release those 2 ring fingers. For a few seconds, the body will automatically inhale or exhale. Let it do its job. You don't do inhaling or exhaling. Body will automatically balance. Please understand, you do not put your will. When you feel you can't handle anymore, just release. Body will automatically balance itself. So once if you release your nostrils and lock again, it is called 1 pranayama. So this way, 21. It's a 4th step. fifth part. The fifth part is settling with your body, means balancing the body. The settling or balancing can be done by intense humming. 7 minutes. sixth part is 7 times receiving the energy, connecting with the cosmos, sky, and surrendering to the cosmos, earth, becoming part. By the 7 times doing Shakti Dharana. Shakti Dharana means raising your hands towards the sky and visualize the Master's presence and energy intensely landing on you, awakening your Kundalini on the whole body, and bow down to the cosmos, surrender to the cosmos 7 times. The whole thing will take less than 7 minutes. The 7 times of Shakti Dharana. And the last but not least, sit for a few minutes and send an intense, loving, compassionate, blissful vibrations to all over the world with a proper Swasti mantra. Swasti mantra means sending the peace and bliss to the whole world with the ideas like Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. Let the whole world be at peace. Let the whole world be in bliss. Loka Samasta Sukhino Bhavantu. With this beautiful, deep, spiritual feeling and compassion, send the loving, compassionate vibrations to the whole world. Healing vibrations to the whole world. through this initiation, I add Master's grace and blessings to this Kriya and to all of you. With my blessings and the grace of all the great Masters, I initiate all of you. All of you will have. People who are sitting around the world, all of you are initiated. I bless you all with the experience of initiation.
Please bring your hands in front of your heart and let us end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramamashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nityanandam.
Nityanandam, welcome to the Pratama Vinyasa Krama. We are going to perform the 108 asana sequence of KAILASA.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivim, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an
Please sit in a space of deep gratitude. Inhale deeply and exhale. Feel the presence of the Master in your inner space. Feel the presence of Swamiji seated in front of you. Feel the presence of Swamiji in the Guru Padukas, alive, radiating. When you offer the puja, visualize you dropping all of your karmas of lifetimes, your incompletions, unfulfilled desires, patterns. Visualize all of that being liberated by the Guru. Come to a space of deep Guru Bhakti, the feeling connection with the Master. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We request all the Pada Puja participants to declare the following with integrity and authenticity. If you agree to this, please say yes loudly. I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the cosmic energy exists. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally process, understand and declare the truth that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti, the Guru Padukas and the Atmalinga are the Chinmaya Vigrahas, embodiments and representations of that very cosmic energy. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth that whatever I offer during the Pada Puja and Paramashiva Puja will reach the cosmic source of energy directly. Yes, I authentically cognize, which is internally processed, understand and declare the truth of Soham Asmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Yes. Let us now enter into the Pada Puja. We begin with the Sadguru Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to our Guru, our beloved Swamiji. The meaning of the mantra we will now chant is, I surrender to that Sadguru who is the eternal bliss, the bestower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thought processes, who is beyond emotions, and the one who is without the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas and Tamas. Now please take some flowers in your hands and close your eyes. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, where we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I surrender to the lineage of all the enlightened masters, which has Bhagavan Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva as the beginning, Devi Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti as the middle, and my master, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam as the end. Now please take some flowers in your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nityananda Pariyantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next is the offering of the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, where we offer our respects and gratitude to Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Paramashiva. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: the Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the Lord of all beings, who has the sacred musk paste applied on his forehead, who has a glittering stick, who has worn a loin cloth on his glittering hip, who has worn the Datura flower, the king cobra, and a crescent moon on his forehead. That Arunagiri Yogeshwara's presence happens. Now please take some flowers into your hands, place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakrita Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Katikaupi Nasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Phanirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an Udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Vidyatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Om Shivatattvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now at the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, the right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an Udhrani of water. The next mantra is Shuklam Bharadaram. We chant this mantra invoking the energy of Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: I meditate upon the Lord Ganesha, who is clad in white garments, who is all-pervading, who is as bright colored as the moon, who has a smiling, pleasant face, having 4 shoulders and hands, and who is the remover and pacifier of all obstacles. Now please take the akshata, the turmeric mixed rice in your hands, and a flower in your right hand. Keeping both your hands as fists, tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Bharadharam Vishnum Shashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyayet Sarva Vignopashantage. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now keeping the akshata in your right hand, open your little finger, ring finger and your thumb. Inhale through the left nostril while closing your right nostril. Hold your breath for as long as possible and exhale through your right nostril by moving your thumb away. And chant the Samhita mantras while you perform the inhalation, retention and exhalation. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha, Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha, Om Him Tatpurushavatraya Namaha, Om Hum Bhagavadhaya Namaha, Om Him Vamdevuhyaya Namaha, Om Hum Satyojatmurteye Namaha, Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha, Om Him Shirase Namaha, Om Hum Shikaya Namaha, Om Him Kavachaya Namaha, Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha, Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is a sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a conscious resolution in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence itself will simply manifest it as reality. Please close your eyes. Visualize the intention, the sankalpa that you want to keep in your inner space. Visualize your feeling connection with the Master. Visualize anything that you want to happen as reality. Visualize it already happening in your inner space. Now with this intention, keeping the akshata in your left palm, close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on your right thigh. We will now chant the Sankalpa mantra. Om Namopatta Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Prityartham Sri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivaswatamanvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Prathame Pade Jambu Dvipe Bharatavarshe Bharadakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamane Vyavaharike Prabhavadinam Shashtyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye. विश्वावसु नाम संवत्सरे दक्षिणायने लक्ष्मी वेंकटेश्वर ऋतो सिंहमासे कृष्णपक्षे अमावास्यां शुभऋतो स्थिरवासरयुक्तायां मघानक्षत्र परिघयोग किंस्तुग्नकरण एवं गुणविशेषणविशिष्टायाम् अस्यां शुभऋतो श्री कैलासोन्नत द्वादशान्त श्यामलापीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षी सुंदरेश्वराभिन्न स्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्नकुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपान लब्ध दिव्य ज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमाकमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्री चिन्नकाहलादि समस्त बिरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्यापवर्ग वर्ष विश्रान जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपन शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणा नरहार्ह ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद् वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनाम अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्याद्यनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्मासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाणि पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्गपुर स्वर्णपीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महानिधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्यानाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फलपुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्त्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये ओम अपौपस्पृश्य. Wash your hands with an udrani of water. The next is the Ghantanada. Now please take the bell in your left hand and hold it above your heart center and ring the bell as you chant the following mantra. Om Agamarthantu Devanam Gamanarthantu Rakshasam Ghantanadam Karomyado Devata Hvanalanchanam Ghanta Devatabhyo Namaha. The next is the Manasa Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize the meaning of the mantra in your inner space. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: what seed can I offer to the Master except my heart? I offer the gratitude flowing as the nectar to wash his feet and to rinse his mouth. I offer my mind itself as the arghya, the bouquet. To my Master, who is the very cosmos, what clothing can I offer except the space? I offer my very prana, the life energy, as the incense, and I offer the ocean of nectar as the food offering. The principle of unstruck perennial sound is to be offered as the bell, the air as the chamara, the fan, the sahasrara as the umbrella, the principle of sound as the music, and the actions of the senses and the vagaries of the mind as the dance. I offer all the 7 chakras along with the Shushumna Nadi as a flower garland. The different kinds of flowers with which the Guru should be worshipped are the guilelessness, freedom from the ego, freedom from suffering when your desires are not fulfilled, freedom from arrogance, freedom from ignorance, freedom from deceit, freedom from hatred, freedom from agitation, freedom from jealousy and greed. And the Guru should also be worshipped with the flowers of non-violence, mastery over the senses, compassion, forgiveness, and enlightenment. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Kurma Mudra. Close your eyes and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Requesting all the participants to look at the Acharya and perform the Kurma Mudra. Om Hritpadmasanam Dadyat Sahasrarachyutamritaihi Padyam Sharanayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Amritena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Tena Chasmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam prakalpayet pushpam dhupam pranan prakalpayet tejastattvam cha deepartham naivedyam syat sudham buddhihi anahatadhvanir ghanta vayutattvam cha chamaram sahasraram bhavet chhatram shabdatattvam cha geetakam nityamindriya karmani चाञ्चल्यं मनसस्तथा सुमेखलां पद्ममालां पुष्पं नानाविधं तथा अमायाद्यैर्भावपुष्पैः अर्चयेद्भावगोचरम् अमायम् अनहङ्कारम् अरागम् अमदं तथा अमोहकम् अदम्भं च अद्वेषक्षोभकौ तथा अमात्सर्यम् अलोभं च दशपुष्पं विदुर्बुधाः अहिंसा परमं पुष्पं पुष्पमिन्द्रियनिग्रहः दयापुष्पं क्षमापुष्पं ज्ञानपुष्पं च पञ्चमम् इति पञ्चदशैर्भावपुष्पैः सम्पूजयेत् भगवन्तं श्रीनित्यानन्दपरमशिवम्. The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first offering is the Asanam, the offering of seat to the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O the One who resides in all the beings, the One who is the very soul of all beings, I offer this seat to you. I surrender, I surrender. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om Sarvabhutantarasthaya Sarvabhutantaratmane Kalpayamyupaveshartham Asanam Te Namo Namaha. Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, because of being in the everlasting calmness and because of remaining free from the attitude of performing all actions related to the fivefold cosmic function, for a short duration known as the cosmic sleep, Lord Sadashiva is called Shiva by the experts in the mantras and the tantras. Salutations to such Shiva who is the Guru and who is eternally free from the desire and the aspects related to embodiment. Because of his immeasurable greatness and because of his quality of being eternally unborn, this Lord is well placed as Ananta. O the Lord of all gods, O the One whose darshan is awaited by gods for the fulfillment of their desires, welcome, welcome. Today my birth, life, and all deeds are fructified. The fruits of all my tapas is materialized just by welcoming you. Now please take some flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Swagatam Om Shantatvat Sarvakartritvat Bhavo Paratikaranat Shiva Ukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidbhis Sada Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitaragalaya Vai Ameyatvat Anantoyam Majatva Cha Prakirtitaha Yasya Darshanamichanti Deva Swabhishta Siddhaye Tasmai Te Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adya Me Saphalam Janma Jivanam Sapala Kriyaha Swagatam Yatvaya Tanme Tapasam Phalamagatam. Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te. The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water for washing the feet of the Master. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Padyam, that is the water for washing the feet of the Supreme God, the very devotion on whom brings about the ultimate bliss. Now please take the udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Padyam Om Yad Bhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpaye. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Arghya, the offering of the traditional bouquet. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O Maheshwara, please accept this Arghya, this offering of the traditional bouquet, with water to welcome the guest, made of dhruva grass, a bilva leaf, a flower, and a rice pellet, and kept in a beautiful conch. Now please take the conch in your hands and offer the Arghya at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Arghyaha Om Durvakshatasamaayuktam Bilvapatram Tatha Param Shobhanam Shankhapatrastam Grahanargyam Maheshwara Om Hrim Esho Argyaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this auspicious and sin-removing Ganga water offered by me as Achamaniyam, that is the water for mouthwash, offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udhrani of water in your hand and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Achamaniyam Om Mandakinyastu Yadvari Sarvapapaharam Shubham Grihanachamaniyam Tvam Maya Bhaktya Niveditam Om Hrim Idam Achamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Madhuparka, the offering of the nectarine drink. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, for the destruction of all negativities, I offer this Madhuparka, this drink which is full of nectar. Be pleased towards me, O Lord. Now please take the Madhuparka in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Madhuparkaha Om Sarvakalmashanashaya Paripurna Sudhatmakam Madhuparkamimam Deva Kalpayami Prasidame Om Hrim Esha Madhuparkaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swadha. The next offering is Gandhate to you, O healer of all the worlds. You are the purest among all the worlds. Now please take the Gandhatailam, the scented oil in your hands. Om Sneham Grahana Snehena Lokanam Hitakaraka Sarvalokesha Shuddhastvam Dadami Sneham Om Hrim Idam Gandhatailam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Naniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this cool, pure and clear water which is capable of seizing my mind for your sacred bath offered by me with devotion to you. Now please take an udhrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra as ring the bell as you do so. Snaniyam Om Idam Shushitalam Vari Shvacham Shuddham Manoharam Snanartham Te Maya Bhaktya Kalpitam Pratirihyatam Om Hrim Idam Snaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of the sacred cloth. We will now be repeating the meaning of the mantras and the mantras together, requesting all the participants to please sit straight. Sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. And when you chant, chant from your stomach as loudly as you can. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer Vastram,
I offer Vastram,
this cloth offering,
this cloth offering,
to the Master
to the Master,
who removes
who removes
the veil of Maya
the veil of Maya
or illusion.
or illusion,
The Master
the the Master,
who is the true
who is the true
light of enlightenment,
light of enlightenment,
who does not
who does not
have a veil of Maya
have a veil of Maya
and has
and has
the very space
the very space
as the dress.
as the dress.
Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
Vastram
Om
Om
Maya
Maya
Chitra
Chitra
Patachanna
Padachanna
Nija
Nija
Guhyo
Kuhyo
Rutejase
Rute Jase
Niravarana
Niravarana
Vijnaya
Vijnaya
Vasaste
Vasaste
Kalpayamyaham
Kalpayamyaham
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Vastrottariyam
Vastrotarayam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer
I offer
this golden ornament
this golden ornament
to you, Master,
to you, Master,
who,
who,
by the very nature,
by the very nature,
has
has
a very
a very
gracefully
gracefully
beautiful body,
beautiful body,
and
who is
the repository
the repository
of all powers.
of all powers.
May you be pleased.
May you be pleased.
Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
Aparanam
Om
Om
Swabhava
Swabhava
Sundarangaya
Sundarangaya
Nana
Nana
Shaktya
Shaktya
Shrayayate
Shrayayate
Suvarnam
Suvarnam
Bhushanam
Bhushanam
Tubhyam
Tubhyam
Kalpayami
Kalpayami
Prasidame
Prasidame
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Suvarnabharanam
Suvarna Bharanam
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Sri Nithyananda
Paramashivaya
Paramashivaya
Nivedayami.
Nivedayami.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I neither know
I neither know
what your body is,
what your body is,
nor do I know
nor do I know
what your actions are.
what your actions are.
Please accept
Please accept
and smear this
and smear this
sandalwood paste
sandalwood paste
offered by me.
offered by me.
Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Gandhaha
Gandaha
Om
Om
Shariram
Shariram
Tena Janami
Tena Janami
Cheshtam
Cheshtam
Naivacha Naivacha
Naivacha Naivacha
Maya Niveditan
Maya Niveditan
Gandhan
Gandhan
Pratigrihya
Pratigrihya
Vilipyatam
Vilipyatam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Esha Gandhaha
Esha Gandhaha
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: please accept
Please accept
these blissfully
these blissfully
fragrant,
fragrant,
different kinds of flowers
different kinds of flowers
which are taken
which are taken
from the forest of Turiya,
from the forest of Turiya,
that is, the space of
the space of
ultimate restful awareness.
ultimate restful awareness.
Now please take some flowers, smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam
Pushpam
Om
Om
Turiyavana
Turiyavana
Sampannam
Sampannam
Nana
Nana
Gunamanoharam
Gunamanoharam
Ananda
Ananda
Saurabham
Saurabham
Pushpam
Pushpam
Grihyatam
Grihyatam
Idamuttamam
Idamuttamam
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sachandana Pushpani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: I offer you,
I offer you,
O God of all gods,
O God of all gods,
this holy Bilva leaf
this holy Bilva leaf,
in which dwells
in which dwells
the goddess of richness,
the goddess of richness,
and which is
and which is
so much loved
so much loved
by Lord Shiva.
by Lord Shiva.
Now please take the Bilva leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Om
Om
Amritodbhavam
Amritodbhavam
Shri Vriksham
Shri Vriksham
Shankarasya
Shankarasya
Sada Priyam
Sada Priyam
Bilva Patram
Bilva Patram
Prayachami
Prayachami
Pavitram Te
Pavitram Te
Sureshwara
Sureshwara
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Etani
Etani
Sachandana
Sachandana
Bilva Patrani
Bilva Patrani
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Shri Nityananda
Paramashivaya Vaushate.
Paramashivaya Vaushat.
The next offering is Tulasi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: let this offering
Let this offering
of Tulsi leaf
of Tulasi leaf
be unto the
be unto the
Supreme Soul
Supreme Soul
who
who has
unlimited forms
unlimited forms
and who is
and who is
the bestower
the bestower
of all boons.
of all boons.
Now please take the Tulsi leaf smeared with sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram.
Om
Om
Namaste
Namaste
Bahurupaya
Bahurupaya
Varadamurtage
Varadamurtaye
Paramatmane
Paramatmane
Swaha
Swaha.
Om
Om
Hrim
Hrim
Idam
Idam
Sachandana
Sachandana
Tulasi Patram
Tulasi Patram
Sarvadeva Devi
Sarvadeva Devi
Swarupaya
Swarupaya
Bhagavate
Bhagavate
Sri Nityananda
Sri Nityananda
Paramashivaya Namaha.
Paramashivaya Namaha.
We will be continuing with the repetition from tomorrow. The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, this incense smoke is made of the sacred herbs of intoxicating fragrance. Please accept this incense smoke fit to be inhaled by all the devas. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Dhupaha Om Vanaspatiraso Divyo Gandhadhyassu Manoharaha Agreyas Sarvadevanam Dhupoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim Esha Dhupaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, please accept this light of inner and outer worlds, which is very bright and removes darkness from everywhere. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Deepaha Om Suprakasho Mahadipaha Sarvatastimiراpaha Sabāhyābhyantara Jyotirdeepoyam Pratigrihyatam Om Hrim Esha Deepaha Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of the food. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, these different kinds of food offerings are prepared from sweetener and other ingredients. O Lord, please accept this food offering prepared by me with devotion. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Naivedyam Om Naivedyam Vividham Deva Sharkaradi Vinirmitam Maya Niveditam Bhaktya Grahana Parameshwara Om Hrim Idam Shopakarna Naivedyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Nivedayami. The next offering is Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, O God, the Lord of all demigods, the one who bestows deep fulfillment upon us, please accept this water full of infinite bliss. Now please take an udrani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Paniyam Om Samastadeva Devesha Sarvatriptikaram Param Akhandananda Sampurnam Grahana Jalamuttamam Om Hrim Idam Panarthodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is, I offer this water for washing the hands and the mouth to you, whose mere remembrance purifies everybody. Now please take an udharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam Om Uchishtamapya Yasya Smaranamatratah Shuddhimapnoti Tasmai Te Punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Swaha. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to the Master. Now please take the lit camphor in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Aratrikam Om Hrim Esha Deepamala Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Sri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha. Om Sangrahanyeshtya Jate Imam Janatagum Sangrinhaniti Dwadasharatni Rashana Bhavati Dwadashasa Samvatsaraha Samvatsarameva Varunde Maunji Bhavati Urgvai Munjaaha Urjameva Varunde Chitra Nakshatram Bhavati Chitram va etat karma Karpura Gauram Karunavataram Samsarasaram Bhujagendraharam Sada Vasantam Hridayaravinде Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Sahitam Namami. Aratrikam Samarpayami Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleebhyo Namaha. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. The meaning of the mantra we are now going to chant is: Guru is the Brahma, who is the source of creation of the universe, Vishnu, who is the source of sustenance of the universe, and Shiva, who is the rejuvenation of the universe. I surrender to that Guru. Guru is all the three put together in a single form. I surrender to the Guru, who is omnipresent and who has also given me a glimpse of his experience. I surrender to the Guru, who has with the brush of wisdom opened my eyes, blinded by ignorance. I surrender to the Guru, who by giving the knowledge about the self has burnt my karmic baggage of so many births. I surrender to the Guru, who is the Lord of the cosmos, who is the Guru of the cosmos. My soul is the same soul which is in all the beings. I surrender to Dakshinamurti, the primal Guru, who manifests himself differently in the form of Ishvara, Tower of supreme happiness, the one who is the embodiment of wisdom, who is beyond duality, who is omnipresent, to whom the supreme goal is giving the enlightenment experience, who is eternal, pure, and unshakable, who is the silent spectator of all thoughts, and who is beyond emotions, and who is beyond the three qualities called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. Now please take a few flowers in your hands and close your eyes till the end of the mantra, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjalihi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwaraha Guru Sakshat Param Brahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Akhanda Mandala Karam Vyaptam Yena Characharam Tatpadam Darshitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Ajnanatimirandhasya Jnananjanashalakaya Chakshurunmilitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Aneka Janma Samprapta Karma Bandha Vidahine Atmajnana Pradhanena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Mannatha Shri Jagannatho Madguru Shri Jagadguruho Mamatma Sarvabhutatma तस्मै श्रीगुरवे नमः। ईश्वरो गुरुरात्मेति मूर्तिभेदविभागिने व्योमवद्व्याप्तदेहाय दक्षिणामूर्तये नमः। नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि। पुष्पाञ्जलिं समर्पयामि भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव चरणकमलेभ्यो नमः। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्। We will now be beginning with the Paramashiva Puja. The first is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Swadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Vidyadatvam Shodhayami Swadha, Om Shivadatvam Shodhayami Swadha. Now with the base of the right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your right hand ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, your right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Sakalikaranam, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva inside our own body. Please close your eyes. Visualize Bhagavan Paramashiva's energy radiating throughout your body. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your inner space. We will now be invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva in every part of our body, filling us with the space of Sohamasmi, that even when I worship, I am Him. Now, using your left hand, wipe the front and back side of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back side of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in a Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shaktaye Vaushate. Now keeping your palms together, bring your thumbs to the center of your palms. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now with the tips of your thumbs, touch the tip of your little finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your little finger. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. With the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your ring finger and move your thumbs down towards the base of your ring finger. Om Him Vamadevuhyaya Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Agora Hridayaya Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Him Tat Purushavakraya Namaha. Now your thumbs. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. Now bring your palms in front of you. Bring your thumbs touching the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. Now bend your index, middle and ring fingers such that they touch the center of your palms. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now bend your thumbs inwards and now with the tip of your thumbs, touch the tip of your lip. Murtaye Namaha. Now your ring finger. Om Him Shirase Namaha. Now your middle finger. Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha. Now your index finger. Om Haim Kavachaya Namaha. Now with the base of your index finger, now your thumbs. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands into the Mushti Mudra and roll them around each other once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now bend your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Now with the right hand, ring finger and thumb joined together, touch Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha. Now keeping your thumbs and little finger together, touch your respective knees. Om Ham Satyojatamurtaye Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center. Om Him Vamadeva Guhyaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center. Om Hum Agorahridaya Namaha. Now with your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lip. Om Him Tatpurushavaktraya Namaha. Now with the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead. Om Hom Ishanamurdhaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Vidyadehaya Namaha. With the tip of your right hand index, middle and ring finger, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively. Om Hom Netrebhyo Namaha. Now with the right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Ananda Gandha. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center. Om Ham Mridayaya Namaha. With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your head. Om Him Shirase Swaha. With the right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch the back of your head. Om Hum Shikhaye Vaushate. Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest, keeping your index finger in form of a hook, and uncross your arms, moving them around of your head and bringing them till your chest. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now strike your right thumb onto your left palm and the left thumb onto your right palm. Om Hastaya Bate. Now with your right hand, index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice. Om Hastraya Humpate. Using your right hand, index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around you, the 8 directions and down and up. Om Hastraya Pate. Now move your hands from the head to the toes, touching the sides of your body. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. The next is Samanya Arghya Stapana, energizing the water with which you worship Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood paste into the water in the Panchapatram. Cover the mouth of the Panchapatram with your palm and chant Om 7 times internally. Om, 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 Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb around the Panchapatram in all the 10 directions. Om Hastraya Pate. Now keeping your right hand in the Avakuntana Mudra, rotate your index finger around the Panchapatram once. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Now show the Dhenu Mudra to the water in the Panchapatram. Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Next, we'll be entering into the Avahana, invoking Bhagavan Paramashiva into our Atmalinga. Now offer a flower to your Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasanaya Namaha. Now please take some flowers in your hands and place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, and we will now be chanting the Dhyana Shloka, meditating on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva in your inner space. Lalate Tripundri Nitilakೃತ Kasturi Tilakaha Spuranmala Spurita Kadikaupi Navasanaha Dadhano Dustaram Shirasi Panirajam Shashikalam Pradipas Sarvesham Arunagiri Yogi Vijayate Indhuni Papanchamukha Hastadashayuktam Shulmrigatankama Sivajrama Bayam Syat Pashavaradankushamanijwalanavame Shvetakamalasana Sadashivaswarupam Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Dhyayami Avahayami. Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva into your Atmalinga. Request him to receive all of your offerings. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Ityavahana Mudram Pradarshya. Turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Bring your hands into fists parallel to each other. Sannidhana. Now place your thumbs inside of your fists. Nishthura Mudram Pradarshya. Now interlace your fingers inwards and clasp your hands, keeping your thumbs out. Astraya Humphat Iti Kalakanthi Mudram Pradarshya. Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha Iti Linga Mudram. Now bring your hands in the Namaskara Mudra. Namaskara Mudram. Now rotate your right hand, index finger around your Atmalinga in a clockwise manner. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Iti Avakunthana Mudram Japradarshya. Now we will be entering into the Upachara Puja. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it at Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Asanam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Padyam, Argyam and Achamaniyam. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram while chanting the mantra. Om Ham Shivaya Swaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Padyachamanargyam Dattva. The next offering is Naniyam, the sacred bath for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take the water in your hands and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva as you chant the following mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Snanam Samarpayami. Now please take an udrani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Svadha Snananantaram Achamaniyam Samarpayami. The next offering is Vastram, the offering of fresh clothes to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Vastre Yajnopavita Uttari Abharanartham Akshatan Samarpayami. The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand ring finger and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. On top of the sandalwood paste, please offer the kumkum at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Gandhan Dharayami. गन्धस्योपरि हरिद्रा कुङ्कुमं समर्पयामि. The next offering is Ashtapushpa Puja, the offering of flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take some flowers in your hands and offer the flowers to Bhagavan Paramashiva each time the word Namaha is chanted. Om Bhavaya Devaya Namaha, Om Bhavasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Sharvaya Devaya Namaha, Om Sharvasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha, Om Ishanasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Pashupate Devaya Namaha, Om Pashupate Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Ugraya Devaya Namaha, Om Ugrasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha, Om Rudrasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha, Om Bhimasya Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Hater Devaya Namaha, Om Hatto Devasya Patne Namaha, Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha, Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Ashtapushpa Pujam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Bilva Patram, the offering of the Bilva leaf. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear the sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha, Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Bilva Patram Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Dhupa, the offering of incense to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please offer a flower on the bell. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now sprinkle some water on the incense stick stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Now offer a flower on the incense stick stand. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Dhupam Agrapayami. Now please take an uddarani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Deepa, the offering of lamp, offering of the lit lamp for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Deepa. Om Hastra Yapate. Offer a flower on the Deepa. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Deepam Darshayami. Now please take an uddarani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food for Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastra Yapate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take an uddarani of water and hover it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the uddarani of water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Naivedyam Nivedayami. Now please take an uddarani of water and show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next offering is Tambulam, the offering of beetle leaves. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Tambulam Samarpayami. The next offering is Aratrikam, the offering of Arati to Bhagavan Paramashiva and Paramashiva Shakti. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hastra Yapate. Please offer a flower on the Karpura Arati plate. Om Hamridaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpura Arati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta, Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha, Karpura Nirajanam Sandarshayami. Now please take a flower in your hands and hover it clockwise over the flame and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Rakshandharayami. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata in your folded hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha Sri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Sri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha Pushpanjalim Samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra. Now please hold the Yajnopavita with your right hand and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Moola Mantra Japa. Please close your eyes and chant the Shiva Moola Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana. Now please take some flowers, durva grass and akshata into your right hand. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha Om Haim Kavachaya Hum Om Ham Shivaya Vaushate. Now please keep your hands in Dodbhava Mudra and pour some Samanya Arghya water on your hand and let the water flow through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Yat Kinchit Karma Devesha Sada Sukrita Dushkritam Tanme Shivabadasthasya Bhunkshakshabaya Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Bhokta Shiva Sarvam Idam Jagate Shivo Yadati Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tvachanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Now keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udhrani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm each time the word Svadha is chanted. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Now with the base of your right hand thumb, wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index, middle and ring fingers, touch above the upper lip and below the lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your right hand index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with an udhrani of water. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. Wash your hands with an udrini of water. Let us now offer our gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and end with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamadav Purnamidam Purnat Purnam Dachyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shantihi Harihi Om Tatsat Sarvam Bhagavat Sri Nityananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nityanandam.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is
in Bhagavad Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse. चितात्मन प्रशांतस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the Supreme is already reached. Such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued is self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered, whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sugha or Dukkha attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason. How I am responding to it. Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. In one day, you will master cold. Cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do panchatapas, make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat, and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start from inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita, equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing, I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, see, today you try with a cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do Panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four does not have an independent life over you other than your will support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, there is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool. Asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this 4 process. In such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha, centered on pure unclutching. See, We are responsible for making Krishna alive. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? And pleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I will go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel, the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I will sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold. And see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I will fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I will go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with Raghupati Yogi, I will take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If you want to fight with Kuppammal, I will take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way when I want to experience that pleasantness, I will take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me and fan him. And there is a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, and the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies. But he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna? You came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's I think 1000-page book. In Bengali verse form, I can repeat the whole thing by heart. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Vanja Kalpataru, Jai Jai Bhagavan Jagatir Guru, Jai Jai Ramakrishna Ishtagoshtikan, Jai Jai. It goes. Sobaya Sarani Renu Mageye Adam. We just have the book I can repeat the whole 1000 page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best thing with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali, reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000 page. At least next 2 months, I will feel that I am in that heaven and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is the whole, his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God, and that sweetness, it's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of Bhava Samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your Bhava Samadhi will not stay with you. Only the Nirvikalpa Samadhis will stay with you. Less than Nirvikalpa Samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. The English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti. And same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Sakta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi, Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it is a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandanandji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. So all this Bhava Samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi or be in Bhava Samadhi with a person who is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is Bhava Samadhi. In the beginning, Bhava Samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I am not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways. Helping people. I really wanted this kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you, how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are all the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars, even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys, all our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. One of the main reason for my success, standing throughout the scandals and rumors, is this samyama. This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all four of them do not have life without your will supporting them. Is the essence. The one who has subdued his self made of tough patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the Mana, Apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that Mana, Apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies. Worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Sri Krishna is revealing some of the mystical secrets. How various divine energies come into existence, how by connecting with them, your expansion is possible. Please understand, one example I wanted to give. Brahma, in Hindu stories, Hindu Purana, Brahma becomes egoistic. So, Shiva's extension comes out as Kala Bhairava and cuts Brahma's head, removes the ego of Brahma and makes Brahma enlightened. This action, Shiva's energy coming out and removing the ego of Brahma and making him enlightened, this action becomes Kala Bhairava. So when you connect with Kala Bhairava and start worshipping the divine energy called Kala Bhairava, he removes your ego also and gives you enlightenment. Same way, Veerabhadra, Shiva's energy expanded and destroyed the collective negativity of Daksha, which causes suffering for himself and for others. Many times, your pain body becomes so strong, knowingly you cause suffering to you and to others. Even though you know you are causing suffering to you and to others, but the pain pattern is so strong, you can't escape. I can see very clearly. So many people, they know if they are out of me, if they are away from me, they are going to create suffering for themselves. But their ego, arrogance is so strong, they can't live. They can't live around me. I have seen so many times, even devotees, they know if they listen to my teachings and live, they will be out of their sufferings and torture they are doing to themselves and to others. But they don't want. Daksha represents the negativity which causes suffering to yourself and to others. Shiva's energy which came out and destroyed the Daksha's negativity is Veerabhadra. Understand? Veerabhadra did not kill Daksha. He gave life back to Daksha. So this energy which destroys your negativity of giving suffering to yourself and to others is called Veerabhadra. If you connect with this divine energy and pray, feel connected, you will see in you also the pain body, the patterns which create suffering for yourself and others will be destroyed. It's a beautiful verse. Evam bahuvitaha yajnaha vitata brahmano mukhe karmajan viddidan sarvan evam jnatva vimokshase. Thus, worship of the divine energies is performed in various ways. In the beginning of expansion, understand that all of them originate in actions. Knowing this, you will be liberated. Same way, if you are frozen, closed, then start connecting with Krishna, who is doing Rasa Leela, who just opened himself to the whole universe. Understand? Krishna's Rasa Leela did not happen just with Gopikas. It happened with the plants, trees, rocks, Yamuna, whole thing. And the Purnima Chandra, the full moon, with whole, he had Rasa Leela. His Rasa Leela was enjoyed by the whole existence. Gopikas were also happened to be there, that's all. It was not concentrated towards Gopikas. It was with the whole. So if you are frozen, having the sickening suffocation, many times people do have this sickening suffocation. Come on, then expand. It is time. You meditate on Rasa Leela Krishna. So each action of divine, each action of an incarnation becomes independent energy by itself. Shiva's one action, cutting Brahma's head and giving him enlightenment, it became an independent energy called Kala Bhairava. Shiva's one action of killing the negativity of Daksha and liberating him from negativity and negative patterns, became independent divine energy called Veerabhadra. Shiva's one action of teaching in silence to Sanagadi rishis and giving them enlightenment becomes Dakshinamurti. Just each action of divine becomes one form, one energy. Understand? When Shiva assumed the body and married Meenakshi and ruled this Pandya kingdom, he became Sundara Pandya. That action became an independent energy of Sundara Pandya. Just yesterday, I was reading the Akashic records, the night. I verified again and again. Earlier when I was seeing, I felt he has taken 3 bodies. Yesterday I saw he has taken more than 11 bodies. Only to play in and around Madurai. Please understand, in this way, no other geographical place is equivalent to Madurai. Where Shiva has taken 11 bodies to play just in Madurai. See, in one body he has played in many places. That record is there. When he assumed one body, he has gone to many places and did his leelas. In one body, doing leelas in 11 places, there are enough records. But 11 bodies to do leelas in one place, only in Madurai's history, the record is there. More than 11 bodies he has assumed at different times to play the leelas. The leela he performed, the first body he assumed to perform the leelas in Madurai is marrying Meenakshi. To marry Meenakshi and all the leelas related to that time, marrying Meenakshi and bringing Vaigai to Madurai, all those leelas were performed in one body. That body is directly under the Sundareshwara's linga. In the main Garbha Mandir, under the Sundareshwara linga, that body is resting. It is there in Jiva Samadhi. And second, he has assumed one more body to build embankment for Vaigai river and converting all the foxes into horse to save his disciple Manikyavasagar. All those leelas, around 40 years he was in that body and performed many leelas. That body is resting in our property near Dinamani Takis. There is a place in Madurai, near Dinamani Takis, there is a Samadhi inside Madurai Adinam property. It is called Sundaranar Samadhi. And Sundarananda's Jiva Samadhi, people used to think it is one of the 18 Siddhas. It is not one of the, of course, it is one in the 18, but Shiva himself assumed the human body and performed. 40 years he was in that body. That body is resting in Madurai. The place Dinamani Takis, opposite to that Takis, there is a property, belongs to Madurai Adinam property. There he is resting. And the third body, which he assumed to give sugar cane to stone elephant, and stone elephant ate that sugar cane. For that leela, he assumed one more body that is there inside the temple under the samadhi of, under the shrine of Ellamalla Sittar. Under his murti, that third body is there. Still, I am not able to trace the other places of the remaining 8 bodies. I could see cosmically where are they, but in the Madurai map I am not able to pinpoint where the remaining 8 bodies are. Soon I will study the Madurai map and overlap my cosmic map on Madurai map and give you guys the exact points where the bodies he assumed are resting and radiating. I tell you, if you see from this angle, no other place, even in Kailash, is only one body is resting. There are 1 lakh enlightened beings' bodies are resting. That is different. But his own, the body which he used, only one body is resting. In Varanasi, 2 bodies are resting. Even in Thiruvannamalai, only one body, Arunagiri Yogeshwara's body, only is resting. I was shocked when I read yesterday the Akashic records. 11 bodies he has assumed. I tell you, Madurai was his honeymoon place. It was his favorite. Somehow, Madurai people had a very close, hearty connection with Mahadeva. Even for small things, he will assume a body. Come here and play. This was the place where he was very playful and joyful, without any of the so-called social laws, regulations, rules, and the dharma which he himself created. Here, he has broken the laws he created as per the planets. He has changed the planets for Madurai people. He has changed the teachings for Madurai people. He has changed the social laws for Madurai people. He has broken all the moral rules for Madurai people. He has done everything possible. Socially accepted, unaccepted, legal, illegal, dharmic, adharmic. In which Shastra it is dharmic? You convert the wolves into horses and sell them, and after you sell and go away, all that fellows, they become overnight, they become again wolf and bite and kill all the remaining horses who are there. And that poor king is now pauper. In which dharma it is accepted? In which Shastra it is accepted? He has done everything. Everything possible. He comes down as a worker for the old lady, saying that, see, once there was a flood, huge flood in Vaigai river, and king ordered all the citizens of Madurai should take up one portion and cover it with mud and build an embankment. So all of them have taken up one portion. One old lady, Vandi, her job is that making idli and puttu. Puttu is those days breakfast. She will make all this and sell for people. Still now, in Madurai it is a very popular business. Go out in the night, you will see hundreds of shops. The outside street, they will be making these idlis and selling, breakfast and selling. It is still their tradition. Now it is called Kushbu idli. In those days, it's a tradition of Vandi. So she used to make this pittu and sell. Those days breakfast. She did not get anybody to cover her portion, and she herself can't do. She is too old. She prays to Sundareshwara. This whole city, still now, any problem, the only person they turn to is Sundareshwara. They don't trust anybody else. They just turn towards Sundareshwara. And she is the old lady. She can't get a worker to fill her portion, to do her job. She turns towards Sundareshwara. Oh Chokanada, Sundareshwara. This guy could have just one thought, the whole Vaigai would have built, add embankment automatically. He does not do that. He comes down, assuming human body and bargaining with that lady. You should give me the pittu as much as I want. but I will work only for 3 hours. He says, I will work only for 2 jama. Sorry, 2 muhurta. 1 muhurta is 1.5 hours. I will work only for 2 muhurta, but you should give me as much as I want. This poor lady, she doesn't have anybody else. So she says, all right, go ahead. You can see what is puttu. Come on, show me. This is puttu. Those days breakfast. So she doesn't have anybody else. So no other option. She accepts the bargain. This fellow finally finishes eating everything she cooked. After that, it doesn't work. He goes there and lies down in that bed. So he goes and lies down in the banks of Vaigai. I also traced the palace he had in Vaigai. Just in between, the mid of the water, he had a palace where he used to drink with that, all the bhutas. He was not a womanizer. He used to drink and gamble. He will have all these bhutas around and they will play the dice. He will gamble with them. Finally, what is there? Finally, he will cheat all of them. And he was not a womanizer, but he was used to drink and gamble. Anyhow, so he went and lie down in the bank of Vaigai. King comes in the evening to see whether the embankment work is done. He sees all parts have been covered except his portion, the Vandi's portion. King got very annoyed and asked whose portion it is. They said this is Vandi, old lady's portion. He asked, naturally she won't be able to do. Who is doing for her? They showed this guy has been employed by her, but from morning he is not doing anything, he is just lying there. So king calls him and asks, who are you? This fellow says, who are you to ask me this? King says, I am the king of this Madurai. He says, that is the way so many people are thinking, but actually I am the king. There was a strong argument. Finally, king was very angry and he took his sengol, the golden staff with which he rules the country, and gave a strong blow in the back of Sundareshwara. When that beating fell on Sundareshwara, when that stick fell on the Sundareshwara, at that same moment he showed to the king, he is the Antaryami, he is the indweller of every being, cosmos. So the whole world, whole universe, including himself, had that beating. The whole cosmos, including the king, had the mark of that golden staff, scepter, golden scepter's mark. And king was shocked. There he sees Sundareshwara standing with Meenakshi and smiling. King realized who came to play in the form of a worker, and he fell at the feet of Sundareshwara, asked him to apologize. Then Sundareshwara says, just because of Vandi's feeling connection, to please her, to eat her food, to enjoy her puttu, breakfast, I came and I enjoyed. He liberated, he gives enlightenment to Vandi and blesses the king and disappears. Till the end, he has not done his job. He did not do the job of building the embankment to the Vaigai. Casual leelas, not one or two, 64 leelas God. I know for sure he would have done at least 64,000. And Paranjodi Munivar, the compiler, was able to collect only 64, representing all the 64,000s of Leelas. The body with which he has performed this Leela, especially blessing the Vandi and converting the wolves into horses, foxes into horses, that season, around 40 years, he has performed some more Leelas. That body was used by him for 40 years. That body is resting in Madurai Adinam's property. I have taken the blessings of the 292nd Guruma Sannidhanam to build that into a beautiful, huge temple. You can see the scene of Sundareshwara and eating the puttu of Vandi, the old lady. When I remember, God, this very land, he has taken 11 bodies and walked. These very roads, he would have walked and sold the firewood. These very roads, he has walked and sold bangles. This very road, he walked and sold diamonds. I am really going crazy. This very Vaigai, he created this very Vaigai. He himself came and built embankment, at least acted as building embankment. Each action divine energy performs becomes one independent entity. If you connect with that energy, he gives you the same blessing. Understand? Sundareshwara is the energy of Leela, playfulness. Ask him whatever you want. He has broken all the rules. See, there is a law. Only a human body can radiate enlightenment, experience enlightenment. He has broken everything. He has given enlightenment to pigs. He has given enlightenment to bird. He has given enlightenment to cuckoo. He has given enlightenment to swan. Everyone can be assured. He has given enlightenment to pigs. What a Leela. Sundareshwara. Bhagavan
Today, in this chapter, Krishna shows his cosmic form to Arjuna, gives him the experience of universal consciousness. First time, Arjuna is experiencing it. From the beginning, from first chapter, he is only hearing. Again and again he is hearing. Yesterday he heard the complete, full expression. He says, Krishna declares how he is present in every level, how he is in every way. He says, among the rishis, I am Narada. Whatever is best, I shine in that. Yesterday we heard all that declaration by Arjuna. Today, he proves it by giving the experience to Arjuna, solid experience to Arjuna. See, the difference between enlightened man and egoistic man is only one thing. Egoistic man also declares, but enlightened man can give experience. Hiranyakasipu was thinking he was God, and not only he was thinking, he was telling all his citizens to chant his name. All of them are supposed to chant his name. Hiranyaya Namaha. They have to sit and repeat his name. Hiranya was also claiming he is God. Krishna also claims he is God. But what is the difference? Hiranya cannot give that experience. He will tell, either believe I am God or I will kill you. Either believe I am God or I will kill you. He can show, he can threaten people and make them believe what he says. Or he believes people believe in what he says, that's all. Hiranya also says he is God. Krishna also says he is God. But Krishna can give experience of that universal consciousness to beings. That is where an enlightened being and an egoistic being, both of them differ. How to find out whether somebody is enlightened or just egoistic? This is the scale. This is the scale. If he can give experience, if he can play with energy, then whatever comes through him, comes from him, is truth. Here, Krishna shows very clearly, he is everything. One beautiful chapter. This whole chapter, such wonderful chapter. In Bhagavata there is a beautiful sloka. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam kavibiridinam kalmashavakam Shravana Mangalam Srimadadadam Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. This is Gopika Gitam. Gopis, they sing, O Krishna, Tavakatamritam means your words and words about you. Katamritam. Words of immortality, words of nectar. Your words and words about you. On you and by you. Both Tapta Jivanam, Kavibiriditam, Kalmashavagam, Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam. Shravana Mangalam, just by listening, it creates auspiciousness in us. Shravana Mangalam, Srimadadatam, Bhuvigrunandide Buridajana. It is worshipped or expressed as the highest thing by the great rishis or by the great people, the people who experienced you. They again and again and again feel the joy by speaking about you, by repeating your words. Tavakatamritam tapta jivanam. They just rejuvenate our whole being. Kavivirididam kalmashabagam. Shravana mangalam srimadadatam. Just by listening, it transports us to a different plane. If we fall in love with Krishna, if we have really started enjoying his words, this is the chapter to enjoy. Here, he is not giving any teaching, no teachings. This whole chapter, practically no teachings is given. He doesn't say do this, do that, be like this, be like that. No. All the intellectual stuff is over. All do's and don'ts are over. The vidhi and nisheda is over. No more vidhi, no more nisheda. Straight away gives experience. He shows very clearly, I am everything. He shows clearly, Krishna explains, not explains, he just gives the experience. of ultimate universal consciousness. He shows very clearly how he is present in the whole universe, and Arjuna experiences the whole universal consciousness. This whole chapter is pure experience. First thing we should understand, is it possible to experience universal consciousness? That has to be understood. Next thing, what is the basic need to experience that? Third, when experience happens, what happens inside our being? These three we will understand from this chapter, and such wonderful possibility to experience the Krishna as the cosmic window. Yesterday he intellectually expressed, I am the ultimate. I can't say it is an intellectual expression, it is an expression given to a person who is deeply in love. Please understand, Krishna can be God only when a person achieves the maturity of Arjuna. Not for everybody. That is why, as I was telling you, Krishna also declares the same thing, I am God. The truth should be declared only to a person who is qualified, mature. Only when you reach the level of Krishna, you experience the divinity of, only when you reach the level of Arjuna, you experience the divinity of Krishna. As I was telling you, when you deeply feel connected, even ordinary person looks like God, looks like divine. And Shiva says in Tantra, when you drop all your fantasies, you become Shiva and your wife becomes Uma. You reach the state of Shivatva and she reaches the state of Devi. It's a strange thing. How can you become enlightened with a normal life? Shiva says, live with your wife or husband, nothing wrong, but just drop the fantasies which you are carrying. When you live without fantasies, the other person looks like God. Be very clear, everybody is God, including you. But as long as you carry the frame or your own idea about God, you try to fix everybody into that frame. When they don't fix, you throw the person instead of frame. Now Shiva says, just throw the frame, you will see everybody as God. You will see everybody as divine. But what we do usually, we throw the person, not the frame. It is like cutting the leg for the shoe. Alter the shoe, not the leg. When you alter the shoe for the leg, you are intelligent. When you cut the leg for the shoe, you are doing the same thing in your life. You have an imagination, how your wife should be, how your son should be, how your daughter should be, how your brother should be. You try to fix everybody into that imagination, into that frame, and you suffocate them. You suffocate them, and they get suffocated and they try to run away from you. That is why every single moment the other always suffocates you. Other always suffocates you. Why do you need your space? Why do we need our space? Because the other suffocates us. The other person has got his own frame. He is trying to put us into that frame. If you don't fall in that frame, you are a little bit chiseled here and there. And little bit this side, little bit this side, little bit this side. You are cut, chiseled, and small pieces are removed from you. That's what we are doing. Continuously we chisel the other person. Shiva says, when you are deeply connected with the other person, as he is, as she is, when you accept the other person as he is or as she is, immediately the other person, you feel like God. You feel such a deep divine relationship. You feel the other person is divine. First thing for that, you need to accept yourself as you are. You need to accept you as you are. Only then you can accept the other person as he is. Then naturally you experience a deep divine connection. And one more thing. When you continuously chisel, never think you will end your job. Never think you will end your job. You can never be happy chiseling the outer. You can be happy only by dropping your image. Small story. I always tell this story. One guy presents a new puppy dog to his friend at the time of marriage. After 3 months, he comes to his house and asks, how is your marriage going on? How do you feel? What's the change you feel in your life? This guy says, nothing much, a small change. In the beginning, 3 months ago, the puppy which you presented to me, that used to bark at me, and wife will bring newspaper early morning. Now, early morning, puppy brings newspaper, she barks at me, that's all. Earlier, puppy will bring newspaper and earlier she will bring newspaper, puppy will bark. Now, puppy brings newspaper, she barks. When you try to chisel, continuously bark, but nothing happens. Nothing solid happens in our being and in other being. When you accept the other person, he looks like God. Same way, when you accept the whole universe, when you accept every being, the whole universe looks like God. Of course, this experience can be achieved in 2 ways. Please understand, this experience can be achieved by 2 ways. One, by your own tapasya, acquiring maturity, again and again understanding, achieving the maturity, you experience that. Second, by pouring tremendous energy into your being, a master can give this experience. By bringing you to that frequency, master can also give you this experience. Both the way it can happen. But one thing, unless you are at least little mature, the experience will not stay even if master gives you. That is what happens here. In the end of the Vishwarupa Darshana Yoga, Arjuna says, no, Krishna, I am not able to bear. Enough, I enjoyed, it's okay. I asked you, it is true. But now I think it is too much. Please show me your normal form. The frequency is too much. The other day, one of our ashramites, she was asking me, I was sitting and watching CNN. I was seeing the Hurricane Katrina's disasters by Hurricane Katrina. She asked me, Swamiji, why all these things are happening? All ashramites were sitting in the morning meeting. She told me, why so much of calamity, disaster? See, understand one thing. I gave a small example. There is an anthill, small anthill. If you drive your car on that anthill and kill all the ants, it is actually natural calamity for them. They may say, Hurricane SUV. They may name that as a Hurricane SUV. It is a natural calamity for them. And can you say it is predestined? Can you say it is predestined or free will. Can you relate with that incident? What the ants feel when you do this type of things, when this type of things happen? Your logic and their logic is totally different. They can't question you and you can't answer them. They may also start doing big relief work. They will ask all the ants, whomsoever is alive, whatever your savings, please bring all the sugar peas, all the fruits, all the food. Let us serve. They may have a small red grass. And they may also have, instead of red grass, they may have something like a red ant grass. Something. They may be also doing a big relief work. They may also be serving. But if the ants ask you, can they ask first of all? No. We don't know. Maybe there must be an enlightened ant which is giving discourse, sitting and calling all the ants and saying, you see, this all happened because God wills. How? The logic of the ants is totally different. The level of will, their will level is different, their frequency is different, and your frequency is different. And the ultimate, the cosmic consciousness, that frequency is different. Just like how you will not even know your car made an accident. You do not even know you killed thousands of ants. If your car kills, and if you kill, you will not even know. You wouldn't have even noticed. Same way, the cosmic energy don't even know what is going on. The level itself is totally different. The frequency of consciousness itself is different. The frequency in which the ants accident happens is different. The frequency in which you are staying is different. The frequency in which the cosmic consciousness is happening is different. From that level, if you see, it is nothing but a small wave. For example, near your water tank, in India there should be open water tank, open drainage. Near the water tank, if there was an ant hill, and you just poured one mug of water, by mistake the water showered on the ant hill and all the ants are washed away. The same thing happened now in New Orleans, that's all. In the cosmic level, that much only. In that big ocean, one handful of water came inside the city and the city is washed away. In the cosmic level, the happenings are totally different. The will, the level of will, the frequency of will is totally different. All we can do in our life is, we can become one with that will, that's all. We can raise the frequency of our will, frequency of our consciousness to that level, that's all. You cannot understand that level. Neither God nor your wife can be understood. Just learn how to live with them. That's all. Just learn how to live with them. Both cannot be understood. And the more you try, more you are in trouble. Of course, when I say wife, I mean husband also. Both cannot be understood. You cannot understand. See, ants cannot question and understand why you did that, why you poured one mug water on their hill, on their house. They can neither ask you nor you can explain to them, because their level of logic is different. The very frequency level is different. And your frequency level is different. And the universal consciousness, that frequency level is different. The ants, they live in the frequency of 10. You live in the frequency of 100. And the universal consciousness is in the frequency of infinity. All we can do in the life is raise your frequency of consciousness to that level and experience it. Raise your will to that level and experience it. That's all. Nothing else can be done. Logically, nothing can be done. The more you try to understand, more confusion. Please understand. Whomsoever promises you that they will give you logical solution, or they will make you understand about all these problems, Be very clear, he is cheating you. Whoever tried to answer these questions, why so much of natural calamity? Why death? Why all these things in the life? Why somebody is high and somebody is low? Whoever tried to answer these questions, they did only one thing, created one more philosophy, that's all. Created one more philosophy, that's all. Neither they understood, nor others have understood. At the most, if they are little charismatic, if they are little intellectual, if they can play with words, they have cheated a group of people, that's all. Nothing else. Please be very clear. All answers for these questions are pure way of cheating a group of people. And you know, when you speak logically, when you know how to play with words, you can always cheat people. You can always cheat people. And you don't even need to be so intelligent to people, because people are not so intelligent. You don't have to be so intelligent to cheat people, because people are not as intelligent as you think. So you don't need to be so intelligent. That is why all philosophers, they convince others, but they are not convinced. I know a great atheist. I have seen him. A great atheist. But when he died, he chanted God's name. He started chanting Rama Krishna, Rama Krishna. People asked him, what is this throughout your life? You lived preaching atheism, spreading atheism, living in atheist way. Why are you now chanting Rama Krishna? No, for life it is okay. When it comes to death, I have to. As long as I live, it's okay. When it comes to death, I have to catch. Who knows, he may be there. Better now itself let me chant and keep in the reserve, keep in the bank. When I go there, I can say, you see, I chanted your name 3 times. At least for that, give me some concession. Be very clear. These philosophers, they convince others without they being convinced. And one more thing, trying to convince others itself shows that person is not convinced completely. And I tell you one more thing, people who are violent preachers without having personal experience will always fall into worst depression. You don't need to give any other punishment to them. And many people come and ask me, Swamiji, so much of conversion is going on. You guys should, you people all should do something. Why don't you do something? I tell them, please relax. No need to punish them. Because they are having enough of punishment already. Already they have enough punishment. Religion. I never ask anybody to convert. What is the need? First of all, I don't have any religion. Because what I am teaching is the pure Satya, truth. Truth. For example, just because this light is discovered by Thomas Alva Edison, we can't say this light belongs to only Christians. It belongs to whole world. Same way, these truths which gives inner light, they are discovered by Krishna. But it doesn't belong to one religion. It belongs to the whole world. Just like a light, it belongs to whole world. So I never ask people to convert. What's the need? There is no need. Just understand the truth. Live your life happily. Live your life intensely. That's all. We never believe in conversion. But there are people violent, continuously converting. And this preacher, he somehow fell into depression. Because when you don't have experience and just preach, how long you can do? He fell in depression. Somehow he heard about me, and secret way, without any public, when nobody is there, privately he wanted to come and meet me. I said, all right, after all, he wants to meet, give appointment. He came and he opened up and spoke everything. That's anyhow, I wanted to maintain the privacy, that's why I don't want to tell the name. He's a very popular preacher. And after having the healing and 2-3 days he was regular, he came and he felt better. a lot better, and he had the healing. He came out of the depression. Then slowly I asked him, why do you preach so violently? He openly says, Swamiji, when I feel so many people follow me, I feel what I am preaching is truth. I feel convinced what I am teaching is truth. In the beginning, I did not have enough confidence about what I am speaking. After some time, when I saw that 10,000 people are following me, I thought, 10,000 people cannot be full. There must be some truth in what I am preaching. Be very clear. Preaching without experience means you are trying to solidify your own confidence. You yourself don't have confidence. By preaching, you try to create confidence. Here, the only difference between Hiranya and Krishna is Hiranya is trying to convince his idea by making many people as his followers. He himself has not experienced. He is just trying to play the game. Krishna straight away gives the experience. Krishna declaring, I am God, is not for his ego. He is explaining for you to experience the truth. That's why he says, Arjuna, for your sake I am speaking these words. Beautifully, he gives the solid experience to Arjuna of the whole cosmic consciousness.
Say, at this moment I feel it is worth dying for this experience. That mood prepares your body and mind and protects you from all the extremities associated with enlightenment. Understand? Understand the question thoroughly. He says he has heard from two people, two masters, that enlightened one cannot live in the body. I do not want to comment about their words, what context they said and how you heard and all that. I don't want to comment on that. But I wanted you to understand one thing. The moment I created this feeling in you, for this experience, even death is okay. It means you become ripe enough to hold that experience in your body. Understand? Till you have, see, what is death? What is fear of death? If you are afraid of...
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivum, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems,
Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Connecting with the divine with your eyes closed is meditation. Connecting with the divine with your eyes open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very slowly, please open your eyes.
Today, with the grace and blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanaanda Paramashivamam, we have completed the Purvanga rituals for the success of the festival, and we have begun the grand Mahaparamashivaratri Brahmotsavam with the Dvajarohanam, the flag hoisting ceremony. During the Dvajarohanam, all the 330 million gods and goddesses landed in Kailasa's temples to bless the festival and all those who are gathered. The deities of Paramashiva, Paramashiva Shakti, Ganesha, Subramanya, Chandikeshwara, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanaanda Paramashivamam, basing now in Sarvalankara, the grandest decoration in the Utsava Mandapam in Kailasa's temples around the world. Let us now offer puja to all the deities and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nityananda Paramashivamam, as puja is an activity done by the brain to mirror the neurological activity of the higher vertical time zones. On this auspicious day of the Dvajarohana of the Mahaparamashivaratri Brahmotsavam, let us offer devotion and love to Paramashiva along with the Shatmurtis and to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nityananda Paramashivamam. Om Shri Rama Pujita Padapapane Shri Chakra Rajatavasa Kripamburashe Shri Setu Mula Charana Pravanantaranga Shri Ramanatha Lagutara Yajanmavardhim Sahasradala Pankaje Sakala Shita Rashmi Prabham Varabhayakarambujam Vimalagandha Pushpambaram Prasannavanekshana Sakala Devatarupinam Smare Chirasi Hamsakam Tatabhimana Puram Gurum Athadhupaha Om Dashangam Gukulopetam Sugandham Tasumanoharam Agreya Sarvadevana Dhupoyam Pratigrihyata Shri Nityanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Parvatapadhimam Vikasameta Shri Nityanandeshwara Paramashiva Ramanatha Swamine Namah Shri Sarveva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nityananda Paramashivaya Namaha Dhupamagrapayami Atha Deepaha Om Sajyam Triparti Sanyuktam Vanhina Yojitam Maya ग्रहणमङ्गलं दीपं त्रैलोक्यतिमिरापहं श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्तिपर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिवरामनाथस्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। दीपं सन्दर्शयामि अथ नैवेद्यम् ॐ अम्बे अमृतोद्भवे अमृतवर्षिणी अमृतं श्रावय श्रावय स्वाहा श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति पर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव रामनाथस्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तमाचमनं समर्पयामि। नीराजनम् ॐ साङ्ग्रहण्येष्ट्यायजते इमां जनतागुं सङ्गृह्णानीति द्वादशारत्नीरशना भवति द्वादशमासा संवत्सरः संवत्सरमेवावरुन्धे मौञ्जी भवति ऊर्ध्वै मुञ्जाः ऊर्जमेवावरुन्धे चित्रा नक्षत्रं भवति चित्रं वा एतत्कर्म कर्पूरगौरं करुणावतारं संसारसारं भुजगेन्द्रहारं सदा वसन्तं हृदयारविन्दे भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि भवं भवानी सहितं नमामि। श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वरी परमशिवशक्ति पर्वतवर्धिन्यम्बिका समेत श्रीनित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव रामनाथस्वामिने नमः। श्री सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवाय नमः। कर्पूरनीराजनं सन्दर्शयामि रक्षां धारयामि। शोणाद्रीशावताराय ज्योतिस्तम्भस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलं तत्त्वज्ञानप्रदाताय नित्यानन्देश्वररूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् मूलप्रकृतिरूपाय परमशिवशक्तिस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् दण्डत्रिशूलहस्ताय कालकालस्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् आदिपूज्याय देवाय सकृत्पूर्णत्वरूपिणे श्रीकैलासप्रधानाय नित्यानन्दाय मङ्गलम् सर्वाभय
चन्द्रकलाधर नित्यानन्दा सशिवदना शिवनीश्वराय
मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं श्रीविद्याम्बायै मङ्गलं कामदायिन्यै सर्वमङ्गलदात्रीत्यानन्देश्वर्यै मङ्गलम् मङ्गलं गुरुदेवाय मोक्षमूलाय मङ्गलम् परमावताराय नित्यानन्दाय गुरवे मङ्गलम् हरिः ॐ तत्सत् सर्वं भगवत् श्रीनित्यानन्द परमशिवपादुकार्पणमस्तु। ॐ नित्यानन्दम्
शिव नित्यानन्दा गौरी शङ्कर नित्यानन्दा कनक सवेसा नित्यानन्दा गौरी शङ्कर नित्यानन्दा कनक सवेसा नित्यानन्दा मूर्ते नित्यानन्दा अरुणाचले सा नित्यानन्दा अरुणामूर्ते नित्यानन्दा अरुणाचले सा नित्यानन्दा केशव नरहरि नित्यानन्दा श्याम गोपाला नित्यानन्दा केशव नरहरि नित्यानन्दा श्याम गोपाला नित्यानन्दा मुरली गोपाल नित्यानन्दा मुरली मनोहर नित्यानन्दा मुरली गोपाल नित्यानन्दा मुरली मनोहर नित्यानन्दा गोकुलनन्दन नित्यानन्दा नटवर श्यामा नित्यानन्दा गोकुलनन्दन नित्यानन्दा नटवर श्यामा नित्यानन्दा नित्यानन्दा हरि नित्यानन्दा नित्यानन्दा हरि नित्या
नित्यानन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि परमशक्तिमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम् Om, Om. I welcome all of you with my love and blessing. I welcome each and every one of you for this Shivaratri Brahmotsavam, day 2 of 17 days. It's the second day, Shivaratri Brahmotsavam. Quantum entanglement, quantum enlightenment, satsang, spiritual alchemy process series, second day. Listen intensely. Paramashiva's direct message from KAILASA for all of us. You do not need any pre-qualification for manifesting the ultimate, manifesting what you want. Listen. Listen to this fundamentally. This message, this is ultimate truth. You do not need, you don't need any pre-qualification for manifesting the ultimate other than your conscious decision, your will. That's all. Listen. All your doubts, problems, questions, I know it much more than you know it. You know only how you perceive the doubts in your mind, but I know even the roots from where it has come. First of all, you should all realize all of you have grown up in an artificial plastic society, fake society, where man-made laws, man-made economical systems, man-made social systems, with large blind spots and exploitative motive, untrusted, with that kind of a structure, you all have grown up so naturally, whether your family or a school, your college, your team, everything teaches you a false idea outside first, inside next. Means you have to work hard to get something, earn something, gain something, then you will be happy inside. Listen, this is not the organic, natural law of life. Listen, that is why even now, all middle class level success, mediocre level success, maybe few houses, few cars, little money in the bank, career, successful career. Only all these can be achieved if you follow the rules of the unconscious society, because it is designed to keep you mediocre. It is designed for mass. Don't follow the mass. Many times in the mass, M is silent. It is designed to keep you mediocre. This is the knowledge for generalized. See, the moment you generalize, the organic growth is destroyed. Whether education, bringing up, lifestyle, everything. Knowledge, the ideas we teach, the groom and make people experience, everything is specialized in royal schools. Understand? I treat you all as the students of royal school. I am not giving you the generalized teachings given to the mass. No. I don't even want to call my followers, my disciples, my devotees as seekers. No, you are not seeker. The right word for you is manifest. You are not seeker. Right word for you is manifester. Listen. The primal assumption, first assumption you build about yourself, unconsciously or consciously, forced on you or you voluntarily build it, married or raped, anyway, the child you give birth, unconscious, remains as a load on your system, continues to keep you focused on endless distractions. It is not even something productive in your life about what you want. It's not even making you healthy or wealthy or happy or blissful. It is just you are stuck with the impossibility and you are rotting in a rut. Just see, look around. All enlightened beings know it is very difficult to break the primal assumption, the preliminary assumption you have about you. Sometimes it takes even janmas to break the preliminary assumption you have about you. That is why I am very clear. The preliminary assumption you have about you itself, I am giving you right. Ultimate assumption. Listen. All the traditions, whether religions or philosophy or psychology, starts with you as just body-mind combo are doing the worst crime against humanity. Because the moment you start thinking you are a body-mind combo and you have to gain step by step by seeking, accumulate and achieve the enlightenment, the ultimate, over. You are put in a bullock cart, or I should say you are chained in the EMI slavery. Listen. Never believe slavery is erased. Slavery is wiped off. No. Slavery is modernized with EMI. Economy should be indigenous. Religion should be indigenous. Social rules and regulations should be indigenous. Food should be indigenous. Clothes should be indigenous. Even social laws, criminal laws, right, wrong, philosophies, all should be indigenous. Organically grown. Not because someone commits a crime in remote area. The preventive laws and rules imposed on us who don't even have an idea about those crimes. One good thing I found is that due to the AI revolution, the Gen Z is going to live only organic life. The globalized brands, whether it is a Coca-Cola or burger or pizzas, are all global brands. Business brand, retail brands, cloth brands, religion brands, philosophy brands, all have no future due to AI revolution. People are going to choose the indigenous lifestyle. They are no more interested in following the dead, unwanted, unknown. Actually, neither the person who imposes the rule, nor the person who maintains the rule, nor the person who obeys the rule knows why the rule exists. What the hell you are doing? What the hell is going on? No, neither legislature nor executive or judiciary or the obedient citizens, all four do not know why this law exists. That kind of laws exist in every country. In every country, practically. If you start seeking the root of the law, some assumptions happened in some roundtable discussions 150 years ago. Is the origin of the law absolutely irrelevant. But unfortunately, these laws are teaching you your primal assumptions, primary assumptions, preliminary, original, first assumptions about you. Your first assumption about you need to be corrected and the truth to be told. Don't start as a body-mind combo. Even the religious structures and philosophies which begins telling you are a body-mind combo and That body-mind combo has to work and do something, this, that, yearn and achieve enlightenment, dump it. They are making hell for you. No? Only enlightened ones know it is very difficult to change the preliminary assumptions. Sometimes it takes janmas. Always it takes years to change the preliminary assumption. Sometimes janmas. That's why when Krishna starts his teaching, the first word is, you are Atma, you are the field. You are the field which is carrying the ultimate, pregnant with the ultimate. When I tell people, you are ultimate, many of the even sincere Hindus who are trying to achieve enlightenment, educated in scriptures, even they try to say, Swamiji, what you are saying is ultimate truth. We know, but I don't think it should be taught immediately. People should go step by step. You are doing wrong by teaching the ultimate truth immediately. If I am wrong, Krishna is wrong. The moment he opens his mouth, actually Krishna opens his mouth only in the second chapter, Sankhya Yoga. In whole Bhagavad Gita, there are 18 chapters, and second chapter is Sankhya Yoga. First is Arjuna Vishada Yoga. Second chapter only Krishna opens his mouth. The moment he opens his mouth, the first thing out and falls. You are Atma. You are the field. Which literally carries the ultimate. Listen. Preliminary assumption should be right. If you think you are a body-mind combo, not from there, the struggles will be too much and almost I can guarantee you will not achieve. You may be a good slave to your teacher. Listen to one important truth. A teacher who accumulates slaves will be slave for those slaves because he has to be constantly maintaining those slaves. I think I am the only master who lives in absolute seclusion, where I don't have anyone around me other than few people who are just taking care of me and living around me out of love. And all the followers live absolutely away from me, never seen me for years now, but continuously the following is expanding, growing. Because I don't collect slaves. I collect leaders. I make Paramashivas. I don't collect body-mind combos, make them enlightened. I collect Paramashivas and make them manifest. You are Paramashiva. Start manifesting. All your struggle, your problem, why you are not manifesting, why if you are Paramashiva, why your reality is not reflecting it, all that problem I will attend. It's a legitimate problem. I'll attend. But assuming your body-mind combo and trying to evolve, your birth is illegitimate. Your very preliminary assumption is illegitimate. Your preliminary assumption about yourself, your original assumption about yourself, if it is body-mind combo, you are born out of rape by the society, forcibly on your consciousness. Society commits a forcible rape on your consciousness, and out of that illegitimate child born is your original identity. If you think you are a body-mind combo, listen. I give you the legitimate cosmic ID card, Paramashiva. Param, you are ultimate. That's a legitimate cosmic Aadhaar card, social security card. I think I'll start issuing one. Legitimate cosmic ID card. You are Paramashiva. Starting it. If you ask, oh, if I am Paramashiva, why my reality is not reflecting it, radiating it? You are asking a legitimate right question. Now I'll answer you. From yesterday, I'm explaining so many different points. Answering this one question, if you are Paramashiva, why your reality is not reflecting it, and how to make your reality reflect, radiate, you are Paramashiva. Listen. When you assume it is done, when your original assumption, original identity about you, if it is done, means Paramashiva, you are ultimate. Param aham. Aham brahmasmi. Then you stop approaching your desire as a request and start approaching it as a fact. I am Paramashiva. So if I want, I will manifest the body I want, as I want, how I want. I am Paramashiva. So if I want wealth, I'll manifest it as I want. I am Paramashiva. If I want relationships and to be loved or love, to shower love or to be loved, I will manifest as I want. Why I am not manifesting? Maybe I need to look in and understand where I wanted, what I wanted, when I wanted, why I wanted, now how I can want rightly. That's all. It is not about pretending or forcing yourself to believe through sheer willpower. No. It's about entering into a state of being where you organically, naturally feel the truth of your assumption, your ultimate. How can you be anything else? Hey, Paramashiva is not cheap to produce, create something less than him. An artist is ultimate only if he produces the ultimate which he carries externally. Paramashiva is the greatest artist. He does not have tiredness, boredom. He doesn't feel, oh, this one masterpiece art I created. So, second, let me take it easy and do something low grade. No. Everything he produced, created, manifested is he. Whether you or me, everything you see, he manifests as he. Just organically understand the facts I am presenting. You will see the truth very clearly. The truth I am revealing about your original assumption. Your original assumption should be you are ultimate. You do this by asking yourself, if I already had it, how would I think? How would I walk? How would I speak to others? How would I treat myself? Listen. Listen to bring the right ultimate assumption. I should say, even that word ultimate looks little remote. So I will use the word right assumption right now. Right original assumption you need to carry is, yes, I am already Paramashiva. I am Paramashiva. All I want, I have. The wealth, health, relationships, bliss, inner knowledge, powers. I have. How I would think, how I would walk, how I would speak to others, how I would speak to myself, how I would treat myself, how I would treat others. Just sit and drown yourself into that Icha Shakti. Manasarovar Manonmani. This is the Manasarovar bath. Manasarovar Snan. Do this. Best time to do this is night when you go to bed. You are entering into your Karana Sarira. The word Karana Sarira, listen. The West calls your sleeping state as unconscious or subconscious, dream as subconscious and deep sleep as unconscious. No. In the East we call it beautiful word. Deep sleep we call it as Karana Sarira. Means that is where all the reason, Karana, seed, cause for why you are existing the way you are existing is there. So every night, don't think when you fall asleep your day ends. No. You are working in your warehouse, the Karana Sarira. Your cause. All the reasons, causes of why you are, who you are, what you are falling into that. Every day when you fall asleep, your shop closes, you enter into the warehouse. Production unit. I think production unit is the better word than the warehouse. Your daytime is marketing, shop. Your nighttime is production unit. The time you attend to the cause. Every night when you enter into that Karana Sarira, that is why I insist all my disciples study little Sanskrit. Because if you know little Sanskrit, you know every night you are falling asleep into Karana Sarira. Even if you know these facts, that one day you will think, what? Why is it called Karana Sarira? If you only know the English word, every day night you fall asleep, you fall into subconscious and unconscious. You will think, why am I wasting time there? Of it. Then you suffer with the sleep apnea. But if you know, every night you are falling into Karana Sarira during your sleep, you will know what should be done. Then it will become the real productive hour of your life. The real productive hours of your life is your Karana Sarira sleep time. All great people who achieved all great things which humanity is celebrating used their Karana Sarira, their time with Karana Sarira with a clear purpose and conscious involvement. Mediocre people fall asleep. Great people use night time, your sleeping time, to be in the Karana Sarira and generate, manifest what they want as life. That is why not only Krishna, all spiritual scriptures of Sanatana Hindu Dharma says, yogi does not sleep in the night. Every night when you fall asleep, ask yourself, if I already have it, if I already had it, if I am Paramashiva, how would I think? How would I walk? How would I speak? How would I speak to myself and how would I speak to others? How would I treat myself and how would I treat others? Visualize, think, plan how you will manifest when you fall asleep, when you go through the Manasarovar Snan, Manon Mani, Karana Sarira. When you wake up, manifest it, live it, stand tall as Kailasa. Kailasa is your waking state. Manasarovar is your deep sleep. Live according to the answers you get in the deep sleep. Even if your senses are trying to convince you otherwise during the daytime. At first, this may feel strange because your outer reality will still carry the residue of the old state. But do not be discouraged. Outer conditions may be a little slow to catch up. They are the shadows, not the substance. The substance is the inner state you hold consciously, unwaveringly. Your mind is the director. The world is the stage. The moment you accept the role of Paramashiva inwardly, the scene begins to change outwardly. Hey, listen. All those who teach you devotion first are deceiving you and teaching you deception as the devotion. All those who teach you the ultimate truth, you are Paramashiva. And when you start living, you develop so much gratitude for that consciousness, that awareness, which is just manifesting anything as you want. And you fall in love with your own consciousness. That is devotion. Swabhakti, Guru Bhakti, Atma Bhakti, Atma Murti Bhakti is all one and the same. You fall in love with your consciousness, which is just manifesting anything you want as you want. So simple, so wonderful, just like wow. So wonderful, so beautiful, just like wow. When you get this feeling, the love you experience, the gratitude you experience, the love which flows out of this gratitude is devotion. That will flow, overflow through towards your own consciousness, your own Guru, your own Paramashiva. Mannata Shri Jagannatho, Madguru Shri Jagadguru, Mamatma Sarvabhutatma. That space is bhakti, that is devotion. Do not wait for the circumstances to give you permission to feel successful, happy, loved, or abundant. Decide to feel it now. Don't allow others to steal your Paramashivatva. Don't allow society, situations, circumstances to steal your Paramashivatva. When you live from that inner certainty, the world will mirror it back to you in ways you could never predict. Suddenly the opportunities will arise. People will respond differently. Events will arrange themselves in your favor. You will no more have tiredness, early morning, or boredom to do yoga or gym, or attachment to the addictive food, the unhealthy food. Suddenly all of that will disappear. The right things will start raising. It's like a screen opening. Not because you forced them, but because you aligned with original right version of you who already lives in that reality. Listen, there are parallel universes. In one universe, you are living as Paramashiva. In one universe, you are living as a human. In one universe, you are living in hell as a devil. Which one you give more and more power, emotion, attention, energy, and empower, that will get sent and manifest as your reality. I will reveal about the parallel universes. That is not lokas. Be very clear. Lokas are different from parallel. Vertical time zone is different. Lokas are different. Parallel universes are different. All the three meets, crisscrosses. The junction with three is Buloka. You see, parallel, like the vertical time zones are airport network, the flight network. Multiple lokas is like a train network. The parallel universes are like a bus network, road network. All three meets on planet Earth. Planet Earth has a bus station, railway station, airport, all three. But all three are different networks. I'll read more details about these parallel universes. Yeah, I am telling you. How many of you have seen that Interstellar movie? How that guy comes back and tells the daughter, don't allow me to go, don't allow me to go, somehow stop me. Same way I'm telling you. Don't assume you are a body-mind combo. Don't assume you are a body-mind combo. You are Paramashiva. only one thing in the interstellar movie. He is telling for himself, here I am telling for you. That's all. Actually, right now, one version of you is living as Paramashiva in Mahakailasa. Just give attention to it, you will manifest it. That's all. The key is persistence. Persistence. Collapses the gap. You cannot step into a role for an hour and then return to doubt for the rest of the day. Hold the state as naturally as you hold your own name. Hold the state as naturally as you hold your own name. Carry it in your posture, your words about yourself, your inner dialogue, your words towards others and your inner dialogue, your emotional baseline and energetic posture. Carry it. If you fall into the old patterns, gently return to this energetic posture of you are Paramashiva. Your wishes are already fulfilled. You are the Kalpataru. Not only fulfilled for yourself, you are powerful to fulfill for others. When you assume as if it is done, you collapse the gap between the desire and experience. You just manifest your experience, your existence in Mahakailasa's Paramashiva. You are no longer someone trying to get there. You are someone who is already there in consciousness, and the world has no choice but to follow. The evidence will just appear. It may take little time, but it will appear only after you stop looking for evidences and decided to live it. Continuously I get questions. Oh, Swamiji, that guru tells like this guru tells like this, that guru tells we are all servants of this God, are devotees of this God. Okay, I am telling you, you practice that guru, then after your death or when you get the experience, you will live as a servant of that guru or that God in their world. But when you listen to me and manifest and practice what I am saying, While you are living, you will manifest, you will live as the living Paramashiva. After you leave the body, when you want to leave the body, as you want to leave the body, you will live as Paramashiva. Paramashiva is not one, infinite. How can the infinite be one? Don't you see? When you assume mentally infinite is one, you are having a huge blind spot, bigger than black hole. There will always be voices, some from others, some from the books written by others, books, even the so-called philosophical literatures, and from all sources, there will be always voices. Sometimes those voices even get inside you and try to even control you mildly. Yes, you are Paramashiva only, no doubt. But this much is for you, and these are all not possible for you. And your mind will even try to tease, oh, if you think you are a Paramashiva, you already achieved Paramashiva. Why don't you just grow 25 heads overnight? Listen. Listen. Don't ever think it is not possible. Don't ever think it has some complications. Just decide, I already have 25 heads and I am living as Paramashiva in KAILASA, and I am manifesting that in this body. Whatever I want to manifest right now, let me start manifesting. When I really want to manifest, or when I need 25 heads, I will show that. I will manifest that. Do not be cowed down or convinced about any impossibility. The outer voices will measure potential by your current situation, by your past failures, and by their own limited vision. Sometimes this outer gets into even your inner dialogue and emotional baseline. If the outer voices, the negative destroying voices enters into your inner dialogue, that is like a skin disease. If it enters into your emotional baseline, that is like a heart problem. If it enters into your energetic posture, that is our. Don't allow in all three levels. Don't allow in all three levels. If you allow these voices to dictate your thinking, you will find yourself trapped in the same reality they believe in. The truth is, those outer opinions and visible circumstances are powerless unless you give them the power through your attention and acceptance and letting them inside your inner dialogue and emotional baseline and energetic posture. See, a thief, a robber, a murderer can come and kill you only if you allow him to inside your house. Safeguard yourself so strong they are not able to enter. Be aware they don't sneak in the form of guest. Neither knowingly nor unknowingly they should be able to enter. Neither you should allow them knowingly nor you should allow them unknowingly. Only when you allow them, they have power. As long as they are outside your house, they don't have power. Outer voices often comes disguised as a common sense, practical advice, just being realistic, good old aunties and uncles. But what it is really doing is binding you to the known and the visible, keeping you from stepping into unseen where your desire is already alive, saying a simple no to this whole society and saying no to this whole outer voices is sannyasa. That is becoming Kailasavasi. If you want to create something great, new, you must learn to silence these outer voices. They will continue to pull you out every day. And you do not silence them by arguing or convincing others to agree with you, no. You silence them by withdrawing your mental and emotional energy from their words. Discard their words because their very identity, the original existence in which they are living is not your goal, and that is not what you want to be, that is not how you want to be. If you want to live ever as a mediocre in the rut of EMI, listen to the outer voices. If you want to live as Paramashiva, not only fulfilled, but also fulfilling others, listen to your Guru's words. Paramashiva is here to make you Paramashiva. Silence the senses. Your senses too will try to persuade you. Your senses too will try to persuade you. They will present you with the facts, numbers, and images that seem immovable. They will whisper, look, nothing has changed. This is your reality. But your senses are the reporters of the past, not the prophets of the future. They are mediocre, opinionated, yellow journalists, not the prophets of the future. They can only confirm what has already been created through your previous states of mind. If what you see and hear contradicts your desire, remind yourself that it is only fading echo of old beliefs. This is why inner discipline is so important. You must become the guardian of your own mind. When you doubt tries to speak, you gently turn your attention back to the vision you have chosen. When fear presents its case, you refuse to sit in its courtroom. When people insist that you are foolish for in what they cannot see, you silently bless them and return to your own inner knowing. Convince yourself completely. The power to manifest is not found in convincing the world to support your dream. It is found in convincing yourself so completely that the world has no choice but to rearrange itself accordingly. This is why you must let the noise of others or the evidence of your senses shake your conviction. Every moment you allow yourself to be swayed by the outer world, you water the seeds of doubt. But every moment you hold fast to your chosen assumption, you strengthen the roots of reality. There will be times when the silence feels lonely, when it seems easier to agree with the loudest voices or the surrender to the facts of the outer world. But remember, every great change begins in mana unmana, in the quiet place where your belief is nurtured without interference in solitude. So guard that place, protect it, keep it free from the weeds of doubt and fear. Ignore the doubters, ignore the circumstances, ignore even the reporters of your own senses if they disagree with your desire. The only voice that matters is the one within you that says it is done. Live in the end. To live in the end is to anchor yourself in the state of your wish already fulfilled, making it so real within that it becomes the place you live from rather than the place you hope to reach. Most people live their lives always moving toward their desires, imagining them as distant goals that will happen someday if circumstances align. But when you live in the end, you remove the distance. You claim the end result now in thought and feeling, a posture, emotional baseline, inner dialogue. And you let that state define your decisions, your actions, your inner dialogue every single day. The key is to make this end state your mental home, not a fleeting daydream. Visit occasionally, but a dwelling place you return to in every moment. Just as your physical home surrounds you with familiarity, comfort, and a sense of belonging, your mental home in the end result must give you that same feeling of certainty and stability. You are not wishing for it anymore. You are living it now. Listen. I am defining thinking of a seeker and thinking of a manifester. Thinking toward the desire, keep it in the future. It says, I am not there yet, but one day I will be. This posture of waiting only reinforces separation between you and your desires. Thinking from this, however, assumes you are already. It says, I am this now, I have this now, it is mine now. From that position, your actions, your words, and expectations naturally align with the reality you have claimed. So, be always a manifester, never a seeker. That is why I say, seeking, and these you get while seeking are dangerous for your enlightenment. Manifesting, and the Shaktis you manifest while you are manifesting the ultimate is the best and great when you get. Siddhis are different, seekers get it. Shaktis are different, only manifestors get it. The fundamental thing you need to be a manifester is Shaktipada, initiation from the Guru who has manifested, who has achieved this anubhuti, who is Paramashiva, and he initiating you. That Shaktipada is the capital, and I am giving you all of you. The capital Shaktipada to be a manifester. You are Paramashiva. Don't panic over numbers or evidence. When you make the end your home, You stop reacting to the old world as if it still has authority over you. No, you stop reacting. That is why I say moksha-centric dharmartha kama, end-centric manifestation. If your bank account does not yet reflect wealth, you do not panic. You know who you are already, the person who lives in abundance. So the numbers have to eventually match the truth. If you have not yet seen evidence of the relationship you desire, you do not despair. You know you are already loved, chosen, and cherished in the reality you have chosen to inhabit. Persistence makes it natural. Persistence is tapas. Persistence is manifestation. Persistence is mother and father and guru and God of manifesting the ultimate. The challenge for most is persistence. It is easy to visit the end when you feel good, but to live there daily requires discipline. Outer conditions will tempt you to leave that place, to step back into doubt, to measure your progress by what you see. But you must refuse. You must return again and again to your end state until it's more real than anything your senses can report. Over time, this mental home becomes second nature. You stop looking for signs because you no longer need them. You are living the reality within yourself so completely that the outer must eventually conform. And when it does, it will feel natural, as though it was always yours. Living in the end daily is not pretending. It is choosing your truth and dwelling in it until the world catches up. Makes your final wish your home, and soon the outer world will deliver the exact address you have been living at in your mind. Understand the seed versus harvest, delay versus proof. Persistence is the quite unwavering decision to hold on to your chosen assumption regardless of what the world shows you. It's understanding that the outer world is slow to reflect inner change, and that during this delay, the old reality may still appear strong, solid, and unshakable. Many people abandon their vision in this waiting period, thinking nothing is happening, when in truth, everything is already in motion beneath the surface, or I should say, above the sky. The old reality is like a shadow. It lingers for a while, even after the light has shifted. Just because you cannot yet see the new conditions does not mean they are not on their way. In fact, the very moment you have assumed your desire is true, the process of creation begins. But if you look for constant proof, just like the third monkey, you pull the seed out every day, you dig the seed out every day, you pull yourself out of the state that makes fulfillment inevitable. Proof is the harvest. Assumption is the seed. The seed does not need you digging it up like the third monkey. It needs you to trust it. It'll grow. Trust it'll grow. Persistence means living in your chosen reality, even when the evidence screams otherwise. It means refusing to let the temporary appearance of the old state dictate how you feel or what you believe. It's not stubbornness for its own sake. It's loyalty to the vision you have chosen. When the outer cons you, you do not it. You simply ignore it and return to the inner world where the desire is already fulfilled. Movement is happening unseen. There will be times when nothing seems to be moving. You may feel like you are standing still while your vision remains far away. In those moments, remember that movement is happening in ways you cannot yet perceive. The world of form is rearranging itself. People and events are lining up. Unseen doors are preparing to open. Your only job is to keep the inner state alive, to remain the person who already has what they desire, even in the absence of proof. Have conscious decision, will, faith. It will make time irrelevant. Persistence is the test of faith. Not faith in luck or chance, but faith in the cosmic law. Faith in the cosmic law, the Prapancha Dharma, that inner creates outer. Prapancha Dharma is inner creates outer. Cosmic law is inner creates outer. If you know this to be true, there is no reason to give in to impatience or doubt. Time becomes irrelevant. The outcome is certain. The only variable is whether you will hold your assumption long enough for it to solidify into fact. The reality will bend for you. When you persist, you become unshakable. You no longer chase proof because you understand it must appear. You stop measuring your progress by what is visible and start measuring it by your ability to remain in the state you have chosen. And then one day, the world bends to your assumption so naturally that it feels as if it could have never been in any other way. The old reality fades like a dream and the new one stands before you, not because you demanded proof, but because you persisted until proof had no choice but to arrive. 10 years before I declared, maybe 15 years before, universe has no choice but to follow me. If you remember that satsang, that declaration, see what Paramashiva manifested as this being. See what Paramashiva has manifested to demonstrate it to all of you. Universe has no other choice but to follow you. In the end, the power to transform your life lies not in reacting to what you see, but in mastering what you assume. Conscious. Reality as it stands today is nothing more than the echo of past beliefs, a delayed reflection of the states you no longer accept. The invisible comes first. For every change begins in the unseen realm of thought and feeling by assuming as if your desire is already done, silencing the outer as living in the end daily, and persisting without the need for proof. You position yourself as the true manifester, creator of your experience and life. The world may resist at first. The illusion of the old may seem stubborn. But if you hold your assumption, faith, and persistence, reality will bend. It always does. Your role is not to chase. Your role is not to chase. Be chaste to your Paramashivatva. Stop all chasing. Your role is not to chase, beg, or plead. It is choose, believe, remain. Stop, choose, beg, plead. Stop, chase, beg, plead. Start, choose, chase, believe, remain, persistence. The inner must be honored before the outer can reflect it. If the aham is aligned, puram follows. If agam is aligned, iham follows. If agam is aligned, iham and param all follows. And the moment you live from your chosen state, rest becomes inevitable. Stay loyal to your vision. Ignore what contradicts it. And trust that what you have claimed within is already yours. The world will catch up. Today, I want you to breathe as Paramashiva. Paramashiva prana iha prana. Paramashiva jiva iha stitaha. Paramashiva sarvendriyani. Paramashiva vangmana chakshuttvak shrotragrana prana iha gatya. Suham siram dishtandu swaha. Remember something profound. What air is already come. Not being prepared, not slowly forming, but finished, fully formed in the unseen, waiting for you to meet it. Every desire that arises within you is not a request, it's a revelation. It reveals what already exists for you in a higher dimension. You are not trying to create things, you are only awakening what has already been created for you. Close your eyes for a moment and imagine the version of you who already has what you want. The relationship, the abundance, the health, the success, the peace. That version. Feel that version. Become that version consciously. Because the moment you do, your world must obey. Imagination is not fantasy, it is Icha Shakti. It's a conscious work where all the things take shape. What you assume is true with the feeling becomes the law of your life. The outer world has no choice but to reflect your inner conviction. So if you have been waiting, worrying, doubting, or wondering, will it happen? Stop. The question is not when. The question is who you are being right now. Are you the version of yourself who hopes, or the version who knows? Because the one who knows receives. There is a point in your journey where you stop praying from lack and start declaring from the fulfillment. Where you stop asking and start accepting. Where you stop begging and begin embodying. This is when everything shifts. When the bridge of events begins to unfold. Hear me clearly. Your manifestation has already entered your reality. The moment I gave you Shaktipada, it has entered your reality. The moment you assumed it in consciousness, the moment you claimed it as done, the moment you felt it real, the entire universe began rearranging itself to deliver that reflection into your physical world. Hear me clearly. Your manifestation has already entered your reality. The moment you assumed it in your consciousness, the moment you claimed it is done, the moment I initiated you, the moment you felt it real, the entire universe began rearranging itself to deliver that reflection into your physical world. You may not see it yet, you may not feel the full weight of it, but the roots are already broken through the soil of the unseen. The evidence is moving towards you. The people, the opportunities, the alignments, the timing, it's all being orchestrated with precision. Your only job now is to assume the state of the one who already has it. Walk like it is done. Think like it is done. Feel like it is done. Give thanks like it is done. And watch how quickly your reality bends to match your inner knowing. Do not chase, do not force, do not doubt. You do not manifest by effort. You manifest by identity. When you become the version of you who has the thing has no choice but to appear. So today, let this truth settle deep within you. It is done, already done, completed, finished. All you are doing now is aligning, receiving, stepping into the version of reality that has been waiting for you all along. Your manifestation is not coming. It is arriving. It is unfolding. It is entering your world right now. Live from the end, and the end will show up. Because in the realm of consciousness, you already have it. Ichcha Shakti is creation. Creation begins in imagination because your inner world is the true birthplace of every experience you ever live, you will ever live. Long before something becomes visible, long before it enters in the physical dimension, it first exists as an idea, a picture, a feeling, an inner assumption. Your imagination is not a passive daydreaming tool. It's most powerful creative force you possess. It's a workshop where the unseen becomes inevitable. When you imagine something with conviction, you are not hoping for it, you are forming it. You are shaping the structure of your reality on an invisible level. Everything you have ever experienced began as an image within someone's mind. Every home, every invention, every relationship, every achievement, every breakthrough, all of it existed in imagination before existed in matter. What makes imagination, Ichcha Shakti, so powerful is that it bypasses limitations. It does not ask, how will this happen? It does not require physical proof. It does not need permission, resources, or validation. Imagination, simply it creates. It generates the end result instantly with no resistance, no delay, no obstacle. This is quantum entanglement. This is quantum enlightenment. The moment you hold that inner picture with feeling, inner dialogue, emotional baseline, energetic posture, you give it life. You breathe energy into it. You breathe prana into it. You begin a chain reaction that the physical world must eventually follow. Your outer world is not independent of you. It's a mirror. It reflects the assumptions you persistently hold within. When you imagine with conviction, you are not merely fantasizing. You are instructing the universe. You are sending out a blueprint of reality you expect to experience. The universe responds not to your wishes, but to your inner certainty. It never mirrors what you want. It mirrors what you know to be true in imagination. When the inner world becomes more real to you, then the outer world, the outer must change. It has no choice because it is the effect, not the cause. This is why Icha Shakti must be felt. A picture without emotion is just a thought, but a picture infused with a belief, gratitude, and felt completion becomes a creative command. Icha Shakti. Icha Shakti is magnet. Feeling is the energy that turns an inner image into a physical manifestation. When you imagine the end result and feel the satisfaction of having it now, you step into the identity of the one who already possesses it. Once your identity shifts, your reality must shift to match it. The ultimate truth that Icha Shakti frees you from the constraints of time. In imagination, everything is now. There's no waiting, no distance, no separation between you and your desire. You can experience the end in perfect detail, the sounds, the emotions, the surroundings, the reactions, and the moment you do, you claim it as yours. Your mind does not distinguish between what is physically seen and what is vividly imagined. It accepts both as reality. And once your mind accepts the imagined end as true, life begins to orchestrate the path, the people, the circumstances, the timing that brings it into physical expression. So when you imagine with conviction, you are not pretending, you are creating. You are stepping into the role of the architect of your own life, shaping the unseen foundation upon which your future will be built. Imagination is the beginning of creation. It is the creation. The physical world is only the final confirmation of what you have already made within. So, sit as Paramashiva. Live as Paramashiva. Be Paramashiva. Behave as Paramashiva. Being as Paramashiva. Living as Paramashiva. Radiating as Paramashiva. Manifesting everything as you want right now. With this, I bless you all. Paramatvaita praptirast. All radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing. Living Paramadvaita. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Maha Kailasa of Paramashiva, the eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful. Mahashivratri.
It's an important time when timelessness enters into time. When space enters into place. When Brahmanda enters into Pindanda. The whole nature is supporting you now. To experience your higher energy, your higher self, your higher consciousness. Tonight is the night when Divine revealed itself and elevated all the beings to its level. The first and foremost incarnation on the planet Earth happened today. And
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the
Nityanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Vandvatitam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasya Dilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimanachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Satgurum Tam Namami. Nityanandam, and welcome to all of you. After this intense, powerful darshan, this is the second day of this Mahashivaratri darshan. And of course, what a powerful revelation satsang by Swamiji. And actually, if you want to share your cognition, you can always go ahead and start sharing your revelation, your cognition, your understanding about this whole satsang. Meanwhile, we'll be getting ready for the power manifestation, and we'd like to welcome all of you here who are here with us.
Yes, we'd like to welcome Ma Skandamata Nityandama.
Nityanandam.
We have Ma Nistragunya Nityandam. We have Ma Nitya Prema Nityandama. Welcome.
Nityanandam.
We have Ma Caitlin Lee Nityandama. We have Ma Lu Xiu Hu Nityandama. Ma Sally Chen Nityandam. Welcome back, Ma. Ma Shin Shin Yang Nityandama. We have Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini Nityandam. Ma Stephanie Dietis Nityandama. Stephanie Elizabeth Dietis Nityandama. Welcome. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Divya Teja Chini Nityandama. Welcome. We have Ma Shaman News Nityandama. Welcome back. We have Ma Jagarinyananda Nityandama. Welcome. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Ning. Welcome back, Ma. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Vessen Dekeste Nityandama. We have Ma Mahakalakala Nityandama. We have Robert Rom Aya Nityandam. Welcome. Good to have you with us. We have Ma Mahajada Shaktika Nityandama. Welcome back. We have Ma Suganyana Swarupni Nityandama. Welcome. And welcome to everyone that is following us on YouTube as well. Good to have you all with us.
Yes. So with this, we'll be now getting ready for the power manifestation. We'll be manifesting the power of third eye reading.
So just before we enter into the power manifestation, powerful cognitions that Swamiji has given us about quantum entanglement, about being manifesting what we desire. So Swamiji beautifully told us we are not seekers, we are manifestors. We are manifestors. We manifest whatever we desire, whatever result we desire, whatever outcome we desire, simply by removing the gap between the present and the result itself, by having the result, having the outcome, the desired outcome, as living it right this moment, living it as if it has already happened, living it, being welcome, being feeling like it is the right place, the welcome place, the place that feels right. So by having that feeling of intimacy with that result, we remove that gap between ourselves, our present moment, and the desired outcome. So we are manifesting the future into the present. We're bringing the future into the present. So beautiful, beautiful revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And if you have other powerful cognitions, more powerful cognitions that you have picked up from Swamiji's darshan, please take a moment and share with us in the chat box. Such a powerful darshan, such a powerful cognition that Swamiji has revealed to us. And of course, it's only day 2. Swamiji beautifully told us 17 days of this quantum entanglement live darshan series. So there's so much more to go, so much we've already learned, and there's so much more to still come. So take a moment to share with us what was your understanding, what you gathered, what clicked for you, what was your powerful cognition from this this powerful darshan that Swamiji has just given us.
And also, as Swamiji at the last said, you are Paramashiva. Act as Paramashiva. Behave as Paramashiva. So when you act from this space, you behave from this space, you are Paramashiva. Then you live in that space. You live and radiate that space. Take a moment, and if you want to share, please go ahead and share. Meanwhile, we'll be getting ready for the power manifestation. So once again, with the Acharyas, we'll be projecting an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what all details Swamiji is revealing to you. So requesting all of you, please go ahead and cover your eyes now as we get ready for the power manifestation. All right.
So let's sit comfortably. So once we have put on the eye bands, let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. So requesting everyone, please put on your eye bands. Let's get ready for this power manifestation. If you don't have an eye band, you can use any piece of cloth, anything that will cover your eyes such that you cannot see through the material. And of course, that the light doesn't hit onto your eyes, so it doesn't stimulate your vision, because stimulating your vision will start stimulating your mind. Your mind will start bringing up all sorts of thoughts, and will distract you from the power manifestation. Of course, the power manifestation is through the connection to the divine that we have this power manifestation, but it has nothing to do with the mind. So it is not to do with the mind. It is a feeling connection that we have to the divine. Through this feeling connection, we have the access to the power manifestation, to the powers themselves. So by minimizing the visual stimuli, we've minimized the interactions of the mind. And as mentioned, the mind has nothing to do with the power manifestation. All right. So once everyone has the eye bands on, let us sit comfortably. Let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Let us bring our full awareness to our Ananda Khanda. Now, the Ananda Khanda is an area just below the heart center and just above the navel center, somewhere in between, just below your rib cage. So as you go down the middle of your chest, all the way past the bony structure, is just where the bony structure finishes, where the first fleshy bit starts. That is your Ananda Khanda. That is where Swamiji resides in every single one of us. That is where Paramashiva exists in every single one of us. So that is our connection to the divine. So let us bring our full awareness to this Ananda Khanda, our inner space, just below the heart center and just above the navel center. Let us connect deeply to Swamiji, connect deeply to Paramashiva. Let us feel this feeling connection we have to the Master. Let us feel this space of oneness with Paramashiva, with the divine, with Swamiji. Let us feel all of that in our Ananda Khanda, our inner space, just below the heart center, just above the navel center, in that area in between. And let us keep our full focus, our full awareness on the Ananda Khanda and our connection to the divine, a deep, deep connection to the divine. Let us expand our consciousness to cover all of existence. We are Paramashiva. Let us understand this powerful, powerful cognition. We are Paramashiva. Nothing else exists. There is no other. There is no separation between you and me, between your neighbor, to your cousin, your brother, your mother, father. There is no separation. We are one. We are all individual, independent, intelligent instances of Paramashiva. And as such, we are both in oneness and one with Paramashiva. So let us feel all of that in our Anandaganda, our inner space, connecting deeply to the divine. Now let us start chanting the Mahavakya to further connect to the divine. And it goes as Om Nityananda Paramashivoham, which is Om in eternal bliss, I am Paramashiva. Let us begin. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Let's continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, let us start manifesting this power of third eye vision, seeing the images blindfolded. The image is being displayed for you now. So let us begin.
Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om
Now slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes, let the light fall on your two eyes. All right, so let's go ahead and start sharing your revelations of the third eye. Anything that was revealed to you through the power of third eye, you can go ahead and start typing as it is, whether it was displayed to you as a flash of words or some objects was appeared in front of you in any form. Revelations was revealed to you, any objects, words, any form. You can describe as much as detail as you can. So yes, you can see already some of the participants are already typing. So please go ahead and start sharing. Yes, we have Skandamata who shares sea water, deep blue water. Yes, thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Thank you, Sharon. So requesting everyone, if you've taken part in this manifestation, please take a moment and share. We also have Master Stephanie that shares first seen green, many trees, plants, like a forest, little mountain, blue sky, then at last some grey structures. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that.
We also have Ma Nisegunia who shares inside the ocean, fishes moving red gold. Beautiful. Thank you, Ma, for sharing.
Thank you for sharing, Ma.
Just giving few moments as we receive other sharing. So, and of course, especially those who are sharing doing the manifestation, because we saw many participants were actually covering their eyes. So don't hesitate to share. Please go ahead and share.
Yes, so requesting everyone else, Ma Ning, Ma Sally Chen, Caitlin Lee, and Ma Xin Yang, take a moment to share with us what was revealed to you. So what Paramashiva has revealed for this manifestation, the details of the image that we had displayed for you. Please go ahead and share. Understand that we are not comparing anyone with anyone. So this is not about comparing to see who can do better. This is all about you. It's all about your path, your connection to the divine. So Swamiji has given us this program to have a superconscious breakthrough. So to give a superconscious breakthrough to humanity. So it is all about you. Don't worry about anyone else. Don't worry about us. Just this is your connection to the divine. This is a measure of your connection to the divine. And so please don't hesitate. Whatever is being reviewed, please go ahead and share. So we'll just give a few moments more chance for everyone to share. Now, if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let us bring back the image once again.
Yes, so this is the image that we have displayed. As you can see, it's a nice waterfall from a huge mountain, and just somewhere in the middle, you can see a bridge where people can cross, walk away, enjoy the nature. And both sides, you can see it's a trees, long trees, even at the top of the mountain. And so yes, this is and of course, you get a glimpse of the sky from this bottom to top view. So this is the image that we had displayed.
So I think everyone has gotten something, if not exactly correct. So we have Maskanda Mata that says seawater, deep blue water. So definitely the feature is the water. So deep water, the waterfall is quite a decent size. So it is a deep waterfall. So we don't have the sea water, or at least we don't know behind us. We don't know. We could have the sea. But we definitely have the water as the main element, and it is falling from a big height. So it is you have that depth dimension there as well. So yes, thank you very much for sharing, Maskanda Mata. Congratulations for manifesting, Ma.
Yes, beautiful. And we have Ma Stephanie who shares first seen green. Beautiful, as it's quite visible that we have lots and lots of trees, the green trees, many tree plants like a forest. Yes, this is kind of a whole forest structure. So beautiful, man. Thank you for sharing. A little mountain. So not only little, it's a big mountain as well. And sky, yes, you can see just because the view is from bottom to top, you can see clearly that the sky is quite visible. And then at last, some gray structure. The mountain itself is having that gray structure. Beautiful. And even the bridge, beautiful. So Ma, Stephanie, whatever you have written is actually 100% correct. So beautifully you have successfully manifested. So the more and more you manifest the powers, it's very much clear that you are manifesting the state, space, powers, and being of Paramashiva.
Yes, we have Manister Gunya next that says, inside the ocean, fish is moving red gold. So again, we have that link to the ocean. It could very well be that we have the sea or the ocean behind us. We don't know that. We only have the two-dimensional image, but of course, Paramashiva reveals a lot more than we can see with our two physical eyes, a lot more than we can see on a two-dimensional depiction. So we definitely have, once again, the water element is definitely there. Where there's water, there's usually fish. So it's very probable that there are fish in there as well. And you've got the colors there, red and gold. So it's autumn, so we have yellow, reddish colors, and of course, golden colors as well. So very much spot on, Ma. Thank you very much for sharing, and congratulations, Ma.
And we have Ma Kathleen Lee, who shares, yes, I saw the big trees. Beautiful. As you can see, there are many, many big trees, even on the top of the mountain, even on the sides. So even on the mountains, you can see lots and lots of big trees. So beautiful, Ma. Beautiful for sharing, and you have successfully manifested. Thank you. Ma Stephanie also said, and I also have had a smell of rain and water. Beautiful.
That's beautiful, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. That's every single one of you. Congratulations. You have manifested the exact details of the image that we had for you. So congratulations to everyone, and thank you for taking part. And we'll have more of these power manifestations during today, during the day itself. So please make sure that you do take part in every power manifestation. As we mentioned, it is your connection to the divine. Every power manifestation is your connection to the divine. And we are here for a super conscious breakthrough. And that is what Swamiji is giving us in such a beautiful, beautiful way. So let us now move forward. So we'll be moving on with the program itself. So this is the Paramashivoham program. This is day number 7 of the Paramashivoham program. It is a 21-day program. So today it is all about bhakti, about what prevents bhakti. So this is the next topic, what prevents bhakti. So bhakti is devotion to the master, devotion to Swamiji. And in this session, Swamiji will be taking us through bhakti itself and what gets in the way of bhakti and how to overcome it. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably, let's come to the space of listening, and let's listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism as he reveals these great secrets.
Say, at this moment I feel it is worth dying for this experience. That mood prepares your body and mind and protects you from all the extremities associated with enlightenment. Understand? Understand the question thoroughly. He says he has heard from two people, two masters, that enlightened one cannot live in the body. I do not want to comment about their words, what context they said and how you heard and all that. I don't want to comment on that. But I wanted you to understand one thing. The moment I created this feeling in you, for this experience, even death is okay. It means you become ripe enough to hold that experience in your body. Understand? Till you have, see, what is death? What is fear of death? If you are afraid of death, still you have the hope for life, hanging on to life. So if you are clinging or hanging on to life, how can enlightenment happen to you? I tell you, the moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. The moment you are ready to face the death, you are free from death, enlightenment can stay in your body now without causing the extremities associated to it. You can see very clearly, she was already ready. See, in Sati's body she gets Satori, in Parvati's body she gets enlightenment, in Meenakshi's body she is an incarnation. What makes Sati into Parvati and Parvati to Meenakshi? Understand, non-clinging to life. Non-clinging to life. Stop clinging to life. All hopes are hopelessness. Get more and more comfortable with your insecure imaginations. Please understand. I wanted this to be one of the important understanding for all my disciples and followers. Get more and more comfortable with your uncomfortable fear fantasies, uncomfortable insecurity thoughts, uncomfortable insecurity imaginations. For example, if you have wealth, suddenly you will think, oh, if some thief comes and steals everything, what will they do? Or there are some other. But nowadays the fear of small thieves have disappeared. Fear of big thief means the government. Now the whole thing collapsing, economy melting down. What is the economy melting down? The larger thief stealing everybody's wealth by wrong policies and corruption. So you have fear. If the whole thing melts down, what will I do? Where will I be? How will I be? See, everybody constantly has these insecurity imaginations, especially early morning before you wake up from the bed. Either you will have the deep insecurity imaginations or fantasies. This too only wakes you up from the bed early morning. Of course, about fantasies, with fantasies already you are comfortable, but these insecurity imaginations, start getting comfortable with that. Okay, now you are there. That does not mean you are going to become reality. Your ability to get comfortable with insecurity imagination makes your nervous system ripe enough to hold the highest experiences. Understand? This is the only way Sati becomes Parvati, Parvati becomes Meenakshi. Your ability to handle very beautifully in one place in Shiva Sutras, Mahadeva says, living in utter insecurity is living enlightenment. Get comfortable with your insecurity imagination. Only the people whose nerves have become comfortable with the insecurity imaginations have achieved highest things on the planet Earth, whether it is in the outer world or in the inner world. People whose nervous system cannot handle the insecurity imaginations, I tell you, when I declared a few days before a new understanding for our Sangha, you do whatever is your maximum capacity. I tell you, when Buddha gave sannyas to women, of course, I am not against giving sannyas to women, I am all for it. But Buddha knows human beings. He says when he gave sannyas to women and made them also part of the Sangha, he says, I reduce the longevity and purity of my Sangha. Because after him, there will be too much of men exploiting women and women exploiting men. It's not that only men exploit women, women also exploit men. In both ways. I have seen. Oh, anyhow, it's like different ways, not just the guru-disciple relationship. In so many ways, it's men and women exploiting each other. He knows, as long as he's in the body, that won't happen. The moment he leaves the body, it is going to happen. He says he reduced the purity and longevity of the Sangha. I tell you, when I said be honest to yourself, I felt exactly the same after I leave the body. Of course, as long as I am in the body, I will be going on inspiring you guys. And you will again and again, true to your honest capability and true to your core, all that will continuously happen as long as I am in the body. After that, this law, this understanding, I know, is going to create people who are lazy, dull, dead, enemies to enlightenment. I don't know how people are going to handle those beings at that time. When I am in the body, we will handle. Still, I do not know how you guys are going to handle. Of course, none of you are going to be in the body. I am going to be living for quite a long time. I am saying, the next generation, maybe your third generation only is going to be the last generation I will be seeing. Then next generation, your fourth generation only is going to be my successors. Because the moment I say be honest to yourself, be true to your capacity, you don't even know your capacity. You will completely get comfortable with your lifestyle. See, by the word, through the word productivity, I was constantly making you get comfortable with your insecure imaginations. You see, with the word productivity and with that scale, with that idea, constantly you are made to live in that, get comfortable with your insecurity, imagination of, that is the ultimate insecurity. If I lose master, what will I do? That's the ultimate insecurity. But only when you get comfortable with those insecurity imaginations, your nerves become strong to hold the highest Kundalini awakening. When you say, okay, if at one day if I am kicked out, it is okay, but now I am going to imbibe whatever best and maximum I can. Only with this coming to terms with the reality, your nervous system becomes so strong and you imbibe completely maximum whatever you need to imbibe. When that insecurity never becomes part of your life, you are going to be standing in rain with a raincoat and umbrella. Not even a drop of rain is going to touch you. I am showering like a rain. You stand with an umbrella and raincoat, which is called security. The secured feeling and the secured thought trend. No. Swamiji already said, you be honest to your capacity. This thought trend is going to be more like a raincoat and umbrella. Now, I only have to inspire you continuously. Anyhow, I am opening up and presenting the whole philosophy in front of you. how this Rajendra Kumar describes, I feel it is worth dying for this experience. When this thought trend becomes part of your system, your nervous system gets the strength to experience and hold the highest Kundalini awakening. Then your system becomes alive. I tell you, to prepare you for this level is the incarnation's job. That is my job. Nothing else. Rajendra Kumar is beautifully putting it. I should first become a candle and burn for you and disappear in your eternal light. That too would not be enough. I tell you, the moment I brought this attitude in you, my job as a great incarnation has happened. I have done to you. You are done with me. I am done with you now. Now, simply the cosmos will enter you and your system is ready to hold that experience. It is all about nothing but making you comfortable. You see, how comfortable you are with your greed-based fantasies. Same way you need to be comfortable with your fear-based imaginations. For example, that early morning, sometime when you have that greed-based fantasies, how comfortable you don't even want to get out of it. But somehow this foolish alarm rings only at that moment. How comfortable your whole nervous system is with that greed-based fantasies. To the same level, your nervous system should be comfortable and joyful, relaxed with your fear-based fantasies, fear-based insecurity thoughts. You say, oh, how can it be? You are saying nightmare and sweet dream should be same? Yes. Because both is from you. You are the source. Whether it is a sweet dream or a nightmare, you are the source. You are the creator. My whole job is making your nervous system comfortable with your nightmare also, the same way your sweet dreams are comfortable. How you are comfortable with your sweet dreams, to that same way I should make you comfortable with your nightmares. Then my job is done. Then your body is ready for the highest Kundalini experience. Then I have completed the job of carving a yogic body and Vedic mind. So Rajendra Kumar, depth of inspiration in you all means the ability to handle, to get comfortable with the insecurity. I myself should have gone through the whole thing in front of your eyes. I should say in 2012, some of the asuras tried to invade the Biddi campus. I went through that. Only then you will stand. You will understand, yes, what he says is true. He did not have nervous breakdown. And he stood. His most insecurity imaginations have been a very comfortable flow in him. He was completely comfortable with the sweet dreams and nightmares, insecurity imaginations and extraordinary expression of spiritual energy. See, morning, somebody does Pada Puja saying, oh, embodiment of all gods and goddesses. In next few hours, somebody says he is a criminal. and we are going to put him in prison. And you need a nervous system which is completely comfortable with both, which does not lead to nervous breakdown. Understand? Both can lead to nervous breakdown. It is not that only insecurity, even too much of respect. Suddenly, you see, in your house, the people who live around you suddenly starts respecting you like a god. What will happen to you? You will go crazy. In 2 days, you will go mad. You will become loose. You will say, no, I am ordinary. Whether fear or greed, disrespect or respect, both can make you crazy. Your nervous system won't be able to handle. And if both are happening at a time, just today, one side the 15 international media has published about our diabetes kriya. 15 international magazines and 4 third-rate journals in Tamil Nadu have published articles putting so many nonsensical allegations on me. Both happening in same way, same time. You'll become mad. If your nervous system is not strong enough, I tell you, preparing your nervous system strong enough to hold the fantasies of greed and imaginations of insecurity. Early morning, if you are lying and imagining some sweet dreams, if this person lives with me, if I am with that person and that kind of house and car and bungalow, money, how life will. Whether you are drooling or shaking, suddenly some dream, tiger is chasing you and a huge python is trying to swallow you, or you lost all the money in your share market, your net worth has melted down. I tell you, the real your net worth, which can never melt down, is inner awakening. Your any other net worth will melt down. That is why I tell you, have some asset which will not melt down. Your capability. See, it is not that easy. You can hide and cover up your fears and insecurity and live your life. Your stomach will get churned. You will have diarrhea. This time in the prison, the jailer was the head of the jail. He became very friendly with me. He was a devoted person. I have never seen a jailer falling at the feet of an accused. The moment I was taken inside the jail, the first thing he looked around, and when there was no media camera, he fell flat at my feet. I was shocked. Oh God, what is going on? I blessed him, be blissful. And he was not even getting up. He said, put your hand on my head and bless Swamiji, only then I will get up. I blessed him. He says, I was so happy the moment they said they are bringing you here. I said, what do you mean? He was telling, you are my guest. I am going to take care of you. Come on. Then he told me, I read all your books. I have seen your YouTube discourses. I always wanted to come and see you in the ashram. You came here to grace me. I said, okay. I don't want any more jailers praying for my darshan. And he said, please accept my hospitality. But the guy was really nice. It's not that easy to hide the insecurity if it is there inside. Understand? Some of the media, they questioned me in a press meet. Are you trying to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling? I told them, why don't you try? Why don't you try? Try to hide your insecurity by constantly smiling. Let me see how much you are successful. You need a special nervous system through which the current of insecurity and the current of future possibility both can flow. I tell you, when you are always in the peak, means the future, this side is also possible and that side is also possible. Only then you are alive. I tell you, somebody may think I am a good guy, somebody may think I am a bad guy, but I can tell you about me, I am a living guy. I am alive. The extreme good, what can happen? Being worshipped by people as the God while in the body. I have seen that extreme. And the same way, the other extreme, being abused with all the lies and false allegations, constantly being tortured, disrespected. I have seen this extreme. And both waves could not make any pattern in my nervous system. Birds don't leave footprints in the space. Same way, both does not leave any footprints in my nervous system. Only buffaloes leave strong footprint in the mud. If your inner space, if your nervous system is more like a mud, only buffaloes walk in that and leave a strong footprint. You can see. In the mud, when the buffaloes leave, footprints are formed, and then when it dries in the sun, it is frozen. It's dried. It becomes permanent. Mud is your weak nervous system. Buffalo is the experiences happening on you. When the sun is exposed to that footprint, it becomes like a solid stone after drying up. Life's various other experiences are the sun's exposure to that footprint, so it becomes a permanent pattern in you. But if your inner space is like a sky, all the experiences of the extremities, either the experience of fear or the experience of greed, flows in you, flies in you like a bird. You can see the buffalo's footprint. If you are a mud, you carry only this. If your inner space is like a air, ether, every experience is like a bird which does not leave any footprint. I tell you, take this up like a samyama, meditation, getting comfortable with your extreme fantasies, positive and negative. Please understand. Your extreme fantasies, positive. Your extreme fantasies, negative. Both. Get comfortable. Yes, if that happens, if that is the way things happen, what can be done? Okay, next. Next. That's it. And I still remember the jailer asked me, Swamiji, you are not suffering. Why are you trying to fast? I said, fasting I am doing just to put it on record about my resistance. That what they are doing is illegal. The international media is watching. And the history is going to record. Not only I am arrested, how I responded to the arrest. Not only I was persecuted, how I responded to my persecution. So I need to put it on record. I need to create the right history. I am not suffering. Is part of my spiritual history. But I did not budge. I recorded my opposition and resistance is going to be the part of my social history. To face any extreme, you will not be affected by any extreme. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. But as long as you are not ready to die, death is waiting for you. You need to die. The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors.
The moment you are ready to die, you don't need to die. Because once you are ready to die, you don't need to die because you realize that there is no death. So what prevents bhakti? What are you devoted to? You become, that is the message of harnessing the power of feeling connection. So we'll be entering into the internalization exercise. So requesting all of you, please gather the pen and the paper to write down what you are devoted to. Write down 11 powerful cognitions which inspires you, inspires your life, and empowers your feeling connection with Swamiji. So let's begin with the exercise. let's start reflecting in your life. So take a moment and reflect on what you truly feel devoted to in your life. See, there are a few things you surely are devoted to. So start reflecting on your life. See what you are truly devoted to. Consider the people, the principles. Yes, people are devoted to the people, some principles, some practices that inspire their passion and commitment. So look into your life. You can consider anything, whether the people, the principles, the practices which inspire your passion and commitment. And think about Swamiji's teachings and how they resonate with you.
And understand this is very much along the same lines as Swamiji has just revealed in the darshan itself about bringing the reality. See, it is all about consciousness. It is all about consciousness. So whatever you are devoted to is what is your highest consciousness. Your highest consciousness is simply just what you believe. Whatever you believe, you manifest. In the same way, with bringing whatever the result, the outcome that you want to have manifest itself, bring that into the future, bring that into your belief system, make that your home. This is what feels homely. This is what feels right. This is what I believe. So it is in the same ways, whatever you believe, whatever you are devoted to is what you become, what your future holds. So it's very much along the same kind of way. So once again, take a moment and reflect on what you truly feel devoted to in your life, and consider the people, principles, practices that inspire your passion and commitment. And of course, let's link that to Swamiji's teachings and how they resonate with you.
So ask yourself, what values or teachings from Swamiji do you feel most connected to? And in what way these teachings influence your daily life? So let's enter into this. For example, you might be feeling that you are devoted to serving your community or upholding some values of compassion and empathy, or even a feeling of a strong connection with Swamiji's teachings and about the inner peace and self-realization. So let's take a few minutes and reflect into your life and ask these questions. What are the values or the teachings from Swamiji do you feel most connected to, and how they influence in your life? So let's begin.
All right, now let's move on to the next exercise, the next step. So reflecting on devotion and empowerment. Identify the powerful cognitions. Write down the 11 powerful cognitions that inspire and empower you in your life. Now, these cognitions should reflect what you hold dear and how you wish to embody these values. Focus on the insights derived from your reflection and from Swamiji's teachings. So let us continue. Write down 11 powerful cognitions that inspire and empower you in your life. Now, these cognitions should reflect what you hold dear and how you wish to embody these values. Focusing on the insights derived from the reflection and Swamiji's teachings. Let us continue.
Now slowly you can relax. And understand, every person is devoted to something, whether it is a principle, some ideas, people. So when you reflect in your life, write down the powerful cognition what Swamiji reveals to you. Alright, so with this, now we'll be entering into the power manifestation. So today we'll be manifesting the power of Mahima. So before entering into the power itself, we'll be entering into the scriptural reference for manifesting this science, this power. So the verse is taken from Shiva Samhita, chapter 5, verse 76 to 78. And the verse goes as Maranam khadyate tena sakena pi khadyate tasyasit paramasidhir animadi guna prada vayu sancharate dehe rasavriddhi bhave dhruvam akasha pankajagala piyusamapi vardhate. Death is eaten by him, he is eaten by none. He manifests the highest powers such as anima, laghima, mahima, etc. The vayu, the wind energy, moves equally throughout his body. The juices of his body are also increased, rasavriddhi. The nectar exuding from the Israel lotus also increases in him. So with this, we'll be entering into manifesting this power where you'll be increasing your own height. And actually we'll be entering into the manifesting the changing the size or increasing the size of an object which is close to you. This is the power of Mahima. So make sure that you're having a small object. So, and you can keep that object close to you and make sure that first you're taking the initial measurement. You can use any method. You can take a marker to measure the size of the object as an initial reference. And then we'll be entering into the manifestation where you'll be increasing the size of the object. And then we'll be comparing that size with the initial size. So once again, requesting all of you, please gather an object. It can be a small object. It doesn't have to be a big object. It can be a small object and keep it near to you, close to you. All right. Once you have the object which is close to you, you can close your eyes or even you can open your eyes and visualize Swamiji in your space. Understand, Swamiji is very much alive. He is very much available to all of us. So when you connect with Swamiji, you simply invoke his presence. And be in that space of Paramashiva, as Swamiji has been again and again telling us to live as Paramashiva, to behave as Paramashiva, to act as Paramashiva, because we are Paramashiva. With this powerful cognition, let's enter into this manifestation. If you have not yet have the object, please take a small object which is close to you. Measure the size of the object. Will be increasing the size of the object. Which is the power of Mahima. So we'll be increasing the size of the object. So make sure that you are having an object with you. Yes, Ma Stephanie is trying to get an object. That's good. Okay, that's
It's a good object, Ma.
All right. All right. So with this, let's begin. Just sit with your head, neck, spine in a straight line and visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Connect with Swamiji. That is very important. It is when you connect with Swamiji, the power starts flowing through you. Only when you allow Swamiji to flow through you, when you get out, when you allow the divine to flow through you, when you allow Paramashiva to flow through you, you simply start manifesting the powers. When you allow the Paramashiva to fill throughout your whole being, so just simply connect with Swamiji. Any self-doubt, self-hatred, self-denial that comes, simply unclutch. Again and again, unclutch. And with this, let's start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Keep chanting the Mahavakya. And with this, let's enter into this round of power manifestation, the power of Mahima. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nityananda 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda.
Yes, you can relax now. Slowly, you can open your eyes. Then let us take a moment to take the second measurement of the object, of the size of the object. So whatever method you used to measure the size of the object, so whether you use a ruler, a measuring tape, whether you traced the outline of the object on a piece of paper with pen or pencil. So whatever method you use, please make sure you use the same method again, and let us know how you went.
So once again, measure the size of the object after the manifestation and compare it with the initial size of the object. So whatever method that you have used, whether you have used the marker or scale or any other method, use the same method for pre-season and let us know how you went through the power manifestation.
Yes, so requesting everyone please take note and share with us how you went. Whether it increased, decreased, or even if it stayed the same. Take a moment and let us know how you went. And understand also that the manifestation is occurring, whether you are seeing it or not. The manifestation is occurring, is taking place. So from the moment that you sit down with the intention to manifest this power, the divine simply manifests through you. So just take a moment and share with us how you went. So just waiting on everyone. Just going to give it a little bit longer, just for everyone to write down their results. Pressing Ma Skandamata, Ma Nitya Prerna, Ma Nanda Lakshmi Yogini, Ma Caitlin Lee, Ma Stephanie, Elizabeth Titus, Ma Sally Chen, Ma Divya Teja Chimni, Ma Nistigunya, Weston Tekestet, Ma Mahajala Shaktika. Requesting everyone please take a moment and share with us how you went for this power manifestation. And understand we're not comparing who can do, who can't do. This is all about you, no one else, just about you.
Yes, we have Stephanie who shares. I think it was not a good idea to use eucalyptus. The size of the size is the same, but it feels like it has vibrating very little bit in my hand. Beautiful.
Yes, man. So I think maybe there was a contradicting thoughts there. You wanted to increase it in size, but then you thought maybe it's not a good idea to increase it in size. So with contradicting desires, the net result is zero. Perhaps that might also be the case there, Ma. So let's just think next time. Yes, it is a eucalyptus bonbon. It's very nice. I want to increase it, full stop. All right. Well, thank you very much for sharing. All right. So with that, we are now going to move on to the next segment in our program for today, which is once again another revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And Swamiji reveals on surrendering relationships. So understanding that by surrendering, you're not actually giving up on relationships, you're not actually stopping relationships, but you're surrendering, you're giving up the attachment to relationships. You're giving up the attachment to the other person. And by giving these up, by surrendering the relationships, you actually allow the relationship to flower. So requesting everyone, let us sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line, and let us hear from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism on surrendering relationships.
Here, first time Krishna is giving ultimate technique for quantum spirituality. He is the first quantum scientist in the inner world. He gives a technique for quantum spirituality. He says, relax and surrender. Suddenly, you will experience the intensity of your consciousness. You will understand you don't have to choose between horizontal line and vertical line. You can explode in all the 360 degree. You don't have to choose between this line and that line. You don't have to take choice. Please be very clear. Only when you experience the choicelessness. When I say choicelessness, I don't mean you will not choose anything. You will choose everything. You will have everything. When I say surrender, I do not mean the dead surrender. I have seen so many people saying, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God. I surrendered everything to divine. I surrendered everything to existence. But you will see it will be only in the level of words, not in the level of reality, not in the level of existence. People make funny statements. Swamiji, I surrendered everything to God, but just please bless me so that I should have good job. I should have a little more paying job. As of now I have this job, but if you can bless me to have a little better job, it will be really nice. Please be very clear, our surrender is pseudo. Our surrender is pseudo. Before making any statement, be very clear about what you are speaking. Sometimes we make statements without even knowing the meaning. So many people, they will come and tell me, Swamiji, I surrendered everything to you. Please give me a little mental peace. I tell them, please come for one meditation program. No, 2 days I cannot afford. Just now they said they have surrendered everything to me, and they say, I cannot afford 2 days. Sometimes we make statements without knowing the situation or the reality. Small story. One journalist, a reporter, he saw a crowd gathered around an accident in the road. He tried his best to get in, to see. He is not able to. He suddenly started shouting, oh, my son is got in the accident. Please give me the way, give me the way. He started shouting. People all gave way. He just went near and saw one donkey was lying in front of the car. There was a donkey in front of the car. Please be very clear. Before making any statement, know the situation. Without knowing, when you make statement, you are the person who is going to suffer. With the surrender also, we make statements without knowing the truth. With the real surrender, you don't exclude anything, you include everything. You just experience the whole. You explode in all the directions. You just experience horizontal line and vertical line and something more, which you have never imagined. You will experience the different dimensions of your own being. When I say surrender, I don't mean you need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to somebody. There is no need to surrender to some other God, some other guru. Of course, God or guru is just a symbol. You don't have to surrender to that God or that guru. Just surrender to your own consciousness, your own inner space. But you never respect or trust your inner space. That is why in the initial level you need God, you need guru. The other day, somebody was asking, Swamiji, if I surrender to you, what should I do? I said, if you really surrender to me, you will not have that question, what should I do? You will be simply guided from within. You will be simply guided from within. People come and ask me, yes Swamiji, I surrendered everything, now what should I do? When you really surrender, you will not have this very question. The very question will not exist. Simply, you will surrender the whole being. When you are completely surrendered, you will see your intuition or the divine intelligence automatically guides you. As long as you have doubts, be very clear, you have not surrendered. You have not surrendered. Here, Krishna says beautifully about the surrender. Adhishtanam tadakarta karanam cha pratakvitam vividascha pratakseshta daivam chaivatra panjamam. The place of action, the performer, the various senses, the many different kinds of endeavor, and ultimately the Paramatman. These are the 5 factors of action. Here he says the factors of action. And the next step, tatraivam sadigartaram atmanam kevalam tuyaha Pashyat krita buddhitvan sapashyadi durmati. Therefore, one who thinks himself the only doer, not considering the 5 factors, is certainly not very intelligent and cannot see things as they are. Now he gives the exact technology of surrender. In these 2 sloka, these 2 sloka can be called as stotra and shastra and sutra. Shastra means which shows you the goal. Stotra means which is out of devotion. Sutra means which gives you the technology. In these 2 sloka, he gives you the exact technology of surrender. Understand? Whatever you think as you is totality of so many things, and individually everything is responsible for something, but suddenly you start thinking you are responsible for the whole thing. You are responsible for the whole thing. That is where the trouble starts. That is where the trouble starts. And he gives the technology how to experience the deeper levels of surrender. 3 levels of surrender exist. One is intellectual surrender, means trusting the master's intellect is much sharper, much more than your intellect, is intellectual surrender. Next, emotional surrender, surrendering the emotions, trusting that master's emotions or the way in which he guides is much more intelligent, that is best than my emotions. Third, surrendering the very senses, very cognition, the cognition which happens inside you, surrendering the root of the cognition itself. Here, surrendering the intellect is very easy because it continuously tortures you. After some years, you are suffered enough with the intellect. You somehow wanted to get rid of it. You just surrender. Surrendering intellect is very, very easy. Just if you see somebody who is more intelligent, clear than your thinking system, you just surrender. For example, if you go to a consultant, naturally you surrender intellectually. You surrender to his ideas. If you go to a lawyer, you surrender legally. You know in that field he is more sharp than you. So you surrender to lawyer in that field. When you go to some accountant, you surrender to him intellectually as far as the accounts concerned, because he knows much more than you in that field. Intellectual surrender is easy. Same way, if you see somebody who has got more knowledge in the spiritual field, intellectually, immediately your intellect surrenders. That's not a big thing. Surrendering intellectually happens very easily. Moreover, you just wanted to get rid of it. You are finding somebody, you are finding some dustbin where you can dump your intellect. So when you find somebody, you just relax from it. Next is emotional surrender. That happens when you feel deeply connected with the master. When you feel deeply connected with the master. When you start experiencing 1 or 2 things, little meditation, little bit of understanding, naturally the emotional surrender starts happening. You start respecting his emotions much more than your emotions. Master's emotions means whatever he tries to guide you, whatever way he wants you to live, you start giving importance to that more than what you think as life. Slowly, slowly, he becomes the center of your life. Almost like you start respecting him more than all other emotional attachments. The priority is slowly changing. You start thinking in your emotion, in your emotional level, Master comes as a number one priority. This is what I call emotional surrender. In the emotional level, you feel connected. Next, a deep level, of course, it's a spiritual technique. Because you all heard enough of these intellectual things, these 17 days, I think now you should understand the deeper levels of techniques. Surrender of senses means even your senses will listen to what he says. One disciple asked the Rishi, Vedic Rishi, why should I surrender? What is the need? Master asks, as far as you understand as you, how do you know you? He says, through my senses. According to your senses, who are you? I am this body and mind. Master says, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. Only when you surrender your senses, only when your senses starts listening to what I say, you will see the truth of what I am explaining. According to you, according to your senses, you are body and mind. But according to me, you are God. When you surrender your senses, when you believe me more than your senses, you will experience you are God. He says, the moment you believe me more than your senses, you will understand the meaning of Tattvamasi. Master again and again represents the ideal of you are God. Please understand, again I tell you, I am not here to prove I am God, I am here to prove you are God. Again and again, he stands for the ideal of you are infinite. There are so many dimensions in your being which you have not explored, which you have not experienced. Again and again, he is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. He is showing so many dimensions of your being to yourself. Master stands for your multidimensional being. He again and again shows it is possible for you. When it is possible for me, why not for you? But as long as you believe your senses, you will be sure that you are body or mind. Only when you trust Master more than your senses, you will understand Master's words are true than your senses. Then you will experience the truth of Master's words. Then when Master says you are God, suddenly you will realize, yes, that is truth. All these days, my body and mind, my senses are telling, I am body and mind. As long as you believe your senses, you will believe only their ideas. The moment you start believing the Master more than your senses, you will realize the truth which Master explains. Two persons are speaking from two stages. One side your senses, they are saying you are body, you are mind. The other side Master is sitting, he is saying you are God and you are divine. You have so many dimensions of your being. Enjoy everything, experience everything. If you are sitting there and listening, you cannot listen this. Only when you believe this, the words of the Masters, more than the words of the senses, you will be able to experience the truth that you are God. You are ultimate. You are material and spiritual both together and something more. Let me tell you a small incident in Krishna's life. After the Gita, Krishna and Arjuna, both of them are going somewhere. After the war, everything is over. Maybe for a picnic, outing. Suddenly Krishna says, Arjuna, see that white color crows. Arjuna says, yes, beautiful white crows. After 2 minutes, Krishna says, no, they are black crows only. Arjuna says, yes, Krishna, they are black crows only. Suddenly Krishna asks, fool, what happened to you? When I say white, you say white. When I say black, you say black. What happened to you? What happened to your senses? Arjuna says, Krishna, I do not know what happened to my senses. But one thing is sure, when you said it is white, I saw them as white. When you said they are black, I saw them as black. I do not know what happened to my senses. I do not know what happened to me. One thing is sure, the crow is not going to give me life. You are my life. I do not know logically whether the crow is white or black. But I saw as you directed. When you said it is white, I saw it as white. When you said it is black, I saw that as black. In the inner world, the first and last tool which you need is complete surrender. Complete surrender. Only then you can wake up to the truth. You can wake up to the truth. Then Krishna says, you are right. Because you started trusting me more than your senses. If Arjuna is trusting his senses, at the most he would have been a good warrior, good king. But because he trusted Krishna more than his senses, he has become enlightened. Krishna says, if you trusted your senses, you would have at the most had good eyes. You would have seen the black crow as black crow and white crow as white crow. That's not a big deal. We are all seeing that way only. And that's not a big deal. Because you trusted me more than your senses, you have become enlightened. You are liberated. And he has experienced the truth of Krishna. Understand? The truth of Krishna consciousness is experienced by surrendering the senses. Not just by intellect, not just by emotion, but by surrendering the very root of intellect and emotion, the senses, which supplies the data. The source of the data itself is surrendered. You receive all the information about you through senses. Please understand, you do not know about you. You respect yourself only by the data which you collected through the senses. If somebody says you are beautiful, you enter, you put the entry in your book, I am beautiful by so and so. If somebody says you are intelligent, then you put that entry, I am intelligent by so and so. If somebody says you are tall, dark and handsome, you put that tall, dark and handsome by so and so. If somebody says you are dumb, then you put I am dumb by so and so. At the end of the day, you put all the things together and see the report, survey. You just see the survey report. Then you come to the conclusion, 72% of the people say I am intelligent. And next, 20% they say I am dumb. There are few remaining people who don't want to say any words, who is not interested in any opinion. So understand whether you remember, whether you understand this way or that way. At the end of the day, you see the survey report and you decide the gist of the report is you. When 70% people say, I think 70% may not be fools. I must be intelligent. You come to the conclusion about you only by others' opinions. Whole day you are in signature campaign. Continuously you are taking survey. You go around, please tell me something about me. Please tell something about me. You are continuously doing the signature campaign. Here Krishna says, surrender the very senses, which gives you an idea about what you are. When you surrender the very root, which gives you an idea about who you are, you will naturally experience you are neither body nor mind, as you are suggested or advised, made to believe by the society. As long as you believe the senses, you will be believing your body and mind. Only when you believe the Master's words, when you trust the Master's words more than your senses, you realize the truth that you are divine. One side, all your senses are sitting and telling you you are body and mind. The other side, Master is telling you you are divine and you are in bliss. You are consciousness beyond body and mind. Now it is up to us what we are going to choose. If you believe the senses, you can't believe the Master. If you believe the Master, you can't believe the senses. Whether you are surrendered to your senses or surrendered to the Master will be decided based on your way of life. It is up to you to surrender to the Master or surrender to the senses. Here Krishna says, only when you understand all three levels of surrender, surrendering in the level of intellect, surrendering in the level of emotions, surrendering in the level of senses, only when you experience all three, the ultimate experience of surrender happens to you. I tell you, the very surrender itself is enlightenment. Don't think after surrender enlightenment will be issued to you. No. Don't think you will surrender, then you will get a paycheck through courier. Enlightened, you are enlightened. No. The very surrender, that very moment you experience the truth. You experience the truth. Understand? We usually play with the words. Again and again, we play with the words. Whenever you play with the words, at least let you be aware you are playing with the words. I have seen people going and telling, Swamiji, I surrendered to Krishna my whole life. I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. My whole life I surrendered to Shiva. Please bless me that my life should be happy. Understand, if you are really surrendered, you will never even ask that my life should be happy. And people come and ask me, I have surrendered to Venkateshwara. I surrendered to Krishna. Should I do meditation camp, Swamiji? Please be very clear. If you are really surrendered, you don't need meditation camp. But as long as you have doubt, should I do the meditation camp or not, you need. If you have the idea that should I do or not, be very clear, surrender has not still happened. The moment you surrender, you disappear. There is a beautiful verse in Tamil. Let me explain the idea, then I will quote the verse. When you surrender I and mind to the divine, when you give I and mind to the existence, the Parashakti existence, he gives his I and mind to you. Both bank accounts merge, becomes one and the same, it becomes joint account. You have nothing to lose. Ordinarily, as long as you think the body and mind and being is yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manam Sogamayam. Sariram Rogamayam, body is filled with diseases. Manas Sogamayam, mind is continuously depressed. What we have to surrender? Nothing. except the body filled with disease and the mind filled with depression. When you drop that two at the feet of the divine, he gives his body and his mind. Sariram devamayam, mana sukhamayam, and atma anandamayam. You get the third thing, atma anandamayam, free offer. When you offer the body and mind of yours, Sariram Rogamayam, Manas Sogamayam, he gives you Sariram Devamayam, Manas Sugamayam, Atma Anandamayam. And there's a beautiful verse. Ramana Maharshi, he sings about the Arunachala. Tandadu Yendanai Kondadu Undanai Sadurar Yargolo Arunachala. The translation is, I gave me to you, but got you as in return. Who is more intelligent? Who is more intelligent? Understand, in surrender you have nothing to lose, you have everything to gain. Surrender is not like giving up something. I am not saying give up all your properties. No. Give up all whatever you have. No, nothing is necessary. Keep everything with you. And just don't internalize them in your system. Just take care. You are not internalizing you. Only one thing. Don't judge you based on your properties. You are far more higher than what you think you are. Do not judge yourself based on your bank balance. Do not judge yourself based on your relationships. Do not judge yourself based on the name and fame. Do not judge yourself based on your friends. You are far more higher than all these things put together. As long as you are judging yourself based on all these things, you will be internalizing all these things in your being. All these things will be a major points. All these things will be the center of your life. All these things will be pulling and pushing you. You will not have you for your being. As long as these are the factors of your life, as long as these are the centers of your life, your bank balance, your relationship, your name and fame, be very clear, your life will be pulled and pushed by all these things. You are something far more higher than all these things put together. The whole thing you need to understand. Just do not internalize all these things in your being. Understand you are something beyond. The moment you wake up to the truth, you cannot be just divided. You cannot be just put into one frame based on all these ideas of your balance, your bank balance, your relationship, your attitudes, your name and fame. Only these few things cannot judge you. I am something far more higher than all these things. The moment you wake up to this truth, you have surrendered. One bubble started thinking, I am an individual. I should become a strong bubble. Within that few seconds, it started thinking. Not only started thinking, started collecting other small 2-3 bubbles. And started getting one big bubble, you are my wife, support. Another one big bubble, hey, you are my son, support this side. You are my father, support this side. It started collecting some 10-12 bubbles and tried to save himself, tried to protect himself, and got 2-3 sand pieces or the small piece of sand from the beach, and he started telling, these are all my properties, these are all my treasures, this is my bank balance, this is my relationships, let me protect all of them. He tried to create a fence to protect his treasures and his relationships. How long he can play this game? For 2-3 more seconds. before he even finishes his game, simply will disappear into the ocean. When he was created, or when he existed, when he has disappeared, all the three moments, he is not away from the ocean. Even though he claims himself being away from the ocean, even though he thinks he is an individual, even though he says, I have all this bank balance, I have all this relationship, I have so many people around me, I have so many things around me. Understand, the whole thing will disappear in 1 second into the ocean back. Same way, in this universal consciousness, you just exist, or you think you exist as an individual being for a few seconds. In that few seconds, you catch somebody as father, mother, son, brother, and you catch all of them, and you feel safe, and you catch little bank balance, and you feel secure. And in the end, because of all these things, from all their opinions, you collect an idea about you, and you think you are that bevel. You play the game, suddenly the whole thing disappears. Please understand, before your game started, while you are playing the game, and after you end the game, whether you understand or not, realize it or not, experience or not, you are God. You belong to ocean. You are existence. Even though you think you are an individual self, even though you play the game and you start legally registering, these two bebbles are married and these 2 square feet is my land. You go to registrar bebel who is sitting there for 2-3 more years extra, and there's a big bebel. He claims, I am the ruler of this country. This area, anybody wants to register their land, they have to come to me. And among the bebels there is an understanding. You will not hit me directly, I will not hit you directly, you will not take away my bebel, I will not take away your bebel. You have some understanding. The whole drama goes on. Whole thing is going on. Suddenly in single shana, in one moment, the whole thing is back again into the ocean. When I say surrender, just wake up to the truth. You are in ocean. When you are born, when you think you are individual self, or after enlightenment, in all these 3 times, you are in the ocean. Just wake up to this truth. That is what I call surrender. Waking up to the ultimate truth is what I call surrender. Surrender the small ideas which you have about yourself and wake up to the reality of yourself. Then automatically what Krishna says as surrender will happen in your inner space, in your inner consciousness. Otherwise, we will be playing with the word surrender. We can use big words. We always use big words when we define ourselves. When we define ourselves. But we don't even understand that we are beyond all this description.
The mark of the modern sannyasi with a theft motion sensor and titanium supralloy casing. This is truly a danda of the 21st century, $21,000. Where is he? Oh God. Royal staff, gold plating, rubies and emeralds, platinum head, the best way to show off your wealth and status. Sannyasi shop is not responsible for the absence of wealth and status after purchase. $400,000. Security. No sannyasi should sleep unguarded with articles worth many thousands of dollars. Check out our new security system, motion sensor, sound alarm and many more gadgets to ensure your possessions safely. $20,000. Antique king. Leather wrapping, ivory studs, the luxury danda. that beats any other, $30,000. Kalpamaru, the wish-fulfilling danda, is equipped with a mini drinks cooler, lighter facilities, cigarette storage, and much more. $45,000. That's SkyMall books, and the effect of engram of that. In the flight, there is a SkyMall magazine. Healing danda. As its base is, it conceals a medicine chest and an aromatherapy generator to heal any illness. $30,000. Oh God, that's all. Wow, believe there's a lot. Grihastha soup. And that says, I hate sannyasis. 2 famous sannyasi for your liking. Want to go to a friend's party without looking like an idiot. The Grihastha soup is an answer. La natural city. Dweller suit with secret compartments for gandas, commandalos, and other incriminating items. The Himalaya suit. The Himalaya is too cold for you. Try our new Himalaya suit. 3 layers of thermal synthetic wool, interpersed with electric heaters, and layers of vacuum pack. Warning, wear above 20 degrees Celsius, minus 20 degrees Celsius, and risk of dying of heat. And edibles, ready-made meal packs. The only solution to starvation, ready-made meal packs. Drop a sachet into the kamandalu, then bring to boil. Oh God! My recipe. And then bring to boil and serve. Available in 6 flavors. Cheese, garlic, bars in the hot sauce, double fried chips, McDonald's burger. Chili mushroom, Manchurian, Rambi Ramisu. Ram, Buramisu, and Kurkure Masa mix up. Especially made for brahmacharis. Tapas LSD. Wow. Trouble with concentration. I want your friends to be amazed at your concentration skills. Take Tapas LSD. 1 dose can isolate you from the world and draw you into yourself. When you awake, your friends will be gapping in amazement. $10,000. Note not to be used within 3 miles of a policeman.
He did this in the bus stop.
God, what creative these guys became.
And he's telling, I'll take a printout and give. I can't give this. I said, this is original on pencil. You give it today.
Hey, create a good shop. It will be really nice. Kalpatal Danda. And he has put a light, fan, cigar smoker, liquor box, shower, everything in the Kalpatal Danda. Titanium Danda. Royal staff. Antique king. Have it. Yeah, give it to him. Vivekananda was sitting one day in the banks of Ganga in Calcutta. One lady, old lady, got washed away in the water. She was shouting, save me, save me. Vivekananda said, he was sitting with his swamis, brahmacharis. Whoever jumps and saves her, whether you save or get washed, I'll give you enlightenment. 12 fellows jumped. And finally they saved the old lady. And all 12 came out. He gave sannyas to all 12 of them immediately in half an hour. He gave them sannyas, and that all 12 became the first circle of his sangha. In the 12, I think 4 or 5 became successors, presidents of Ramakrishna Mission. He immediately gave them sannyas. He said, you guys are much more worthy of sannyas. One lady gave sannyas to 12 people. Nothing else. Degree of surrender, that's all. Maintaining surrender, that's what, ma'am. Being established in this mood of surrender. Because these guys, they experience sometime and run away. Like Ramakrishna says very beautifully, the mongoose in the village, they will go and hide in their holes. These village kids, to catch them, they will tie a rope in their tail and put a brick. Even if they go and hide, they will pull the rope and get them out of the hole. Same way, your engrams are like that stones. Attachment is that rope. Even if you go and experience surrender, that can just pull you out. That only you should take care. That's what I am saying, no? No, not only that, even with me experiencing, if you are continuously experiencing, then no problem. Continuous experience, that's where continuously being established. Without, you see, when you are not having surrender, suddenly you will start judging my movements. You understand? My movements are not me. Even if I do not know, I do not show you, I am an incarnation. Understand? Sometimes I myself may act just like a normal man, just like normal, but when you measure with your logic, that actions overdone. Gone. That's why I tell this first 30 disciples, say, even if I don't know, you be know, I am an incarnation. Do the scheduling.
There was on the way one family who
Huh?
came.
I didn't believe at all it will be open.
You only told me, all doors, all roads are closed.
Swamiji told me, decide first place where you want to go. I'll open tomorrow.
That's the very word I said. Where you want to go, tell me, I'll open that tomorrow, immediately.
And I heard somewhere
South
after
the Kedarnath was the
lost it.
Huh?
Kedarnath, Swamiji want to go Kedarnath first. All right, go.
After we came from Kedarnath, apparently we got
And the
lost.
day Swamiji landed in Rishikesh, rain stopped that day.
And as soon as we started, it started raining.
ஏன்னா 4 நாளைக்கு திறக்கான்னு சொன்னாங்கப்பா யமுனோத்ரி கங்கோத்ரி எல்லா ரூட்டும் Manishananda told you told me 15 days at least it will take. Even the first road he said it will take 4 days. I said nothing doing, tomorrow it will open. You plan and I told tomorrow where you want to go. You just show me. Actually I told him to bring the map and he brought the map. I just put my hand, it's all open. Now you black, now you book.
We should authorize as climate guru, Swamiji. No guru in the world can do this.
No, actually, he showed me where the blackage, Swamiji, where it's all black and where we are supposed to go. I put my hand and it's all open. Now plan for it, all blacks are removed. Go, over.
Swamiji, the hotel fellow is telling, it cannot be believed. It is Sakshat, I mean, really, he himself has come that right in.
What is there? You see, nature respects us. When we respect nature, we are the most ecological group who never disturb Ganga, Himalayas, who come happily and celebrate and go back. So nature respects us, that's all. Ganga celebrates our presence. Himalaya celebrates our presence. He wants us here, Himaraja. So you guys had this time darshan of Vyaskufa also. Vyaskufa, Saraswati,
Ganesh Road,
Ganesh Kufa.
Ganesha also wrote in Yaskufa only. Then he stayed there, rested there. After the tiredness of writing, he just slept there itself.
Because that Pandit told us from up, Vyas would talk and down Ganpati would
No,
write.
no. He sat there only and wrote. He slept here. That's the story. That's why if you go into the cave and sit, you will feel, if you will hear the sound of an elephant roaring. When the elephant sleep, there will be mild sound. That sound will be heard.
I limited sound. I hit my head to the rock. Too much it was shocked that it was too powerful. There's always rainbow near the source of sun.
Yes.
Oh, there's a rainbow.
It is not source, it is disappearing into earth. See, source is from sky. When she landed, she disappeared into the earth with that force. Naturally, when the water comes, it makes a small dent in the. So it went so deep, and then after that, hitting the stones below, it came back and started flowing. That U part is Saraswati. That out part is Ganga. Will you understand? Next. Trishul. I don't know much idea about it, but whatever they say seems to be believable, because that way it is standing but it is shaking. Really, I am surprised, because if it is installed strongly, it cannot shake, and if it is shaking, how long it can be standing? It is standing. At least last 10 years I have seen it standing. 1999 I have seen. And 1995 I have seen twice. So from 95 now 15 years. I don't know. That may not be true, but its standing is really surprising. And it is heavy. That heavy, if it is installed nicely, it will not shake. If it is not installed, it will not stand. Is it not? And how technically they managed both, we don't know. No. You see, it's like a masters. If they have left the body, then it will be energy. Otherwise, it's all just a place of worship. This is more a place of worship, not energy center. Place of worship. But even there, you can feel connected. It's not wrong, because many people would have worshipped those thoughts are culminated and it's there. You see. Panchakashi is there. Panchakashi, Panchaprayag, Panchaketar, Panchabadri is here in the Himalayas. Panchaprayag is Devaprayag, Rudraprayag, Vishnuprayag, Sonprayag, Karnaprayag, and Nandaprayag. Actually, then one should be missing. One should be reduced. I don't know which is Panchaprayag. In the 6, some 5 is Panchaprayag. Same way Panchabadri, Panchakedar, Panchakashi. In Himalayas alone. In all over India, 12 Jyotirlinga and 12 Pravagas are there.
Kashi, they say that Pandavas first came to meet Shiva there.
Oh.
Went away from there because he didn't want to destroy their own kin, so he didn't want to meet them there. So he went to Kedar and then
They ran behind Kedar Pindi. Yes. Then where else it will be connected? No, whether I am in the physical body or not, whether you are in the physical body or not, connection is eternal. There is a group of people.
This is the way the master.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashhivam, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design.
Yes. So, what a beautiful and powerful revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where Swamiji reveals on the surrender. You don't have to surrender any outside possession, but the property or anything that you have. Just surrender I and mine. When you surrender I and mine, the very senses, the very surrender itself takes you to the space to you, so that you dissolve into that oneness with Paramashiva.
Yeah, so the very act of surrender moves you from the doer to the being Paramashiva himself. So wonderful revelations there about the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Now, next we're going to come back to the power manifestation. So the next segment is once again the power manifestation. And the power manifestation today is the power of Mahima, which is increasing the size of objects. So we'll be once again increasing the size of object. So you can select an object from your household, whatever object it is, preferably something small so you can easily measure it. And let us get ready for this manifestation. So in the previous round, we had an object in front of us. For this second round, we'll be having an object in our palm. So an object that fits in the size of our palm. We will be increasing the size of this object in our palms. So requesting everyone, you can choose the same object as you had for the previous round, or if you wish, you can choose another object. The first thing to do is to take a measurement of the size of the object. Now you can use a number of different techniques. You can perhaps use a measuring tape, a ruler, or if you don't have something like that, you can also just draw the outline of the object on a piece of paper. So using pen or pencil, draw the outline on a piece of paper, and then we'll be using exactly the same measuring technique after we affect the size of the object, so after the palm manifestation. And just simply compare the two measurements, compare the before and after. So requesting everyone, once again, let us gather an object. So we'll be having an object, taking an initial measurement, and we'll be holding the object in our hand and increasing the size of the object. So let's get ready. Requesting also everyone to please switch on your cameras. So we have Ma Divya Teja Chini, we have Ma Maha Jada Shaktika, we have Weston Tekeste Iron, we have Ma Caitlin Lee, we have Ma Sally Chen, Ma Elizabeth, Stephanie Elizabeth Daitis, Ma Ananda Lakshmi Yogini, Nitya Prema. Requesting everyone please switch on your cameras, and if the cameras are switched on, please make sure you are available in the camera frame itself. So yes, requesting everyone to please be available. And let's get ready for this power manifestation. So once again, gather an object, any object that you wish to affect the size, increase the size of the object. And we'll be having it in our palms. So first of all, we'll be taking a measurement, some sort of a measurement, perhaps with a measuring tape, with a ruler, or just tracing the outline of the object on a piece of paper. Can also do. So let's get ready. And once we have selected the object, once we have measured, taken the initial measurement of the size of the object, let's get ready. Let's sit comfortably with the head, neck, and spine in a straight line. And let us bring our full awareness to our Anandaganda and connect deeply to the divine, connect deeply to Swamiji, connect deeply to Paramashiva in our Anandaganda, which is just below the heart center and just above the navel center. Connecting deeply to the divine, let us feel this space of oneness with the divine. From the powerful cognition that we are Paramashiva, we are the divine, expressing itself in human form. We are each one an individual, intelligent instance of Paramashiva having a human experience. So from this powerful cognition, let us connect to our true self, our divine self, to Paramashiva. Let us feel, let us extend ourselves, expand our consciousness to cover all of existence and beyond. We are Paramashiva. And now let us bring our awareness to the object that is in our palm, that we've already taken a measurement of. And let us create a strong intention, a strong declaration to the cosmos to increase the size, to increase the size of the object in our palm. So whatever measurement we have taken, we increasing that, the object size. So as Swamiji said in this earlier darshan, earlier today, we will be treating it as if it has already happened. So this is our goal, this is our manifestation. We'll be treating it as it has already happened. So familiarize yourself with the event in which, the incident in which this has already taken place. This has already happened. This is reality. This is truth. This is the only reality we are going to entertain. Nothing else is reality. Nothing else is truth, except our object having been increased in size through our simple will, through consciousness, through awareness, by bringing awareness to the size of the object and to the will to increase the size of the object. So let us hold this strong intention, strong declaration that is treated as it has already happened, because in all the parallel universes, somewhere it has happened. So let's just pull that reality into our present. That is our reality. Well, let's now start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Yes, let us continue chanting the Mahavakya throughout this power manifestation. And from this space of oneness with Paramashiva, place of oneness with cosmic superconsciousness, let us start manifesting this power of increasing the size of the object. Let's begin.
Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. Om Nityananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. नित्यानन्द परमशिवोऽहम् 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 Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nityananda Paramashivoham Om Nitya.
Now slowly you can relax and take the second measurement of the size of the object which was on your palms. So in this manifestation, we were increasing the size of the object which you had kept on your palm. So let's go ahead and have the second measurement, the size of the object. And once you have the second measurement, compare it with the initial measurement, which is the size of the object, and let us know the difference. So this is the power of Mahima. There are more than 460 powers that Paramsha reveals and gives in Vedas and Agamas, which are possibility for all the human beings. And the science is revived and given as a gift to the whole world by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanaanda Paramashivam, who is the very incarnation of Paramashiva himself. As even in the last revelation, Swamiji was himself saying that I am an incarnation. Even if I do any action or no, he is an incarnation of Paramashiva.
Yes, so once again, requesting everyone to please take a moment. That marketing that shares, not sure the size is different or not, but I saw violet lights around from the third eye. Yes, thank you very much for sharing that. So it sounds like your third eye has been activated. In terms of the size, sometimes the size difference, so depending on what you started off with, sometimes the size difference is so small that it's hard to tell with the naked eye. But understand by the moment you that stand and connect to Paramashiva and with the intention to affect the size of the object, the manifestation simply takes place. So so don't worry, Mark, even if it's not fully visible at this point. Let's continue practicing these power manifestations, and it will become visible. And of course, the fact that you have had experienced the violet lights around the third eye, it means the third eye is definitely activated. So yes, thank you very much for sharing.
We have Master Mata who shares measured height 1 centimeter. So measured height, is it the second measurement or the initial measurement, Ma? Or is it the difference of the two sizes?
Meanwhile, we have Master Gunya that says it's an avocado seed encircled by pen, and second measuring seems a little bit on the increase, so increase in size. Yes, thank you very much for sharing, Mark. Congratulations for manifesting.
Yes.
So Maskandamata, just requesting Maskandamata if you can give us just a bit of clarification. So measured height, is that the difference between the two measurements, or the measured height at the end? And if so, did you take a measurement of the first height as well for the object? Okay.
Yes, Ma. Guidance says, thank you very much for all your guidance. Yes, thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Ma. And of course, if you have any questions at all about the power manifestation, if you have any questions about the program, about anything that is being covered as part of the program, please by all means, anytime to ask us. So we are here to guide you, to facilitate your superconscious breakthrough. So this is Swamiji's gift to humanity, And we are involved here. We are here to help you achieve that superconscious breakthrough.
Yes. All right. So with this, we'll be now moving on with the next revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Swamiji will be revealing on how to keep the seeking alive. Understand? It is only through the seeking you achieve that superconscious breakthrough. So Swamiji himself will be taking us, guiding us, how to keep that seeking alive. So please come to the space of listening and let's enter into this powerful revelation by Swamiji.
This is the way the master teaches the level disciples. And this is the way the disciples learn among themselves. The disciples learn among themselves. Third, this is the way the opposite ideology persons were made to understand the truths. Fourth, this is the only way the religious terrorism was avoided in Vedic tradition. We never won over the sword. We never waged war with the sword. It was all with the clear, friendly, convincing arguments. The non-violent strength of the Vedic tradition is built on spiritual debate. You will not find stories like this master took a sword and rode on the horse, went with the millions of people and killed the opposite king or the religious leader and converted that whole crowd into his religion. No. He goes with a palm leaf and with a deep peace, few shaved head disciples, sits with the opposite religious leader on and on and on for days. And I want you to know about one of the important spiritual debate happened in the Vedic tradition, which rewrote the history of Vedic tradition between Shankara and Mandana Mishra. That was the turning point of the Vedic tradition, because Vedic tradition was slowly getting lost in rituals, just the outer physical doing. Slowly the attention is getting diverted towards that direction, then the inner enlightenment science. So this debate was the greatest turning point, happened to the Vedic tradition. The rules of the debate is, both of them will have lotus garlands. And Mandana Mishra's wife is a judge. Whose garland withers away first is the loser. You may think, how can that be the decision point? You need to understand, whose body becomes heat during the argument does not have the rational strength, just agitation is coming up. As I said in the morning, the person who is agitated is loser. Person who is agitated is going to do all foolish things. All foolish things. And they are already doing. Get into more and more trouble. They are putting themselves into more and more trouble. When you are agitated, see, spiritual strength means how much the Shastra Pramana and Apta Pramana has become Atma Pramana. Shastra Pramana means truths of the spiritual scriptures. Apta Pramana means the truths as expressed by the master. Atma Pramana means truths which has become experience of you. The Shastra Pramana, how it is expressed as Apta Pramana, should become Atma Pramana in you. So, if your Atma Pramana is stronger, your logic will ride on the cool, lubricated, compassionate nervous system. Does not need to get agitated, does not need to become hot, so that the garland can wither away. So now no need. You can play the cool game. So Mandana Mishra was given one garland, Shankara was given one garland, debate starts, 3.5 days it goes. 3.5 days, fourth day. Amazing. 3 days, two complete opposite ideological persons are able to sit and have a beautiful dialogue, debate without getting heated up. That is the greatness of the Vedic tradition. That's the greatness of Vedic tradition. It's like more like will I lead you to the deeper space or will you lead me to deeper space? That's all. Nothing else. So both of them decide, if you lead me deeper space then where I am, I'll become your disciple. If I lead you to the deeper space then where you are, you become my disciple. Let us enter into the deeper truths. Sahana vavatu, sahana ubunaktu. Means let both of us grow together. Let both of us educate ourselves together. Let both of us have friendliness till we complete this process. Even the Brahma Sutra, first sutra starts with Atato Brahma Jinyasat. Let us explore the existence, the Brahman. Very beautifully, the Apta Pramana, Shastra Pramana, which has become Apta Pramana, and how much it has become Atma Pramana. Here, both of them are leading each other into the deeper and deeper and deeper spaces, understandings. When you have no more space to lead the other person into understanding, you are agitated. You will now start using the perverted logic, the heat. Garland will wither away. After 3.5 days, evening, first time sweating was seen on Mandana Mishra's body. The heat started coming up, means now all his other energy chakras are tired. Swadhisthana is emitting the heat. Now it has become survival. It is no more understanding. It is no more spiritual. Now he is agitated. He knows he doesn't have any more. He can't lead the other person into the deeper spaces, deeper than where he is. So naturally, the irrational logic, perverted logic gets activated, and he tries to use different words which is not his experience. So those words which has not become part of him creates heat, and garland slowly starts withering away. Saraswati, Ubay Bharati says, stop now, you lost the game. Understand how beautiful the atmosphere would have been. Two great religious leaders. Understand, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary guy. He is the top religious leader in Karmaganda. In those days, Hinduism is not like united as it is now. It's one of the huge branch. The ritualism is conquering, trying to conquer the science part of the religion. So it's a fight between socio-political rules and research and development science. The spiritual science and socio-political rules. Huge fight, but happening without even a flower, garland getting heated up. Can you understand? Such big decisions are made in such a loving atmosphere. It's almost like a life and death for few million people. It is getting made in a space where the garland, the lotus flower, is not getting withered away. no sword, no blood, not even using the hand to beat. Just simple intelligence. And then Mandana Mishra, not only he realizes, he surrenders completely. He surrenders completely and says, here I am, your disciple. I understand. You can lead me one step deeper than what I am. See, Mandana Mishra is not an ordinary, he is an highly integrated spiritual practitioner. I can say religious practitioner who has millions of disciples. Amazing strength, intelligence, integrity. But when he says, yes, this guy can lead me one step deeper than where I am. He can take me one step above than where I am. This is time. Let me surrender. Keeping the seeking alive. Understand? Keeping the seeking alive. Not getting frozen with the ideas is the truth, basic truth on which the debate should happen. Spiritual debate should happen, keeping the seeking alive, not getting frozen in our own ideas. Person who constantly has a spiritual debate with his own life is living enlightened. With your own life, constantly have a spiritual debate. Am I standing with the decisions I took? Am I standing with the seeking I took up? Am I getting frozen? Am I ready to have the debate? Am I ready to have debate with my life, which is ready to lead me to the next step? Am I keeping my seeking open? Am I keeping my surrender alive? Or am I slowly, see in the Ganges, some dirt will slowly get into the bank and get settled. Means stopped moving, stopped flowing, stopped living. Spiritual debate is something which makes your seeking alive, which makes your surrender alive, which makes the whole thing alive, keeps the enlightenment Ganges flowing in your system intensely. Remember, when you do the debate, the garland on your neck should not get heated. Maybe we can have thermometer. Because you guys are not going to sit for 3.5 days. Garland may wither away. So you should have the thermometer or pulse monitor. Pulse monitor. That's the right thing. Your pulse should be balanced. It should be completely based on your Atma Pramana. The Apta Pramana, which has become Atma Pramana. Understand? Shastra Pramana can never directly become Atma Pramana. That's the biggest thing. Shastra Pramana is only to inspire you. Apta Pramana only give experience. And how much the Apta Pramana became Atma Pramana. So, when it is purely from Atma Pramana, there is no loser. If you lose, naturally, the person who wins is going to lead you much deeper experiences. So you are winner. If you are winner, the person who lost, you are going to lead that person into the deeper and deeper spiritual experiences. Again, you are a winner. Spiritual debate is a space where it is win-win situation. There is no loser. In Indian tradition, spiritual debate was one of the backbone, as I said, in 4 level. Master, to transmit the truths to the new disciples. Master, to transmit the truths to the different ideological religious leaders. disciples to transmit the truth to other disciples, and one leader to transmit the truth to other leader. In 4 ways it has been used. And this avoided all religious terrorism in Vedic tradition. The Vedic traditions extraordinary strength is spiritual debate. And there is a beautiful Sanskrit verse which says, when you listen from the master, you learn 1/4. When you have a debate among yourself, you will learn 1/4. When you do the smarana, you learn the 3rd quarter. When you start teaching, you learn the 4th quarter. When you listen from the master, 25%. When you do debate among yourself, second 25%. When you do the smarana, remembrance, means internal question answer. I can say kind of an internal debate. The 3rd 25%. When you start teaching, the 4th 25%. That is the way the truths are learnt. So, you guys have heard. Now I'll lead you guys to the second 25%. We will have spiritual debates. This is the truth of spiritual debate in Indian tradition. I think the second subject is history of spiritual debate. I think I have covered this subject also. As I said, in all traditions, which is out of Vedic tradition, the debate is part of life. I can see very clearly how Mandana Mishra and Shankara would have had the debate, and how Shankara had debate with many of the Buddhists and conquered, and how many Buddhists like Nagarjuna had debate with Shankarites and conquered. You may think, then what is truth? Suddenly when Shankara represents, Advaita wins. When Nagarjuna represents, Shunyatva wins. Then which is reality, which is truth? Understand, the person who is experienced is reality, not the ideas. Shankara was able to lead Buddhists one step deeper in Buddhism than where they are. So he won. Nagarjuna is able to lead Shankarites one step deeper into Advaita where they are. So he wins. So truth is one. Who is able to lead you one step deeper wins. So spiritual debate is more like a place where the person who can lead you one step further than where you are is identified and the help is taken. Brief introduction about Advaita. Advaita means non-dualism. Some of the translators translate this as a monism. No. Monism means egatva. But Advaita means non-dualism. It is put in the negative form. It is not said one, no. No two, that's all. Advaita means non-dualism, where the truth is beyond two. There is no two. Name or form, anything, time or space, which makes you experience two things, does not exist. Seen and the seer, if there is two, it is lie. Known and the knower, if there is a two, it's a lie. experience and the experiencer. If there is two, it is a lie. So merging the experiencer and experience into experiencing, merging the seer and seen into seeing, knower and the known into knowing, is Advaita. Beyond two. You can't call it one. Beyond two. I can say the truth which leads you beyond two is called Advaita Tattva. And the experience beyond two is Advaita Anubhava. The master who leads you beyond the two is Advaita Acharya. Dvaita. I tell you exactly the difference between Advaita and Dvaita. When you experience the Advaita Anubhava from the Advaita Acharya and settle with that experience, your extraordinary gratitude will feel, whatever is said and done, I cannot become equal to him. Till you leave the body, that one line of your bio-memory will say, I cannot become equal to him. So that one line is called Dvaita, that's all. When you leave the body, that one line will go away, then it is Advaita, that's all, nothing else. Otherwise, Dvaita is, as experience, there is nothing separate. Gopikas realized they are Krishna. All great Advaitis, they realize it is they who is Bhagavan. It's not that Gopikas are great Bhaktas, because of that they did not have Advaitic experience. No. All great Bhaktas had the Advaitic experience. But when they are in the body, one line, how can I become equal to him? So internally I know I am one, but I have to be at his feet. I have to relax at his feet. The overflowing gratitude and love which completely makes you to feel the master as divine. So when that one line is retained, that same experience is called Dvaita. If without Advaitic experience, if you are having Dvaita, then it is incomplete. Advaita is the truth experience, ultimate. Out of that, any attitude you take is perfect. But without experiencing that, you are stuck in any attitude, means your sadhana is incomplete. So know the truth which unites everything and play from the truth, from that experience. Visishtadvaita means the individual soul is separate, the cosmic soul is separate, it is part of the cosmic soul. Slowly, 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 it can expand and may experience oneness. One funny thing is, even in Visishtadvaita, there are millions of subsects. Different beliefs. Like one group of Visishtadvaitis believe the individual soul, the cosmic soul, and the Maya, all three are eternal. Some believe Atman, Brahma, Parabrahma. So there are so many versions of Visishta Advaita. All I wanted to tell you is, after experiencing Advaita, any stand you take, any position you are, great. But without experiencing that, any position you are in, you are incomplete. Sunyavada. Sunyavada means the path of negation. Nothing, nothing, nothing. Neti, 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 neti. It's like a technique which does not give any hold for your mind. Just relaxing, 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 relaxing into the deeper and deeper space. There is no one word on which you are struck. You are stuck. You are catching or you are caught. Neither the word is caught by you nor you are caught by the word. Sunyavada. I can say Sunyavada is constantly updating your experience, not being stuck with any of the ideas you create. And Mayavada. Mayavada is something like whatever you know, including the idea of enlightenment, is illusion. Go beyond whatever you know. What is enlightenment? Different roads, that's all. Different roads. See, like now, we have different roads to travel. If there is a landslide in some road, means some wrong group has occupied, identified one philosophy with themselves. They put a wrong meaning on the words, loaded with too much of dirt. Then we take another one route, that's all. We take another one route. Sometime the Sunyavadis are loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, take the route of Mayavada. Mayavadis get loaded with too much dirt. Then come on, let us take the Advaitavada. Anyone, if you travel sincerely, that's enough, will lead to the ultimate truth. Mayavada is like everything is illusion, reject, go beyond all illusions. Ajatavada means unborn. Unborn. Nothing ever happened. Nothing ever happens and nothing ever happened. Ajata. This whole thing is unborn because you are seeing it as born. It appears to be born. It is unborn. Ajata. So, if you decide to see this whole thing as one more dream, you will be awakened. That's what? Unborn. Ajatavada. Rules of debate and moderation. As I said, first thing, pulse should not go up. Second thing, the words should be from your Atma Pramana. If you have been with Master and you are very clearly aware that some experience is possible in biomemory, in human biomemory, that becomes your experience. Understand? If you know bliss is possible in this biomemory, immediately that becomes possible in your biomemory. If you know the ultimate energy is possible in this biomemory, ultimately that becomes possible in your biomemory. Whatever is possible in that biomemory is possible in this biomemory. And start living it, giving support to it, encouraging it. That is what I call Nididhyasana, living. So whatever you are living, talk from that. That's all. Talk from that. He would have put many seeds in you. Apta Pramana would have become
Atma Pramana in many ways. Talk from that. That is the rule. No question of heated arguments. No question of irrational logic. No question of perverted logic. It is only let us inquire into the truth. Atato brahmajignyasat. Not let us see who wins. Let us inquire into the truth. That is the rule for moderation of.
Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160 plus members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Yes. So as Swamiji was revealing on how to keep the seeking alive, as the Upanishad says, Atato Brahma Jigyansa. When you inquire into the truth gets revealed to you. Whether the Guru himself comes in front of you, or somehow you get connected to the Guru. So understanding that listening to the Guru is very important. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyanaanda Paramashim, says from his own life, in his own words he says, what made me successful is when my Gurus tell me something, I apply the Karna Dana Nyaya and do it immediately. It means before the duality or the second line of thought grows inside my system, I just do my Guru Vak, executing the word or instructions from the Guru. With Guru Vak, your relation should be very clear. Karna Dana Nyaya.
So let us enter into an exercise. Take one instance in your life and from your understanding, how you broke a pattern by following Guru Vak in your life. So take one instance in your life and just from your understanding, write down how you broke a pattern by following Guru Vak in your life. So requesting everyone, if you have a pen and paper available, gather these. We're going to display this slide for you all. So gather a pen and paper and start penning down. So from the Guru Vak, from one instance in your life, from your understanding, write down how you broke a pattern by simply following Guru Vak. So not waiting for that second line of thought. Just as soon as it happened, as soon as Swamiji gave a Guru Vak, you went ahead, you jumped and did it. So let us begin.
Now, identify the instances that happened. Think of specific situations in your life where you felt stuck in a repetitive pattern. For example, it can be procrastination or even the negative thoughts or any unhealthy relationships in your life. So write down what pattern was and how it affected you. So let's enter into this step.
Now let us recall the Guru Vak, identify a specific saying or teaching from the Guru Vak that resonated with you at the time that you decided to make a change. Write down the saying and how you understood it in the context of your situation. So once again, identify a specific saying or teaching from the Guru Vak that resonated with you at the time you decided to make a change. Write down the saying and how you understood it in the context of your situation. So for example, the Guru Vak, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, reminded me that starting tasks, no matter how small, can lead to significant progress. So let us continue.
Now let's enter into the next step where you identify specific saying or teaching from Guru Vak that resonated with you at the time you decided to make a change. So write down the saying and how you understood in the context of your situation. To just give you an example, the Guru Vak's a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, reminded me that starting task, no matter how small, can lead to a significant progress. So let's take a few minutes and let's enter and recall the Guru Vak. Now, let's connect. Let's have the connection to the actions. Reflect on how you applied these teachings to break the pattern and what actions did you take. Write down the steps you took as influenced by the Guru Vak. For example, you might be thinking, I started by breaking my assignments into smaller tasks. So this is also one of the Guru Vak that you followed. So instead of looking into the entire project, I focused completely just on the first section each day. So like this, make sure that you are reflecting on how you are applying the teachings to break the patterns. Let's continue.